Hi there. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Joe, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, I will tell you the story of the 3 little pigs. But before we start, let's make sure that you are snug and comfortable in your bed. Relax your body and close your eyes. Once upon a time, there was a mummy pig, a sow, that had 3 little pigs. One day, when they grew big and strong, their mother told them that they were old enough to go out and live in the world by themselves. The 3 little pigs were excited to go off into the world on their own. But before they went out, they had a little powwow to decide what they would do in the big world. After a few minutes of discussion, they agreed that the most practical thing that they should do first was to build a house for each of them. When they told their mother of their plan, she felt proud that she had raised such decent and reasonable sons. But before they left, she gave them one last piece of advice. Watch out for the big bad wolf, because he loves to eat little pigs. And when you build your house, make sure that you build it strong, so that the big bad wolf won't be able to hurt you. Goodbye, my beautiful sons, and good luck, she said, as she kissed and hugged them tightly, one by one. The first pig hadn't walked very far when he met a man who was carrying a bundle of straw. Seeing the straw, he suddenly had a brilliant idea of how he should build his house. "Please, sir, can you give me some of your straw so I can build a house for myself?" the first pig asked in his sweetest voice. The man couldn't resist the little pig's request, and so he gave him the straw to build his house. The first pig built his house very quickly, but because it was made of straw, it wasn't solid. However, despite this, the first pig was proud of what he had built. Everything went well with the first pig's house, and he decorated his house well. He hung lovely yellow curtains in the windows and put pretty wild flowers in a blue ceramic vase. He placed the vase in the middle of the wooden kitchen table that he had made himself. But one day, while the first pig was sitting at the kitchen table sipping tea, the big bad wolf came and knocked 3 times on the straw door.
Little pig, let me come in,"
the wolf said in his low, scary voice. The pig was startled because he didn't expect the big bad wolf to come at all. Still, he put on a brave face and answered the wolf in his most courageous voice.
"No, I'll never let you in. Not by the hair on my chinny chin chin,"
the little pig said in a squeaky voice.
"Well then, I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down,"
the wolf said in a loud and arrogant voice. So he huffed and he puffed, and he blew the first pig's straw house down. The little pig was terrified and he ran, screaming for his life. The second little pig was unaware of what had happened to his first brother. He was walking merrily on another road when he met a man stacking an enormous pile of sticks. Looking at the pile of sticks, the little pig suddenly had a great idea how to build his house. The little pig asked in his politest voice, "Please, sir, may I have some of your sticks so that I can build a house for myself?" Because he asked nicely, the man gave the second pig enough sticks so that he could build a house for himself. The second pig was quite a skilled carpenter, and in no time, he built a lovely house made of sticks. It had one door in the shape of an arch, plus 3 windows that he had painted in blue, red, and yellow. It also had a nice little garden filled with sunflowers and yellow bells. The second pig was pleased and proud of his work. One day, while the little pig was cooking soup for lunch, he heard a loud knock at the door. It was the big, bad wolf.
Little pig, let me in,"
the wolf demanded in his loud, scary voice. The second pig dropped the soup spoon in fright when he heard the wolf's voice. But he managed to put on a brave face.
"I'll never let you in, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin,"
the second pig said.
"Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down,"
the wolf said. And so he huffed and puffed and puffed and huffed, and the second pig's beautiful stick house tumbled down. The second pig, luckily, was not hurt. Still, the little pig was so terrified when he saw the big evil wolf face to face that he scrambled away, screaming in the direction of the forest. Just as the first little pig, the second little pig was never seen again. The youngest pig heard the story about his brothers and their houses while he was walking. The story made him feel sad, but he was determined not to let their fate happen to him. He was deep in thought when he chanced upon a man who was stacking a big pile of bricks. Looking at the bricks, he suddenly had a fantastic idea for how to build his house. "Please, sir, may you please give me enough bricks so that I can build a strong house for myself?" the little pig asked the man in his sweetest and politest voice. Because the youngest pig asked politely, the man agreed to give him enough bricks to build a house. The little pig was an expert bricklayer, so, in no time at all, he was able to make himself a solid 1-story red brick house. The third little pig was very happy when he looked at the brick house that he had built, and he patted himself on the back to congratulate himself for a job well done. One day, when the sun had just risen, while the pig was making a cup of coffee, the big bad wolf came and knocked on the door.
Little pig, let me come in,"
the wolf said in his scariest voice. The little pig felt secure in his brick house, and he was not afraid of the big bad wolf. He answered the wolf in his calmest voice.
"I'll never let you in, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin,
the little pig said, even more calmly, in between sips of his morning coffee.
Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down,
the wolf exclaimed. So he huffed and puffed and puffed and huffed and huffed and puffed some more until he could not huff nor puff any more. The wolf sat down, red-faced and exhausted. He wasn't able to move the brick house an inch, despite all his effort to blow it down. The little pig chuckled to himself when he saw the wolf's sad state and continued to cook a hearty breakfast for himself. He hummed as he tucked in to eat a big plate of 5 freshly cooked, sunny-side-up eggs and toast.
If I couldn't blow this pig's house down by force, then I'll have to outsmart him,
the wolf said to himself, all the while slumped at the corner of the little pig's brick house.
"Oh, little pig,"
the wolf said in the friendliest voice that he could muster.
"I know where to find a field that grows the best turnips."
The little pig's ears perked up at the mention of turnips because it was his favorite vegetable.
I love turnips. Tell me, wolf, where do you find this field?
He asked cautiously because he really didn't trust the wolf.
"Mrs. Smith's garden down the road has the crunchiest, biggest, and the most delicious turnips. If you want, I can go with you tomorrow at 9 o'clock so that we can pick some," the wolf said.
The little pig nodded and said, "All right, wolf. I'll be ready at 9 o'clock tomorrow." The next day, the little pig woke up early at 7 o'clock and went to the turnip field by himself. He took all the turnips he could carry and was home before 9 in the morning. When the clock struck 9, the big bad wolf came and knocked on the door and asked,
Little pig, are you ready?"
he said in his gentlest voice. But the little pig said, "I've already gone up to the turnip field, and I took all the turnips that I wanted, but thanks anyway." The wolf felt very angry, but he took several deep breaths to calm himself.
"By the way, I know where to find an apple tree that has the reddest, juiciest, and crunchiest apples. It's just in the orchard across the field. If you want, we can go together tomorrow at 8 o'clock to pick some."
"All right, wolf. Let's go together tomorrow at 8, the little pig said. The next day, the little pig woke up at 7. He got dressed and filled a giant cauldron with water to let it boil, because he was planning to have soup for lunch. After that, he ran to the apple tree in the orchard across the field. He climbed the tree and immediately began picking the juicy red apples. All of a sudden, the big bad wolf came running.
"How do those apples taste?"
he asked sneakily.
"They're delicious. Here, catch some,"
said the little pig as he threw a few apples so far away. While the wolf ran to retrieve the apples, the little pig quickly went down the tree and ran to the safety of his house. The wolf was so enraged when he realized that he was tricked again. He ran all the way to the little pig's brick house and said in a loud, angry voice,
"You have tricked me for the last time. I'm coming down your chimney, and you'll be sorry," the wolf cried out while climbing up the little pig's chimney. The little pig heard the wolf coming down his chimney, and he immediately took out the lid that covered the water that was already boiling. The wolf fell directly into the scalding water. Oh, how he screamed in pain as he struggled to get out of the pot. He whimpered all the way to the deep, dark forest and was never seen again. With the wolf gone, everything was peaceful again, and it wasn't long before the third little pig found his two lost brothers who were wandering around the forest. The three of them lived happily ever after in the youngest pig's little red house.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I'm David, and tonight I'm going to tell a really fun story before you fall asleep. Once upon a time, there lived an emperor. Do you know what an emperor is? An emperor is a ruler or big boss over a great empire. He could rule just one land, or he could rule a few lands. Sometimes an emperor rules over so many lands and people that he is almost greater than a king. Now, it just so happened that this emperor was not a ruler over so many lands, but he still imagined that he was very, very important. So important, in fact, that he needed a different piece of clothing every few hours. He needed a special outfit for breakfast, another handsome suit for morning meetings, then yet another outfit to go to walk his dogs in the garden, and another outfit for morning tea. After taking his morning tea, the emperor might want to go for a swim in his great big lake. So, of course, he would have to put on swimming trunks. But not just any swimming trunks, of course. These trunks had to be stitched from fine silk, and they always had handsome patterns. And then the emperor would dry off with his fancy woolen towels. A different towel for each 7 days of the week. Of course, and then he would want to walk his dogs again before lunch. And you guessed it, of course. He could not walk his dogs in the same outfit that he had just worn before swimming. He needed to put on an even more handsome walking suit before lunch. This walking suit would be laden with diamonds on the hem and buttons of gold or silver. Then there was his fine plume feather hat that he loved to wear as he went for a stroll. What a fine sight he was, with his fine, fine hat, wonderful diamond-studded suit, perfect tweed trousers, and elegant shoes. Oh yes, the emperor was very, very elegant. In fact, he was so elegant that all the men in the kingdom wanted to be as elegant as he did. And all the women in the kingdom were in awe every time they saw his fine clothes. Well, at least that's what the emperor thought. He imagined every single day how much his people loved his clothes. That's right, you heard it correctly. This emperor was not so concerned about building better schools or hospitals or parks and playgrounds for the children in the kingdom. He was not so worried about any natural disasters such as storms and floods or bad weather. For that matter, he had never even visited just one hospital in his kingdom, or even cared if people were strong and healthy. He never cared to check up on his soldiers or plan strategies for ruling his kingdom better. He never attended the meetings held by people who were concerned for the state of the kingdom. For all the responsibilities you would think an emperor had, well, this one seemed to be only concerned with one thing: having, owning, wearing, and showing off his fine clothes. I know what you're thinking. What a silly emperor. And you may be quite right. But listen up, for you haven't heard even half the story yet. I don't think I have to tell you in detail about all the other outfits the emperor liked to wear during the rest of his day and night. But the important thing to know is that his appearance, that means the way he looked, was very, very important to him. Of course, to ensure that he always had the best clothes, he only hired the best tailors to make his clothes. Oh no, the emperor didn't buy his clothes from stores or catalogues like other people did. He did not even accept clothes as gifts. Not if they were bought from somewhere else, no matter how expensive or good they looked. He always had to have each suit personally stitched for him. So when people came to speak with the emperor, the answer they would hear from his messenger was not something like, "The emperor is in a meeting," or "The emperor is busy visiting with another emperor," but "The emperor is busy in his dressing room." Now, one day, two sneaky men appeared in the city. They had heard about the emperor's great love of clothes and decided to pay him a visit. They walked up to the palace and asked to see the emperor. "Oh, we're very sorry, but you will have to wait. The emperor is busy in his dressing room," came the messenger's reply. The two men smiled and rubbed their hands with glee, for this was exactly the answer they had expected, and they could not hope for anything else. This was perfect. "We know he is in his dressing room. In fact, that is why we have come to see him," said the taller of the two fellows. "Yes, we are weavers," said the shorter of the two fellows, his grin growing even wider now, "and we have come from a faraway land where they produce the finest silks and garments." Quite right, chimed in the taller fellow. "In the land of rare fabrics, we have made our fortune, and now we come to share our skills with the emperor." The two men produced a box, lifted the lid, and then held up their hands, 4 hands altogether, as if they were holding up a very large piece of fabric. "See how this fabric flows in the slightest breeze. It is like a soft song, and like a kiss on the skin. You can feel its warmth." The messenger, who was now joined by others in the emperor's court, looked intensely at their hands, for he could see nothing. Their hands were empty. "But," he began, "what fabric?" The two men gasped aloud and clasped one hand each to their chests, as if easing their pained hearts. "You do not see it," said the shorter fellow. "But of course, this special fabric is only visible to very intelligent people. Perhaps you are not fit for such an important office as this," chimed in the taller fellow, this time with the longest frown you ever saw. The messenger grew worried. Was what they were saying true? The murmur from the crowd behind them arose. Finally, one man in the crowd spoke. "We shall take you to see the emperor, for, as you know, Our emperor is very intelligent. Perhaps he will have something to say about your foreign fabrics." And so, the two men were brought up to the emperor's dressing room. Upon hearing that there were two tailors waiting for him, ready to sew the finest fabrics he had ever seen, the emperor ordered them to come to him immediately. "Dear Emperor," said the first fellow when they arrived, "we thank you for granting us an audience with you. We present our fabric with its exotic, fine colors and patterns. Do you like it?" The emperor leaned forward and strained his eyes a little, for he could not see what they were pointing at. "Dear Emperor," said the second fellow, "it goes without saying that we use a very unique cloth from the land of rare fabrics and a very unique thread. They are both made from the finest sources. They are so rare and hard to come by these days, but for you, we have managed to bring it. Now, here's the thing. The cloth is beautiful to behold, wouldn't you agree? But it has a wonderful element. If anyone, man or woman, old or young, is stupid, that is to say, unintelligent, the cloth suddenly becomes invisible." "Ah, why, that is perfect for me," exclaimed the emperor. "By wearing this magical cloth, I could both look beautiful and be able to tell which people in my empire are unintelligent. Therefore, which ones are unfit for their posts." He slapped his thighs with glee. What a wonderful idea! Yet, though the emperor said these words aloud, inside his head he was feeling a bit worried. Why? For he himself could not see anything. Not a thread, not a stitch, not an inch of fabric. Could it be that the magical cloth was implying he was less than intelligent and not fit for his job as emperor? Oh, the shame. He decided to hide his fears and keep on smiling with his cheeks. "You are to go to work on my new clothes at once," he ordered the two tailors. "Of course, dear Emperor," they both replied, bowing. "But our work is very tedious and a bit time-consuming. We require a special room in the castle, fine food every day to keep us fit for this job, and a down payment, of course. That will be 5 bags of silver." "Anything you wish," cried the emperor. He thought to himself that perhaps his eyes were only playing tricks on him. Maybe he had just had a long day. It was tiring, after all, to change into so many outfits every hour. And it is also possible that he had gotten a bit of dirty water in his eyes as he swam in the lake. Turning to the two tailors, he shook their hands. "Your down payment will be made immediately, and you begin work on the new clothes right this minute." The emperor ordered his guards to escort the two tailors into a room in the castle, where they would begin their work. He also ordered a fat roasted goose, 2 pots of spaghetti, and a plum cake to be brought to their chambers. Then he went to change his clothes into the outfit fit for daydreaming about his next new suit. Meanwhile, the two tailors set up 2 looms inside their chambers. When the cake and other food arrived, they hungrily gobbled everything down. They ordered some wine and tea, and then washed that down their tummies too. When the door was closed, nobody saw the two tailors make the king-sized bed that was in the room, kick off their shoes, and lie down for a nap. And they napped, and napped, and napped, until 6 o'clock that evening. That was when the two tailors heard a knock on the door and sat up out of bed. They rubbed their eyes, stretched a little, and then sat on 2 stools by the 2 looms, pretending to be working. Come in, they called to whoever was behind the door. It was the Emperor, of course, who had come to check on his new clothes. He looked at the 2 looms, the 2 stalls, and the 2 men sitting on them. He looked once, he looked twice, and he was about to look a 3rd time when he stopped himself. "Ah," he said to the tailors, "I see you are busy at your work, and how wonderful the cloth looks already." The 2 men smiled back. "Only the best for you, dear Emperor," they said together. As the Emperor left the room, he was embarrassed to think that he could not actually see anything. What would happen if the whole kingdom found out he was not fit for his job as Emperor? Then he got an idea. He would send his most trusted minister to check on the tailors, to test the cloth's peculiar power. But when the minister peered into the tailor's working room and saw only 2 empty looms, he himself was astonished. What would the Emperor think of me if I admit to not seeing anything? Surely he will say I am not fit for my job. The 2 swindler tailors asked the minister to examine the cloth more closely. "Tell us what you think of the intricate colors. Do you like our work?" Heaven help me, the minister thought, or are my old eyes deceiving me? I can't see anything at all. Yet, fearing he would lose his job, he decided to instead pretend he could see the cloth. Yes, quite beautiful," he said, pretending to examine fine silk threads and a fancy woven pattern. "We will need more silver to purchase new cloth and complete the work," the 2 men told him. "I shall ask the Emperor, and you will have your wages," said the old minister. And so, the minister told the Emperor that he had indeed seen that the clothes which the 2 tailors were working on were coming along nicely. "The colors of the combined cloths are brilliant, O Emperor," he answered, when the Emperor quizzed him about it later. "They are more brilliant than a rainbow's sweet hue. You will be delighted when the clothes are finally completed." The Emperor was amazed at the intelligence of his minister. Now, he knew before that this man could be trusted, but now he was sure of it. The Emperor decreed that he would go to the carnival wearing the new clothes, and this way he would see which of the people in all his kingdom were not intelligent. "The men require more silver to finish it in time for the carnival," said the old minister. The Emperor ordered him to pay the tailors as much as they asked for. And so he did. The carnival had been the talk of the town for days. Everyone would come out in costume and eat, drink, and dance the entire day. All children would be dressed beautifully. All the adults prepared their own costumes and masks and fancy clothes. But the Emperor, now he would be the finest of them all, for this beautiful cloth would outshine all the rest. The Emperor went to the tailors to collect his new outfit. He was very excited. He would be beautiful, handsome, stunning. But when the Emperor entered the room, still he could not see a thing. "Do you like it, dear Emperor?" the 2 tailors quizzed him, holding up absolutely nothing. The Emperor paused for a bit and wondered what to say. "It's beautiful," came a voice behind him. "Oh, gorgeous," gasped another. They were members of his court who had curiously followed the emperor down the hall to see what this amazing cloth was that everyone had been talking about. One by one, everyone in the court agreed that the cloth was the most amazing cloth they had ever seen. And while the emperor was delighted to have such intelligent people in his service, he couldn't help feeling a little, well, stupid, for still he could not see a single thread. Yet he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Fantastic! Superb! The most beautiful clothes I have ever laid my eyes on." Eagerly, he asked the tailors to help him dress for the carnival. "Of course," they said, "after we receive the last bag of gold for our services." Immediately, the emperor ordered his minister to bring the gold. The minister paid the two men 1 sack of gold each. Then they held out their arms again. "Here is the undercoat, and here are the trousers," said the shorter tailor. "Next you have the lovely tunic, and over that you wear this cape. It will be perfect for the festival." "You see," said the taller tailor, "the threads are so fine and light as feathers, it feels as if you are wearing nothing at all." When they had put the invisible clothes on him, they hugged each other in approval and smiled their wide grins again. "Oh, it is simply perfect on you, just as we had hoped," they said. The emperor looked at himself in the mirror. His face grew bright red, but he did not say a thing. No one must know that he could not see the clothes at all. And so the carnival began, and people started to fill the streets. The parade was to be led by the emperor himself, and everybody had heard that he was going to be wearing those special clothes. So, of course, they all called their friends and families and gathered to get a close look at the emperor and see the fine clothes with their own eyes. And, as you guessed, each person was also curious to find out whether or not they were intelligent. Oh, it is a marvel. How handsome the emperor looks. What beautiful clothes. I wish mine were as lovely. They are as thin as the air and fine as silk. The emperor has chosen this fashion splendidly. These are the things people said as they saw him strut by. Magnificent, incredible, wonderful. And as the emperor heard them saying so, his confidence grew. He held his head higher, walked a little more happily, and continued to lead the parade. Not a single person in town would confess that they could not see anything. Not one, that is, until a little boy came running forward, laughing and pointing at the emperor. "The emperor is naked. The emperor is naked. He isn't wearing any clothes." The little boy laughed and laughed and laughed until the silence that covered the crowd was broken. People started to whisper. The child said, "The emperor isn't wearing any clothes. He isn't wearing any clothes. Well, how about that? He really isn't wearing any clothes." One by one, they started to echo the boy's words, until soon the entire town was saying the same thing. "The emperor has no clothes on. The emperor has no clothes on. It is true, the emperor has no clothes on." Their whispers turned to laughter, until everyone in town was laughing and couldn't stop laughing. Poor emperor. He was cold, and indeed everyone said he was naked. But the procession must go on, he thought to himself. And so he held his head higher and walked even more proudly, and his servants continued giggling as they held up his long, flowing cape, which, as you know, really wasn't long, or flowing, or a cape, or there at all. As for the two tailors, well, they had taken all that gold and silver they had been paid and were long gone. The emperor, because of his vanity and pride, showed himself to be the biggest fool of all. And after that day, he tried to place more importance on other things and greater matters in his kingdom, not just fancy new clothes. I hope you liked that story. Remember, it's more important to believe in what you know is true than to follow something just because everyone else is saying it or doing it.
Hello there. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Joe, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will tell you a story about how a tortoise and a hare competed on a warm summer day. Who do you suppose was faster? Once upon a time, deep in a forest canopy, where the tree branches covered the sky with their green leafy branches, and beautiful flowers of all shapes and sizes covered the forest floor, there lived a tortoise and a hare. The beautiful brown hare, a cousin of the rabbit, was known in the animal circle as the speedy hare, because, as the name implies, he could run really fast. In fact, he was the fastest animal in the forest. No animal, whether big or small, had ever beaten the brown hare in this running game. It was something that he was incredibly proud of, but to the point of arrogance. Hey, who holds the record of being the fastest runner here in the forest? Who else? Me, of course, he said haughtily, to no one in particular, as he hopped around. Not a day passed that he would not be boasting to whoever was within earshot how swift he was. The hare took every opportunity to brag to any animal that he met how fast he was. But if there was one animal that he took great pleasure in reminding how swift he was, it was the tortoise. The tortoise was the oldest creature who lived in the forest. Nobody could tell exactly how old he was, but they thought that he was at least 300 years old. He was patient, kind, understanding, but he walked extremely slow. One beautiful, bright summer day, when the sun was at its highest in the sky, the hare was resting underneath the shade of a big maple tree. He hadn't bragged to anybody the entire morning, and he was itching to remind everybody how great he was. Suddenly, he saw the tortoise slowly inching his way across the field. He stared as the tortoise slowly raised one leg in front of another. It was as if he was watching somebody walking in slow motion. Left, right, left, right. Slowly but surely, the tortoise said. The tortoise was walking at a languid but regular pace. It took the tortoise a good 10 minutes to walk 5 meters. And when the tortoise finally arrived at the tree where the hare was resting, the hare burst out laughing. "Tortoise, how is it possible that you're so slow?" he guffawed. "Look, it only takes me 1 hop to get here to where you were." He said this as he jumped back and forth twice to demonstrate how easy it was for him. "It's better to be slow but steady, and you'll arrive at your destination eventually," the tortoise said wisely. "I don't believe you, tortoise. You only say that as an excuse for your being slow. You're so slow that grass has grown by the time you arrive at your destination," the hare said. He laughed at his own joke, looking down at the tortoise. The tortoise looked up at the hare for a long time, and then he said, "If you don't believe me, then I challenge you to a race a week from now." The hare couldn't believe what he had just heard. He stared at the tortoise with a mixture of disbelief and shock. He couldn't believe that the tortoise even dared to challenge him to a race. "Well, hare, what do you say? Are you afraid that I might win the race?" the tortoise said to the hare. "Afraid? Don't make me laugh. Very well, let's race a week from now. I'll teach you a lesson for even having the resolve to challenge me," the hare said. "After the sun rises, let's meet each other here, underneath the maple tree, and let's race to the end of that 4th hill. The first one to get to the hilltop before the sun sets wins." The hare then hopped away from the tortoise without even a backward glance. The news of the tortoise challenging the hare to a race spread throughout the forest like wildfire. All the animals were excited about the fact that somebody finally dared to stand up against the arrogant hare. Yes, even if the challenger happened to be the slowest animal in the forest. Finally, the day of the most anticipated race came. The starting line was filled with almost all of the animals of the forest. Birds, snakes, squirrels, swans, ducks, and many other animals came out of their burrow for this extra special event. The race was presided by the fox, whom all the animals agreed was the best suited creature to handle an all-important event like this one. The tortoise was at the starting line long before the sun had risen. He was waiting patiently for the hare to arrive so that they could start the race. Slowly, the sun's yellow rays began to fill the sky as the sun slowly made its magnificent ascent to the air, where he filled the earth with its warm embrace. However, there was no sign of the hare. The animals waited and waited. And just when the fox was about to decide to declare the tortoise the winner, the hare arrogantly hopped into view. "I'm here. Sorry I'm late." He yawned nonchalantly. He was late because he slept late the night before, after he had spent a good deal of time with his friends. The race would be a cinch to win, so why waste time preparing, he reckoned. He was still half asleep, and when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a large number of animals who turned up to view the race. He didn't even think that it would be taken seriously, let alone turned into a big event. "Oh, well, now more animals get to see how I beat this slow tortoise," he thought to himself, smiling. "This should be a cinch to win." "Okay, participants, take your places," the fox said, interrupting the hare's thoughts. "The first one to reach the top of the 4th hill wins. Take your marks. Get set. Go," the fox said in an all-important loud voice. As soon as he heard "go," the hare sped out of view. The animals, although they didn't like his arrogant attitude, were in awe of how fast he was. The tortoise, on the other hand, walked as fast as his legs could carry him. "Slowly but surely," he said to himself merrily. The hare looked back after he had hopped about 700 meters away from the starting line and saw no sign of the tortoise. "As expected," he laughed to himself. "That tortoise will take forever to catch up. I think I'll take a nap first. By the time I wake up, I'll still have more than enough time to make it to the finish line." He hopped underneath the shade of the nearest tree. He laid his head on the soft grass, and in no time at all, he fell asleep. While the hare was sleeping, the tortoise was diligently walking without stopping or being distracted by anything. He was determined to do his best to win this race. After a while, the tortoise passed the hare, who was still sleeping underneath the tree. The tortoise grew more determined to finish the race, and no matter how difficult it was for him, he put one foot in front of the other and inched his way towards the finish line. After a long while, the tortoise was only a few meters away from the line. The animals were screaming his name excitedly. "Tortoise! Tortoise!" The animals chanted wildly, waving their hooves, wings, or tail up in the air. They couldn't believe that the tortoise had beaten the hare in a race. This would surely go down in history. Meanwhile, the shouting animals made so much noise that they woke the sleeping hare from his long nap. The hare jumped up with a start when he realized that the tortoise was about to cross the finish line. He couldn't let that happen. He hopped and jumped as fast as he could, but he was too late. By the time he arrived at the finish line, the tortoise had already crossed the finish line and was being congratulated by almost all of the animals. "How did you manage to cross the finish line?" the out-of-breath hare angrily asked the tortoise. The tortoise looked at the hare and calmly said, "My friend, slowly but surely always does the trick in anything, including winning a race." At that point, the hare felt ashamed for being so arrogant and overconfident. His mistake cost him losing to the tortoise. "Forgive me, tortoise, for saying all those mean words to you. I realize now that I have been a bit too arrogant. From now on, I will do my very best to be humble and never underestimate anyone," the hare said, extending a paw to the tortoise. The tortoise shook the hare's paw, and from that moment on, the hare was true to his word. He never misjudged anyone, and soon became one of the most liked creatures of the forest. He took his time to enjoy the beauty of the forest. He lingered with the other animals at play, and even enjoyed a nap from time to time. In fact, he found that the naps gave him even more energy during his day. He learned the importance of not rushing through big events, and he learned that the other animals could teach him a thing or two.
Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is David, and I am going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, I will tell you a story about how a poor woodcutter found a cave of treasure. Once upon a time, in a small Persian town, there lived two brothers, Qasim and Alibaba. Alibaba was a poor woodcutter who made a living by selling wood at the market. Qasim was a wealthy merchant who lived a life of luxury. One day, while in the forest chopping wood, Alibaba saw a band of horsemen riding towards him. There were so many of them that they approached like a cloud of dust. Thinking these men were bandits, Alibaba scrambled to hide in a tree. When the dust settled, Alibaba counted 40 men on horseback, all armed with swords. After dismounting their horses, the men tied the reins to the trees and stood in line. Moments later, a man dressed in a breastplate of gold stepped out of the ranks and commanded the rest of the group. That man is their captain, thought Alibaba as he clung to the tree branch. The captain approached a clearing with a pile of rocks and called out, "Open sesame." In a moment, a door opened in the pile of rocks, which revealed a stairway leading below. The captain descended the stairway and disappeared out of sight. Alibaba tried to lean in closer to see better, but he could not see past the sea of 40 men who were now making their way down the stairway after their captain. After the last man made his way into the stairwell, the door closed behind him, hidden in a pile of rocks. Amazed at what he saw, Alibaba scurried down the tree and moved in closer to the clearing. He hid behind the bushes as he waited for them to come out. When the door opened after some time, the first to emerge was the captain, followed by the 39 other men. When the last man emerged and mounted his horse, the captain stood in front of the door of rock. With a swift motion of his hand, he called out, "Close, sesame." In an instant, the door closed. The men rode off, and just as they came, left a cloud of dust in their wake. After making sure that the men had all left, Alibaba came out of the bushes and examined the concealed door. Alibaba thought of opening the door for himself to see what lay below. "Open sesame," called out Alibaba. And just as before, the door swung open and revealed a staircase. Alibaba expected to see a dull and dark stairway, but what he saw before him left him in awe. A glistening stairwell covered in gold and jewels greeted him. The cave below was not dark at all, but it was glowing with the sunlight that streamed inside. Alibaba could not believe his eyes, and as he made his way down the stairs, what he saw next almost struck him speechless. Inside was a vast array of treasures. He found expensive rolls of silk, gold, and silver all piled up to the ceiling, and all kinds of jewels scattered all over the floor. "If I could take some of this treasure, my family will no longer be poor," thought Alibaba as he examined all the treasures in the cave. No sooner had he thought of taking some treasure, and Alibaba was already fast at work, gathering what he could from the pile of silver and gold. Alibaba brought out as much silver, gold, and beautiful silk that his donkey could carry. After loading the last bag of treasure on his donkey, he covered it all in twigs so that people would not notice. Alibaba stood in front of the doorway and called out, "Close, sesame." At that moment, the ground rumbled as the door closed and returned hidden behind the pile of rocks. Alibaba rode home, and as soon as he entered the gates to his house, he shut the door behind him and called out to his wife, "Come, see what I have brought." Alibaba called out as he unloaded the bags of silver, gold, and silk. His wife came, and could not believe her eyes when she saw all the treasures laid out in their yard. "Oh, Alibaba, where did you get all this treasure?" she asked as she examined the delicate silk. Alibaba told his wife the tale of how he came upon the den of hidden treasure and asked her to keep this a secret, to which she agreed. "We have to hide the treasure," said Alibaba. "I will dig a hole where we can bury all this silver and gold." "Wait," replied his wife. "Before you bury the silver and gold, we have to measure them first. I will borrow a cup from your brother's house while you dig the hole." Alibaba's wife went to Kasim's house to borrow a measuring cup. Kasim's wife took out her measuring cup, but knowing that Alibaba was too poor to afford good grain, Kasim's wife was curious to know what kind of grain they were measuring. So, before she lent the measuring cup, she brushed some tar on the bottom where pieces of grain could stick. With her borrowed measuring cup, Alibaba's wife scooped up the silver and gold many times before she could fill the hole dug up by Alibaba. After she scooped up the last pieces of silver and gold, she returned the measuring cup to Kasim's wife without noticing that there was a gold coin stuck to the bottom of the container. This gold coin was not left unnoticed by Kasim's wife. Jealous of Alibaba's fortune, Kasim's wife exclaimed, "See here, Kasim," as she held up the gold coin. "Your brother is richer than us. He does not count his gold, he measures them." Curious about the matter, Kasim asked Alibaba about how he had come across such a fortune. Thinking Kasim and his wife already knew about their secret, Alibaba told his brother all about the Cave of Treasures. "If this is so, I will go there and take some for myself," said Kasim after Alibaba told him all about the cave. Alibaba even shared with him the secret words for opening and closing the door. Early the next morning, Kasim took 10 donkeys and 10 chests with him and rode off into the forest before sunrise. Upon arriving at the cave, Kasim recalled Alibaba's instructions. "Open sesame," he called out. To his surprise, the door opened and revealed a bejeweled staircase, just how Alibaba had described it. Kasim took the 10 chests into the cave and filled them all to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels of all colors and sizes. He grew excited at the thought of how much wealthier he would become. When he gathered what he could, he tried to recall the words to open the door. "Open," he called out. The door did not open. "Open barley," he tried again. Still, the door stood shut. "Open corn, open wheat, open lentils." Kasim called out all the crops he could remember. He uttered all but the right one. So he remained sealed inside, afraid that the 40 thieves would find him looting their treasure. It was noon before the 40 thieves came back to the cave. As soon as they opened the door, they found Cassim cowering behind the 10 chests he had filled with treasure. The captain was so angry when he found Cassim in the cave trying to steal from them. He ordered his men to take Cassim and tie him up. As a punishment, the captain took his clothes and tore them to pieces and left it in the cave's entrance as a warning to other men who might try to steal their treasure. By nightfall, Cassim's wife worried about his absence. She asked Alibaba if he knew where her husband was. "Do not worry, sister. I will look for your husband and bring him back to you." Alibaba tried to comfort her, knowing that his brother was in trouble for trying to steal the thieves' loot. Alibaba, worried for his brother, found his way back to the Cave of Treasures. To his surprise, he found his brother's torn clothes hanging at the entrance. He took them down and slipped them in his bag. For the second time, Alibaba descended into the cave after saying the commands. "Open sesame," he called out, and the doors opened just as before. Alibaba took 4 more chests of treasure along with his brother's garments before leaving the cave. As he entered his brother's house, he presented Cassim's wife the torn garments. Upon seeing them, the wife cried, knowing that she will never see her husband again. However, Alibaba also gave her the 2 chests filled with treasure. The treasure somehow eased the wife's grief. Alibaba had in his service a servant girl named Morgiana. Knowing that Cassim's disappearance would cause a disturbance, he asked Morgiana to keep this a secret, to make it seem that he had not disappeared. Find the best person who can sew his clothes back together, Alibaba continued. Go into town and look for Baba Mustafa. He will know what to do. But blindfold him on the way back here, lest he finds out where we live. Morgiana made her way into town and looked for Baba Mustafa, a cobbler who owned a stall in the market. "Good sir," said Morgiana, "please make haste and help my master. But to do this, I must blindfold you on the way there." She then gave him a piece of gold. "Oh, so you will have me do something bad against my conscience," replied Baba Mustafa. "Why, I will never ask you to do anything against your conscience. It's just that my master asks your service in secret. So please come along and put on the blindfold." Baba Mustafa agreed to be blindfolded and came along, led by Morgiana. When they reached Cassim's house, she allowed him to take off his blindfold. It was already dark when they reached the house. "I will leave you here to do your work," Morgiana told Baba Mustafa, as she handed him the torn pieces of clothing. "Once you finish, I will take you back to the town with your blindfold on." Baba Mustafa made quick work of sewing the torn pieces of clothing together. Working by candlelight, he repaired fabric as if it had never torn. As agreed, Morgiana led him back to town, blindfolded. The captain grew worried about the discovery of the cave, so he sent out his men to ask around the town for anything suspicious. One of his men passed by Babu Mustafa's stall while he was sewing a piece of cloth in the dark, and he stopped to look. "You have such a skill to sew in the dark, old man," the thief commented. "Why, you will be amazed to know that I could sew a piece of clothing together in the dark after they blindfolded me." Intrigued, the thief continued to talk to Baba Mustafa. "Tell me, where is this house where you sewed in the dark?" "Why, I can't remember because they blindfolded me, but it was a grand house, and they paid me handsomely for my troubles," replied Baba Mustafa. "Come with me and lead me to that house," said the thief as he handed Baba Mustafa 2 gold coins. Baba Mustafa took the gold coins and slipped them in his purse. He was again blindfolded as he walked with the thief and tried to recall the way that led to Alibaba's house. They reached the house and came to a stop. "Here, this is where the lady took off my blindfold, and if I remember it right, this is the house I told you about." The thief, excited to tell the captain about his discovery, marked the door of Ali Baba's house with red chalk. "This mark will let the captain know that this is the house of the thief in our cave," said the thief as he hurried back to his captain. After the thief left, Morgiana stepped out at the door as she was about to go to the market. She noticed the red mark on the doorway. Although she did not know what it was for, she believed that it meant that there was an evil plot against her master. She then marked 3 other houses with red chalk and went back inside. As the captain and his men rode into town, he found that there were 4 houses with the same red mark. Furious about this failure, the captain sent away the man who marked Ali Baba's house. The following day, another man tried to mark the house. This man went about by doing the same thing, asking for Baba Mustafa's help and marking Ali Baba's door with red chalk. Morgiana also foiled this plan. Seeing that there was another red mark, she also went about marking their neighbors' doors. The second time the thieves went into town, they met the same fate. This time, the captain took matters in his own hands. Disguised as a merchant, he asked for the help of Baba Mustafa to locate Ali Baba's house. Upon reaching the house, the captain circled the area again and again until he could remember the place by heart. After going back to his men, he asked them to secure 38 large barrels. When the barrels were complete, he had his men each climb into a barrel and closed the lid. All but 1 barrel contained a thief. 1 barrel he had reserved to and filled with oil. The captain loaded the barrels on 19 mules and set out to Ali Baba's house with a plan. By nightfall, the thieves reached Ali Baba's house. The captain, disguised as an oil merchant, knocked on the door. "Sir, I have come a long way to sell my oil at tomorrow's market. Can I bother you for a place to stay for the night?" asked the captain, trying to sound weary. Ali Baba examined the man and seeing that he looked trustworthy and harmless, welcomed him into his house. "Tonight, this man is our guest," Alibaba told Morgiana. "Draw him a bath and cook for him warm broth." After the captain went into his room, Morgiana went about preparing the broth. But seeing that she had run out of oil to light a fire, she did not know what to do. "Don't worry," said Abdallah, another servant. "Just go out into the yard and take some oil out of one jar." Morgiana went outside in the darkness and opened one of the 38 jars. To her surprise, instead of oil, there was a man inside. The thief, thinking it was their captain, asked, "Is it time?" "Not yet," said Morgiana as she put the lid back on, "but soon." Realizing that her master had led the thieves into their home, Morgiana thought up a plan. She heated the jar that contained the oil, and once the oil was boiling, she poured it into the rest of the pots that hid the thieves. Burned from the hot oil, the thieves ran away. When the captain found out that his men were burned and had left, he realized that they had discovered his plan, and he climbed over the gates to escape. When the captain did not come out to dine with them, Alibaba wondered what had become of him. "Why, he is not a real merchant," Morgiana answered when Alibaba asked her about the captain. "Look here." Morgiana opened the now empty jars that now contained weapons left behind by the thieves. "That man planned to hurt you and this family, so I drove them away." Alibaba thanked Morgiana for what she did to protect his family, and in return he offered her freedom. The captain returned to the Cave of Treasures, and seeing it was lonely there without his men, vowed to avenge them. Days had passed, and the captain, now dressed as a wealthy trader named Khoja Hassan, set up a stall in the market. He had befriended Alibaba's son, who invited him to their house for supper. Alibaba did not recognize the captain in his disguise of beautiful robes of linen, and he believed that he was a fine, rich man. Khoja Hassan refused to eat the food served, saying, "I am sorry, but I cannot eat any food with salt in it." Alibaba urged his servants to take away the food and cook up a different meal with no salt. When Morgiana heard this, it intrigued her to know about their strange visitor. She took a peek, and to her surprise, it was the captain sitting next to Alibaba. Morgiana dressed up as a dancing girl and performed in front of Alibaba and the captain. She performed many dances which pleased Alibaba. When Morgiana came closer to the captain, he tried to take out a gold coin from his purse to give to her as a present. However, it surprised everyone when Morgiana took out a dagger and pointed it at the captain. "Look, master," Morgiana started. "This man is no trader. He is the captain of the 40 thieves and the false merchant who had planned on harming this family." It was then that Alibaba noticed the dagger hidden underneath the man's cloak. He had him bound and sent away. Alibaba thanked Morgiana for her service and again gave her freedom. He also offered her marriage to his son. Morgiana and Alibaba's son married in a few days and lived a happy life as husband and wife. A year later, Alibaba revisited the Cave of Treasures. "Open sesame," he called out as before. The cave door opened and revealed that the treasure was untouched. Alibaba took all the gold and jewelry that he could carry and told his son all about the secret of the cave. His son also passed this on to his children, and so it became that Alibaba's family was wealthy for the rest of their lives.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Joe, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, I will tell you a story about an ant and a grasshopper. Once upon a time, on a fine autumn day, an ant and a grasshopper were out and about. On this day, the tree leaves were beginning to turn from a luscious green to a beautiful shade of yellow and red. The sun went about its business up in the sky, and even if the sun shone brightly, it was not scorching hot. There was a cool, gentle breeze that made the air feel crisp. It was the perfect weather to be going around outside and doing the things that you love. If there was one creature that took full advantage of this marvelous weather to do all the things that he loved, it was the green grasshopper. He was a big, beautiful grasshopper who had smooth, almost velvety green wings that extended just a bit further than his robust body. The grasshopper took great pride in his appearance, and if you would like to know a secret, he actually took a great deal of time every morning to groom himself and to make sure that he was in tip-top shape. He was quite a happy-go-lucky grasshopper, and there was nothing more that he loved to do but play a happy tune on his fiddle, dance merrily, and eat delicious green grass to his heart's content. The autumn weather was perfect for these activities. The green grasshopper hopped merrily on top of the hill, took out his fiddle, and began to play a cheerful tune. He hummed and stamped his foot to the beat of the music. His head bobbed up and down to the rhythm of the songs. As soon as he was finished playing, he put his right hand on his stomach and took a long, low bow. "Thank you, thank you," he exclaimed, as he imagined that he was bowing to a big audience. "I take requests." His reverie was cut short when all of a sudden a small black ant walked by slowly, grunting as he struggled to carry a single grain of plump yellow corn kernel. "Excuse me, worker ant coming through," he called to the grasshopper. The grasshopper was amused by the sight of the small ant who tried to carry a kernel of corn 10 times his size as he moved aside to let the ant pass. He didn't know if he should laugh or feel sorry at such a sight. It was almost noon, and the sun was high up. It was getting a bit too hot, so the grasshopper decided to move to sit under the shade of a nearby bush. This was his favorite bush, because under this bush grew the most delicious green grass that he munched to his heart's content until he could no longer eat another bite. "This is the life," he said to himself as he lay down for a nap. Just as he closed his eyes, the tiny black ant came by again, this time with a grain of rice on his back. "Worker ant coming through," he called to nobody in particular. The grasshopper was so curious about why the ant worked so hard on such a beautiful day that he quickly walked out from the shade and jumped directly into the little ant's way. "Wait," he said, as he extended his right arm to stop the ant. The ant was taken aback, stopped, and said, "Why are you in my way, grasshopper? Can't you see that I'm busy carrying this grain of rice on my back?" Sweat poured out from his brow. "Ant, I don't understand why you are doing all this hard work when the weather is so beautiful. The sky is so clear and blue, and the sun is out. Why don't you put down that heavy grain and have fun with me? Grasshopper, believe me, I would love to go and play around like you, but it's autumn now, and it's time to store food for the winter. The freezing winter is just around the corner, and the food won't be as plentiful as it is now. I suggest that you do the same if you don't want to go hungry during the cold winter." The grasshopper stopped and thought long and hard about the ant's answer. Then he said, "I know that, ant, but winter is still so far away. There is lots of time to store food. Do as you want, but I will continue to store food because before you know it, winter has already come. If you are smart, you should do the same," the ant said, as he hurled the grain of rice back on his back. "Whatever, ant. I'm too busy having a great time right now. I'll have fun now and do the hard work later," the grasshopper said lazily as he went back to the shade. The grasshopper napped while the ant continued to work hard, transporting corn, grain, whatever else that he could find to his nest. This behavior continued for the rest of the autumn days. The grasshopper was too busy having fun and playing to even think of collecting food for the coming cold winter. Soon, the season changed from autumn to winter. The tree's leaves slowly fell to the ground until all that was left were bare branches. The days became shorter, and it slowly became colder and colder until the frost came and covered the ground. Finally, winter came, and the snow slowly fell from the sky and covered the entire land in a beautiful, cold, white blanket. The animals, like bears that sleep during the winter, were cozily tucked in their dens, ready to sleep the winter away. The ant, who spent the entire autumn collecting food, was entirely secure in his warm, cozy nest underground. His warehouse was bursting with food that he had collected during autumn. He felt secure in the fact that he had more than enough food stored to last him all winter long. The ant took a bite of an apple from his supply and munched happily. He stoked the fire in his fireplace. The grasshopper, who spent the entire autumn frolicking, found himself in the middle of the freezing snow. He was cold and hungry, but because it was so cold, no grass grew for him to eat. He regretted that he didn't take the ant's advice to store food when there was still time. Now, it was too late. The grasshopper knew that the ant had worked hard to store food, So he covered himself with a thin leaf that he found floating in the wind and braved the deep, icy snow. He trudged towards the burrow where the ant lived. He knocked weakly on the door. The ant wondered who was out in the freezing blizzard and opened the door to see a cold, shivering, and extremely hungry grasshopper on his doorstep. "Please, Ant, I know that I don't deserve it, but be merciful towards me. I am so cold and so hungry. Please give me something to eat and let me warm myself in your cozy fireplace," the grasshopper said, his teeth chattering in the cold. The ant looked at the grasshopper's pitiful state and said, "I know that you don't deserve it, but I will help you this one time. But you must promise me that you will not be lazy next season and work hard to collect your own food for the winter." "I promise. You have my solemn word," the grasshopper said, feeling grateful and relieved that the kind ant had taken pity on him. So, the ant shared his food and his home with the grasshopper all winter long. The grasshopper, in turn, was a wonderful guest in the ant's burrow. He helped clean the house and entertained the ant with music and stories all winter long. There was never a dull moment during the winter with the grasshopper. True to his word, after the harsh winter passed and spring finally came, the grasshopper learned his lesson. He spent the summer singing and playing, and the entire autumn working hard with his new best friend, Ant. From that time on, the grasshopper learned the value of hard work, and so he was never hungry again.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Anthony, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight we are going on a farmyard adventure and meet the Little Red Hen. Once upon a time, there was a farm in this beautiful countryside. This farm was set on a giant piece of land where the air was cool, the sun was warm, and the only sounds you'd hear were the occasional mooing of cows and perhaps the rumbling, sputtering of the farmer's tractor. Every day, the animals in the farm did what they always did. The cows roamed lazily on the hillside, the farm cats chased the rats, and the rats ran around, looking for cheese to eat. There were other animals on the farm too, horses, dogs, and a flock of geese. All the animals on the farm had a lot to keep them busy every day. But the busiest of them all was a little red hen. The little red hen would spend most of her day busy pecking, scratching at the ground this way and that with her claws. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pickety, peckety, peck. That was her fashion. That's what she'd do. She'd scratch the ground pecking for worms. Yes, big, fat, delicious, juicy, tasty worms. You see, the little red hen had a few children, her chicks, and the nice big worms were just the right food for them. Whenever the little red hen would go scratching for worms, and whenever she'd find one, she'd call aloud, "Come, little chickies, chuck, chuck, chuck." And all her little chickies would come running when she called. "We're coming, Mama." They would laugh, run and tumble, and almost roll over each other in a hurry to get the worms. Then the little red hen would teach her chickies how to dig for worms too. She was a busy mama, always looking for the best worms for her kiddies. There was a cat on the farm who wasn't nearly as busy as the busy mama hen. Sure, she would chase the rats, but on most days the rats were too fast. And the farmer or the farmer's wife would often bring the cat something to eat, like a tin of tuna, or something to drink, like a saucer of milk. So on most days, the cat would just hang out on the grass, watching the world go by, getting a suntan if it was warm enough. By midday, she would stretch out for her nap, take a big yawn, and fall asleep for several minutes. The cat did not have a care in the world. Same with the pig, Pete, who lived on the farm. Pete the pig was also well fed by the farmer and the farmer's wife. All he had to do was wait for his slop every day. So Pete the pig didn't have much to worry about. All he did was hang out in his sty, wait for his food, eat and eat some more. It's no wonder that Pete the pig was pretty fat. Now it just so happened that one day, while the little red hen was pecking her way around the farmyard, she happened to dig up something hard. It wasn't wriggling, squiggling around, so it couldn't be a worm. It wasn't juicy and red either. It was small and hard, yet long and slender. It was a wheat seed. Wow, clucked the little red hen. She was quite excited. Now she could feed her babies something different. She had heard the farmer's wife talking to a friend about the harvest, and she had learned that from this wheat seed, you plant and take care of it, and then it would grow to become a stalk of wheat. Then you could pluck it out, grind it up, and make flour to bake bread or a cake. It seemed like just the thing for the little red hen to do. And oh, how she wanted to make something special to eat for her babies. She thought of all the delicious cakes she could bake. But she also realized it would be a whole lot of work. From the planting to the watering, to the harvesting and the grinding. Then from the mill to the kitchen, she would have to mix the flour and add the salt, oil and water. She would have to then knead the dough for a long time, let it rise, and then bake it into a beautiful loaf of bread. Of course, thought the little red hen, if she had someone to help her do all this work, it could be much easier. She thought about the pig who liked to eat and would surely want to help her make some bread. She thought of the cat who liked to nap. Was the cat dreaming of a delicious fresh loaf of bread with butter on top? The little red hen also thought of the rat, who was always scurrying around stealing food from the other animals. Perhaps he too would be happy to help bake a loaf of bread that would also be his to eat in the end. And so the little red hen went out to the barnyard to call the other animals. Who would like to help me plant this wheat seed? But the pig said, "Not I." And the cat said, "Not I." And the rat said, "Not I." Pete the pig said he would rather stay in his slop of mud and enjoy his afternoon lazily. The cat said she would also rather nap. The sun was so warm and pleasant today, and she was quite tired after drinking all that milk. And the rat said that on any other day he would be happy to help plant a seed, but not today, for today he had found a huge chunk of cheese and was busy feasting on it. "Well then," said the little red hen, "I will plant the wheat seed myself." And that's exactly what she did. The little red hen took the single wheat seed, found a plot of land that was perfect for planting, and laid it deeply in the warm, inviting earth. Then she continued to go about her days for the rest of the summer. She watered the seed and tended it, all the while making sure her chicks were well fed with juicy worms. Yes, she kept working hard, scratching and digging and searching for food. Meanwhile, Pete the pig grew quite fat, and the cat grew pretty fat, and the rat grew really fat, but the wheat, it grew tall and strong and long and beautiful. The little red hen looked after it, watered it and cared for it all by herself, until the day that it was as tall and strong as it would ever be, the day it was ready for harvest. When the little red hen saw that her beautiful stalk of wheat had grown just right, and that this would be as tall and strong as it would ever be, she decided to harvest it. She ran to her animal friends excitedly to tell them the good news. "Pete the pig, cat, rat, come and see how lovely and tall and strong my wheat has grown. Oh, who would like to help me cut it? I need some help." The little red hen expected that all the animals would be eager to help, so she was quite unpleasantly surprised when she heard their answers. Pete the pig said, "Not I." The cat said, "Not I." And the rat said, "Not I." "No one wants to help me cut the wheat," said the little red hen. "Well, I can't force you to do anything you don't want to do, so I shall cut the wheat myself." And that's just what the little red hen did. She ran over to the farmer's tool shed, found the great, big, sharp sickle, and started to cut the big plant of wheat. It was tough to do by herself, and the stalk was so high, but she was determined to bake a nice loaf of bread. And so she managed quite nicely to cut and harvest the wheat. Finally, on the ground lay the freshly cut wheat. The little red hen's chicks all gathered round, wanting to know what this new golden stalk was. "Come, children," said the little red hen, "soon you shall have a delicious loaf of bread to eat." And all the chicks answered peep, peep, peep. The little red hen realized that she had been so busy taking care of the wheat that these days she hardly had any time to play with her chicks or teach them how to scratch and dig. She wondered if she was neglecting them. If only she had someone to help her thresh and prepare the wheat, then maybe she would have more time to devote to her children. So she went to the barnyard again, where Pete the pig, the cat, and the rat were hanging about. And she called out, "Who will help me to thresh the wheat?" She expected some sort of happy, willing reply, but all she heard was Pete the pig grunting, "Not I," and the cat meowing, "Not I," and the rat squeaking, "Not I." As you can imagine, the little red hen was quite discouraged. She didn't want to do everything by herself, but it looked like at this point she had no choice. "I guess I will thresh the wheat myself," she sighed. And she did. But first she took the time to feed all of her babies, kiss them goodnight, and put them all to sleep. After thrashing the wheat, the little red hen realized that the next step would require some greater muscle power. She needed to carry the wheat to the mill and grind it. Of course, she could try to carry it herself, but it would be much easier and faster if she had a little help. So she went to the barnyard and called out once more, "Does anyone want to help me make bread? I need help to carry the wheat to the mill to be ground." But then came the replies. "Not I," said Pete the pig. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the rat. Oh dear, and poor Little Red Hen. It seemed like all the other animals had something better to do. The Little Red Hen wanted to cry out in frustration and disappointment, but she took her feelings under control, mustered up all of her self-will, and decided to not be upset. "Then I shall do it myself," she said aloud. The Little Red Hen soon found she was much stronger than she thought she was. The sack of wheat fit over her shoulders, and with a heave, she carried it all the way to the mill. The mill was a good distance away, and it took nearly half a day for the Little Red Hen to walk all the way there. Along the way, she had to stop and take a break, for the sun was shining hot, and she got tired quite easily. But she just took those breaks as needed and continued to be happy as she went on her way to the mill. When she finally arrived, the miller told her he would be more than happy to grind the wheat into fine, soft flour to make a loaf of bread for her babies. Happily, the Little Red Hen gave the miller her thrashed wheat and waited patiently until it was ground and ready to be put in a flour sack. Soon her patience was rewarded. The miller handed the Little Red Hen a full sack of freshly ground flour. She was so excited. Soon she would have a beautiful loaf of bread to feed her children. She heaved the sack of flour over her shoulders and walked back to the farmyard at an easy pace. She didn't walk too fast or too slow. She needed to conserve her energy on the way back to the barnyard. When she got back, her babies were stirring awake already, and she was very happy to tell them that now she had flour to bake a loaf of bread. The little chicks were so happy to see their mommy. They fluffed up their feathers real big and greeted her on her arrival. They were so excited when she told them about the bread. They could hardly wait to eat it. The Little Red Hen was quite tired by now and decided to go to bed a little earlier than usual. The sun had not yet set, but the light of its fading colors was beautiful. Pretty pink hues blended with purple, orange, and a tinge of red on the horizon. The Little Red Hen felt exhausted, but was glad to see such gorgeous colors at the end of her long day. She lay down on the straw in the henhouse, tucked her head into her own feathers, closed her eyes, and fell straight to sleep. The next morning, the Little Red Hen was up bright and early, for there was indeed work to be done. She set out at once, leaving her chicks to sleep in a little bit longer. Today she would finally mix the flour, let it rise, and bake the bread. Now this is the fun part, she thought to herself. And so I am sure that Pete the Pig, Cat and Rat will want to help me. She made her way to the barnyard to find them. Seeing all three animals chatting in a circle together, she sang out, "Who would like to help me mix and knead the dough to bake the bread?" But to her dismay, they did not even turn around to face her. Instead, they called out their lazy reply. "Not I," said Pete the Pig. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the rat. And they continued huddling together, chatting about what the Little Red Hen assumed were very important matters indeed. "Well, I guess I will just mix and knead and bake the bread myself," clucked the Little Red Hen. She walked over to the kitchen, put on her baker's cap and apron, poured her flour over the counter, and added some water in the middle of the mound. To the water, she added a pinch of salt and a spoon of yeast. Then she got to work, moulding and mixing, kneading the flour to make a nice, firm, glossy dough. And even here, the Little Red Hen realized she would have to be patient. The dough needed time to rise and time to bake. She gave herself the entire day to do this work, as she was doing it alone. Pete the pig was busy in his sty, rolling about. The cat was powdering her nose, and the rat was practicing hunting for cheese, going round and round in circles. But the little red hen glanced at him and saw that he was in fact only chasing his own tail. Finally, the hour she had been waiting for arrived. The dough had risen. She had put it in the oven to bake, and now she put on 2 gloves to pull it out from the heat. When the little red hen opened the door of the oven, a delicious scent wafted out and filled the whole barnyard. Pete the pig, the cat, and the rat all came running, following their noses to find out where this delicious smell was coming from. They all sniffed the air with delight, and then they saw it. The little red hen retrieving a perfect loaf of bread from the oven. How wonderful it looked and smelled! She turned around and showed her audience the beautiful crust, the perfect dents, the wonderful mounds that lie waiting to be eaten. Now, she smiled, who will help me eat this bread? The 3 waiting animals licked their lips in anticipation. Pete the pig said, "I will." The cat said, "I will." The rat said, "I will." But the little red hen said, "Oh, no, you won't. I will eat the bread all by myself." And she did. Of course, the little red hen had a lot to feed her babies, and each chick got a crunchy, tasty piece of fresh bread. As for Pete the pig, the cat, and the rat, they all learned a very good lesson that day.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. Tonight, I have a wonderful story for you. Many years ago, when some grown-ups still believed in magic, there were 3 children, Wendy, John, and Michael Darling. The Darling family lived in London on a busy, bustling street. On that busy, bustling street, there was a tall tree, and on that tree lived a wise old owl. He never slept at night, you know. He was always wide awake, perched on the tree branch, watching the world pass by at a slower pace. Often, before bedtime, the 3 Darling children would play together in their bedroom, imagining that they were pirates, or fairies, or flying birds and alien things. The wise old owl sometimes listened as the children played, for among all the sounds he loved was the sound of happy children laughing. Sometimes, Mother Darling would knock on the door. "Settle down, children," she would say. "It's almost time for bed." And then Mother Darling would remind them to brush their teeth, pick up all the books and clothes scattered on the floor, and make sure that their school books and backpacks were prepared properly for the next day. But sometimes Mother Darling would not knock at all. She would let them play a little bit longer, for she knew that the children were still children after all. And children need playtime as much as they need sleep. So, on some nights, she would let the grandfather clock tick-tock just a little past 8, and wait 5 extra minutes before knocking on the door. It was on one of those nights, when the streets below still clattered with jingling sounds of horse carriages passing, that the 3 Darling children were playing 5 minutes longer. Wendy, whose real name was Wendy Moira Angela Darling, was pretending to be a flying unicorn. She had on her rainbow-coloured unicorn hairband, her glittery dress, and her rainbow-coloured cotton socks. John Darling, whose real name was John Napoleon Darling, was pretending that he was a powerful, courageous knight. He wielded a plastic sword, tipped his paper crown back in place, and hopped from bed to bed, as if slaying terrible, invisible dragons. And there was little Michael Nicholas Darling. He was the smallest of the Darlings, but you know how sometimes the smallest ones can be the loudest. That's exactly how it was with little Michael. He was pretty good at laughing loud, and crying loud, and snoring loud too. Tonight, Michael Darling was pretending to be a very loud circus clown. "Watch me juggle, Wendy and John," he called in his circus clown voice, tossing 3 bright blue balls over their heads. Once the ball bounced up, bounced down, and then bounced right back up again, landing on the windowsill. The children laughed, and no one, except the little ball, noticed a grey shadow silently slipping through a crack in the window. The shadow, whose form was quite like a boy's, scooted across the window, slipped down the wall, moved over the carpeted floor, and then jumped right into the open sock drawer, where Wendy Moira Angela Darling kept her rainbow-coloured cotton socks. There, the shadow stayed. Until 5 hours later. Many of the streetlights outside had flickered off. The grown-ups had retired to bed, and all the children in London were fast asleep. All the children, including Wendy, John, and Michael. And that was when the little shadow decided to slip out of the sock drawer. But it was also when something else slipped through the Darling family's window. A tiny little golden light. The golden light seemed to tinker like a bell as it whizzed through the window, swirled around the bedroom, zipped this way and that way in the darkness, and finally settled right on the sock drawer where the shadow was. Someone else was at the window. A boy wearing a green cap, green tunic, and green pants. He lifted the window up easily and flew, yes, flew, right to where the light and the shadow were. "Aha, now we've found you," the boy grinned. All at once, that tinkering light turned into the most beautiful little fairy you ever saw. Big, bold eyes, pink, puckered lips, and golden, glittering hair. "Great job, Tinkerbell," said the boy. "We've found you at last, Shadow." The boy opened up the drawer, and it rattled in protest as he pulled on the handle. The shadow jumped right out, up onto the wall. The boy tried to grab the shadow, but it was impossible. The shadow slipped away. The boy and the fairy chased the shadow around and around the room, round and round, and round and round. Shadow wouldn't stop moving around, but the boy wouldn't give up. All this commotion was unusual at this time of night. Wendy, who had already had a hard time getting sleep because of little Michael's snoring, opened her eyes. With her 2 fists, she rubbed her eyelids and squinted. The bedroom was usually dark and quiet during the night, with only the moonlight's glow outside the window. But now, what was this? A tiny light hopping back and forth, flying above her head. And a boy? Wendy sat straight up in bed to make sure she wasn't dreaming. But it was a boy, and she really was awake. Her brothers, John and Michael, were still sleeping. Wendy watched as the boy and the light flew around her room. She watched until she noticed the light changed into a tiny fairy. She watched until she could keep quiet no longer. "Who are you?" Wendy spoke, finally. The boy turned to her. The fairy turned to her. The boy smiled and extended his hand. "The name's Peter. Peter Pan," he replied. "And this is my friend Tinkerbell. And this is my shadow." Peter Pan grasped at the air. And then Wendy saw it, the wriggling, wobbly shadow, trying to get away from the boy's grasp. "Oh, he's a naughty little shadow," said Peter Pan. "He won't stick to me." Wendy laughed. Peter laughed. And the naughty shadow seemed to laugh too. "You see? I told you he was a naughty shadow," Peter Pan said. "Maybe I can help you get him to stick," said Wendy. She got up out of bed and took out her sewing box. It was full of bright-coloured yarn balls, buttons, and needles. Wendy was good at making stuff. In fact, she had made her own unicorn headband and her own rainbow-coloured cotton socks. She had stitched the night costume which her brother John wore, and had also made a clown nose for her brother Michael out of a handmade red pom-pom ball. "Maybe I can sew your shadow back on," said Wendy to Peter. "Now that is a fantastic idea," said Peter. "But you haven't told me your name yet." "Wendy Moira Angela Darling," Wendy replied. "But you can just call me Wendy." "All right, Wendy," said Peter. "Nice to meet you, Wendy." "And I'm Michael." Everyone turned to look at little Michael Darling, who was now sitting up in bed. "I'm 4 years old," he called out loud. "He's my brother," explained Wendy. "And my other brother John is there." She pointed to the pile of blankets on her brother's bed. "Nice to meet you all," said Peter Pan. "Now, you say you can fix my shadow." "I'll sure try," said Wendy. She opened up her sewing box, found the perfect sized needle, and a spool of dark green thread, the same colour as Peter Pan's shoes. Turning on a night lamp, she threaded the needle, knotted it, and asked Peter Pan to give her both his shoes. In no time at all, Wendy had sewn the shadow back onto Peter Pan's shoes. He slipped his feet back into them, hopped up onto the bed beside her, and tested it by doing a little kick dance to see if the shadow would get away. Not this time. The shadow stuck quite well, because of Wendy's fine, just right stitches. Peter Pan was very pleased. Wendy was very pleased. The shadow, well, it had no choice. "Thanks, Wendy, for fixing my shadow." "You're welcome, Peter," smiled Wendy. Peter threw his arms around Wendy for a big hug. And what do you know? Tinkerbell was not very pleased. The little fairy whirled around in protest, perhaps unhappy that Peter had found a new friend, and worried that he might not fly around with her so much anymore. "Oh, Tink," said Peter Pan. Tinkerbell had nothing to worry about. Peter Pan had lots of friends, but he would always love Tinkerbell the most. Peter Pan turned to Wendy. "Come away with us," said Peter. "For just one night, come with us to Neverland." "Neverland?" asked Wendy. "But I've never heard of it. I've never heard of Neverland either." They all turned to see John, who was now also sitting up in bed, with a look of wonder on his face. "And I never heard of Neverland either," called the third voice, this time much louder. It was little Michael. "Never heard of Neverland? Well, that's a first," Peter Pan replied in disbelief. The three children shook their heads. "Oh, then I must tell you all about it," cried Peter. "Neverland is the happiest place in all the universe. It is also an amazing adventure land. There lives a princess, Tiger Lily, my friends the Lost Boys, and all sorts of magical creatures. I was born in Neverland, and I'll never ever leave it. Well, except for when my shadow gets away." The three darling children were listening, wide-eyed. "So, what do you say? Would you like to come with me to Neverland?" asked Peter Pan. "Sure, but how do we get there?" asked Wendy. "Is there a nighttime train?" "Trains are for slow folk," smiled Peter Pan. "We get to fly." And at that last word, fly, Peter Pan flew straight up to the ceiling. All three children gasped in surprise. "You can fly!" they all said in unison. "Oh, of course, and so can Tinkerbell, and so can you." "Oh no, we can't," said John, who always thought things through. "I'll teach you," replied Peter. And he started to sing a little song. "Now listen close and gather round. I'll tell you exactly how I found the secret of the bumblebee, the soaring winds, Tinkerbell and me. You think a happy thought, and then you think about it once again. As soon as that thought becomes a smile, you'll find you can fly for over a mile." "That's it? Just a happy thought?" said Michael, who wasn't so sure. "Well, that's it," replied Peter Pan. "But they must be happy thoughts that rhyme." "Well, let me try," said Wendy, and she started to think of a happy thought poem. She thought about her mother darling and all the things she loved to do. "Chocolate cookies, skies that are blue, happiness is holding hands with you." At that moment, Wendy's feet lifted up off the ground a little. She gasped in happy surprise and wiggled her toes. She went straight up. She continued to rhyme. "Snowflakes for days, pumpkin pie pots, mother and father, and pink polka dots, rainbow unicorns, glittery glue. Flying is, well, pretty easy to do." "What did I tell you?" laughed Peter Pan. "Now you try, little Michael." "Yes, Michael, try to rhyme and try to fly," said Wendy. She was still floating up above the bookshelf. Little Michael gave it a go. Okay, building my blocks, stacking beach rocks." And then Michael lifted up off the carpet a little. "Circus clowns, teddy bears, magic shows, crunchy pears." Now he floated all the way to the top of the room. Michael laughed and told his big brother to try it too. And so John, who usually never listened to Michael, decided to, just this once. "Soccer, summer, marshmallows, ice cream, racing cars, trucks, and climbing up trees, fishing with Dad, Mummy not mad." Wendy gave a little giggle at that last nice thought, and up went John, up, 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 until he was on the same level above as his sister and brother. "Now we can fly," all three darling children sang together. "If you can imagine happy things, those thoughts lift you up and give you wings," sang Peter Pan. But just then, as quickly as they started to float, they began to sink. First it was Wendy, who landed on the bed. Then Michael lost his flying balance too and sank to a pillow. Unfortunately, John's landing wasn't so soft. Oof! He hit his chin on the carpeted floor as he fell. Poor John. Poor Wendy. Poor Michael. Poor darling children. Tinkerbell shook her head. She rolled her eyes, for she knew better. Of course you just can't fly by thinking happy thoughts. It was Peter Pan who came to his senses. But of course, Peter Pan echoed Tinkerbell's feelings. She knew all along what the real secret was. Well, there were 3 secrets, in fact. Peter Pan held his hands out to the children and lifted them up to standing position as he sang another rhyme. Well, I'll admit, in order to fly, there are 3 more things that you should try. A dash of hope, a pinch of trust, and a sprinkle of magic fairy dust. A dash of hope, a pinch of trust, and a sprinkle of magic fairy dust, echoed Wendy. When she had said those last 2 words, fairy dust, Peter Pan beamed. He flew over to where Tinkerbell was sitting on the draw ledge, got down on one knee, and begged the little sulking fairy. "Oh, Tinkerbell, please won't you share some fairy dust?" Tinkerbell loved Peter Pan so much, she knew that she would always do whatever he said. He didn't even have to beg. And so she agreed, flittering, fluttering, hovering her silvery wings over the children. And with a flick of her slender fingers, she showered all 3 darling children with a great big pile of fairy dust. "Oh, Tinkerbell, it's so pretty!" exclaimed Wendy. She thought that she had never seen such sparkly glitter in all her life. As the tinkling fairy dust settled all over the children, in their hair, and on the tips of their eyelashes, and even on John's freckled nose, they began to fly, and fly, and fly, and fly, until Wendy Darling, and John Darling, and little Michael Darling flew right out the window. Swoosh into the starry sky. Swoosh into the magical moonlight. Swoosh. Peter Pan flew right along with them, taking Wendy's hand in his as he passed. The cobblestone street below began to look further and further away. The parked cars seemed to shrink. The treetops now appeared as bushes in the distance. The school building and the post office and city hospital nearby, they all grew smaller and smaller and smaller. The 3 darling children couldn't believe their eyes or their bodies. What a beautiful feeling this was, to fly over the rooftops of houses, over the lakes, and over the clouds. They all felt as if they could fly forever. "We can fly, we can fly, we can fly," all 3 children chanted in unison. "Oh yes, you sure can," said Peter Pan. "And now you can fly all the way to Neverland." "Hooray!" shouted little Michael. "Well, I can't wait to see the other planets," called out John. And Wendy's heart grew warm at this new feeling of no weight holding her down at all. "I can't wait to see Neverland," she whispered, to nobody in particular. That starry night in London, no one noticed the 3 darling children flying away. No one, that is, except for the wise old owl, who was still awake. He had been listening to their laughter, their rhyming, their joy, and it made him tuck some extra happiness inside his feathers too. The wise old owl saw the children fly out of the window and over the moon. The wise old owl gave a hoot. Hoo, hoo. It's nice to think of things that give you happiness and wings. The owl winked, and the moon winked back. It rose higher in the sky, as the children kept on flying. They followed Peter Pan and Tinker Bell, leaving the sleeping city behind, and soaring off to a new adventure.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. Tonight, I will take you on a journey to a magical good night's sleep with the story of The Princess and the Pea. Once upon a time, in a kingdom far away, there lived a kind and handsome prince with hair that was as yellow as the sun and eyes as blue as the deepest ocean. Now, this prince was perfect in every way that you can ever imagine, except for the fact that he was very fussy. He fussed about everything, from the way his clothes had to be folded exactly to a neat rectangle, to the angle his emerald-encrusted crown had to be placed on his head so that it didn't crinkle his perfectly groomed golden hair. He even fussed about how the food that was served to him during mealtimes should be placed on his plate in such a way that it must never touch each other when he ate. Oh, it drove the people around him mad. But they loved the prince so much, or at least they wanted to please him so much, that they overlooked this side of him. No one thought that his fussiness would cause a big problem until the day came that he had to choose a bride. The prince didn't want to marry just any ordinary girl. She had to be a real princess. Alas, the prince couldn't find anybody in his kingdom who was a real princess, so he decided to set off and travel the world to find a real princess for him to marry. To help him, his parents, the king and queen, ordered a large ship with large white sails to be prepared to take him around the world. The ship was loaded with everything the prince would need for his journey around the world. Delicious food, fruits and vegetables, cheeses, as well as barrels of wine. His grooms, squires, and knights also accompanied him on his journey. With the help of his trusted servants, the prince packed 2 big brown leather bags that he needed on his trip. Each bag was filled to the brim with neatly folded clothes that were carefully arranged according to color. 6 pairs of shoes in black, brown, dark blue, red, white, and green, as well as several bags of gold coins and jewels. And so the prince sailed all over the world, hoping that he would meet a real princess that he could marry. He went to a kingdom in the freezing north to meet a beautiful ice maiden whom he'd heard had the voice of an angel. When he went there, the maiden was beautiful indeed, with hair as red as a rose and her skin as white as snow. But when she opened her mouth to sing, her voice sounded like a croaking frog. She certainly was not a real princess. Disappointed, the prince went to the desert kingdom, where he heard that their princess's dancing put the swans to shame. When he went there, the princess was very charming, but when she danced, she had 2 left feet and always fell flat on her face. She wasn't very graceful at all, and obviously not a real princess. Not yet discouraged, the prince went on to visit countless other princesses from other kingdoms, but of all of them, none was a real princess. The prince went back home extremely disheartened because he was unable to find a real princess whom he could marry despite all his efforts. The king and the queen consoled him when he got back, but at the same time, they were also very worried that at this rate, their son might never find a real princess to marry. One evening, a terrible storm ravaged the kingdom. Rain poured down from the sky in big, heavy drops, while thunderbolts and lightning filled the sky. Everybody in the kingdom was hunkered down in their homes, including the king, the queen, and the prince. Near midnight, just as the king and the queen were getting ready to be in bed, a loud knock was heard and echoed in the palace amidst the howling winds and heavy rain. The queen herself went out of bed and opened the door because she was curious about who on earth would be outside in this horrendous weather. When she pulled back the palace bolts, a bedraggled girl with wet, sopping hair clinging to the sides of her face stood before her. She was shivering uncontrollably as the water continuously dripped from her head down to her clothes and out of her shoes. "Goodness me, come in and get out of the freezing rain," said the queen as she pulled the girl into the castle and tugged the palace door shut. "Who are you, and what are you doing outside in this weather?" asked the queen as she looked at the trembling girl in front of her. "I am a princess from a faraway land," the girl answered through chattering teeth. "I was traveling with my caravan and we got separated by this storm. Please let me stay the night at the castle." The queen observed the girl's wet, tangled hair, her torn clothes, and her wet, squishy shoes, and thought to herself that there was no way this girl was a real princess. She wasn't even wearing a crown. The queen mused. "I am a real princess," the girl repeated, her skin now turning blue from the cold. Although she had her doubts, the queen was kind, and she couldn't bear the thought of sending this girl outside in the rain. She decided to offer her a warm bath and bed for the night. "I'll soon find out if she's a real princess," the queen thought to herself, as she ordered her handmaids to attend to the girl, give her a wash, and dress her. While the princess was in the bath, the queen instructed her servants to put not one, not two, not even 5, but 20 mattresses on top of one another. And on top of the 20 mattresses, she told her servants to put 20 more feather beds to be piled on top of one another. The finished bed was so high that it almost reached the castle ceiling. To reach the top, a long, long ladder was needed. The queen then dismissed her servants and secretly put a small green pea at the bottom of the mattresses. After the warm, soapy bubble bath, the girl began to look more like a princess. The queen took a closer look at her as she led her to the room that she would sleep in at night. She saw that the girl had beautiful, long, flowing brown hair that fell past her shoulders, big, round, green eyes, and a kind smile. "Here you go, dear. I hope that you find the bed comfortable and that you sleep well at night. Now, up you go," the queen said to the girl. The princess didn't say anything as she obediently climbed the ladder to the top of the bed. She was so tired from everything that had happened that she was sure that she would fall asleep right away. The bed looked very soft and comfortable, and she was looking forward to a good night's sleep. Sleep tight the Queen said, as she blew out the candles in the room and closed the door. The next day, the girl was invited by the Queen to join them for breakfast. The princess appeared at the breakfast table, looking very tired and sleepy. "Good morning, everybody," she said, stifling a yawn. "Good morning, dear. Did you sleep well?" the Queen asked, while taking a sip of her piping hot black morning coffee. "Well, Your Majesty, to be honest, I hardly slept a wink last night. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but I kept tossing and turning because I felt that I was lying in something hard. I swear I have bruises all over my body this morning," she said, yawning. The Queen felt very happy when the princess said this. She stood up in her chair, looked at her son, the prince, who was about to eat his perfectly fried egg in front of her, and said, "Here is your real princess. Only a real princess can feel a pea through 20 mattresses piled on top of one another and 20 beds on top of that. Nobody but a real princess has such a delicate and sensitive skin." The prince was overjoyed when he heard this. At last, his search was over. His real princess was sitting right in front of him at the breakfast table having breakfast. After some time, the prince and the princess, after getting to know each other, fell in love with each other, got married, and lived happily ever after. And you know what happened to the pea that started it all? They say that the prince put it on a pillow inside the Royal Museum, and it remains there up to this day. And they also say that this is a true story.
Hello. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Joe, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, I will tell you a story of a merchant's adventures and how he became the most well-known sailor. Our story begins on a hot day in the city of Baghdad, in a country that we now know as Iraq. Sinbad the porter was in the town transporting goods in order to earn enough money to buy his family food for the day. Such was the daily life of a porter. At noontime, he was already tired from running around the city, bringing goods from one store to the next. It was already lunchtime, but he barely had something to eat. Exhausted, he sat under the shade of a tree and fanned himself with his hat. As he sat down, he marveled at the gigantic mansion that sprawled the entire block. The estate had a massive golden door, which was slightly ajar with merry music echoing from the inside. The smell of food cooking wafted through the air, which made Sinbad the porter's stomach rumble as he grew exceedingly hungry. Surely there was a feast inside, and Sinbad the porter was very curious about the mansion's owner. He wanted to take a peek inside, but guards were standing outside the gates. "Who lives here in such a fine mansion in the city?" Sinbad the porter asked one guard who stood watch outside. "How can you be in Baghdad and not have heard of our master, Sinbad the Sailor?" replied the guard. "He has sailed to many magnificent places and had many adventures. The entire city knows his name. Surely you have heard of him." Since the porter was not from the city, he had not heard of this man they called Sinbad the Sailor, nor had he heard any tales of his adventures. He was just a simple porter who lived a simple life outside of the city.
Sinbad the porter realized that he and the man who owned the mansion had the same name, but unlike his namesake, Sinbad the porter had to endure a hard life. He worked every day in the summer's heat and the cold of winter, carrying heavy loads to make ends meet. While here in the mansion, Sinbad the sailor lived in luxury all his days without having to lift a finger. Disappointed in his fate, the porter felt very sorry for himself. "Oh, how unfair this life is!" Sinbad the porter called out to the heavens with his fist in the air. "Here this man has the same name as I, but why are our lives so different? Why must I toil every day while this man can live in luxury? What have I done to deserve such a fate?" As Sinbad the porter continued to cry out loudly, one guard took him by the arm and led him inside the mansion gates. "Our master Sinbad the sailor has invited you inside. He wants to speak with you in person," the guard explained as he led Sinbad the porter inside. "Me? But why? Oh my, I must be in trouble," the porter replied. "Just come with me," the guard answered sternly. As they walked inside the mansion's hallways, the porter marveled at such great treasures on display. The mansion was unlike anything that he had seen in his life. Surely the man who owned this place was wealthy and powerful. Sinbad the porter felt all the sorrier for his fate. He was afraid of being punished for what he had said. They led Sinbad the porter to a majestic hall where a feast was being held. A long table seated many guests, and there was every food you could imagine on the table. A lot of merriment was in the court with dancers and singers for entertainment. Music from a lyre filled the air. Countless servants were busy attending to the guests. It was colorful, loud, and merry. At the end of the long table, there was one man seated, dressed in the most elegant robes. This man was unmistakably Sinbad the sailor. The porter was at once excited and afraid at the sight of so many guests looking at him. He felt out of place in the company of so many noble people. Sinbad the sailor waved his hand and signaled him to sit on an empty chair beside him. Once he was seated, he was attended to by servants. However, Sinbad the sailor personally served him wine and filled his plate. "I have heard your cries outside the walls of my house," Sinbad the sailor told the porter as he poured wine into his cup. "Do tell me more." "Please, Lord, please forgive me. I was tired from the day's work and the heat caused me to say things that I did not mean. Please do not punish me. I am sorry for the words that I have said. It is just that I toil every day, but I get almost nothing in return. Whereas you and I share the same name, our fates are far too different. Please do not think I have been unfair. This fortune was not given to me, but I have worked hard for years to build this majestic house. I have been on great adventures all over the world that have led to the fortune that I have today." Everyone in the room was now looking at Sinbad the sailor. "As a matter of fact, I will tell you the tales of my adventure right now." With all the guests listening in, Sinbad the sailor told the tales of his first adventure. "My father was a prosperous merchant and had entrusted me a substantial fortune. I was a young man, and I did not know what to do with such wealth that I ended up spending it all on useless things. I spent it all on wine and merriment with friends who left me when I had no more money in my pocket. When I realized my error, it was too late. I had nothing to my name, and I had wasted my father's legacy. To regain my father's honor, I became a merchant myself.
I embarked on my first journey with other merchants who I met along the way. The first few months sailing in the rough seas made me seasick, but I was quick to recover. And as sailing became more natural to me, the life of a merchant also became easier. During this voyage, we docked in many ports and bought and exchanged goods such as silk and spices. We were able to make a minor fortune for ourselves that way. I was content with living the life of a simple merchant, and such was our life on board for the months to come. One sunny day, the ship's captain spotted a beautiful island with a lush green scenery and a pristine white beach. Everyone on board agreed to dock on this island paradise. After working so hard all these months, everyone was excited to take some time off on a beautiful island. When the ship docked, everyone was quick to explore. It was a beautiful island, and we had this paradise all to ourselves. One merchant made a bonfire. As everyone sat around it and enjoyed the food and drinks, the ground moved violently. Before long, the island flooded with water and seemed to turn in on itself. It turns out, this island was a giant whale who was asleep the whole time but was awoken when it was disturbed by the noise we were making. The whale dived back into the ocean and created giant waves in its descent. "Swim back to the ship," the captain shouted, as the whale continued to submerge deeper and deeper into the ocean, sucking us into a whirlpool. All the other merchants made it back to the ship after struggling to get out of the water, but I was sucked into the powerful whirlpool. I clung on to a floating piece of driftwood that barely kept me afloat as I struggled to get out of the current. The captain lost sight of me and thought that I was gone, so he set sail without me. After a while, with the whale gone, the ocean tides returned to their original calm. I was at the mercy of the ocean as I let the waves take me in any direction. I clung on to the piece of wood that kept me afloat. After days of floating aimlessly in the ocean, the waves whisked me off to a small island just when I had almost lost strength. When I came ashore, I was famished after not eating for days at sea. I found some fruit and herbs that filled me enough to help me regain some of my strength. As I walked further down the shoreline, I spotted a white horse struggling in the water. To my surprise, I found that this majestic white mare was being pulled underwater by a sea monster. This sea monster took the form of a horse and was forcefully dragging the white mare into the water to drown. After struggling with the sea monster for quite a while, I was able to save the white mare. After being defeated, the sea monster retreated back into the ocean. The horse neighed as if to thank me, but with all my energy drained, I collapsed on the shore. A while later, a band of soldiers approached me, and one soldier helped me get on my feet. "You have saved the king's favorite horse," said the soldier. "As an act of gratitude, let me introduce you to the king." Although still dizzy, I got up on my feet and followed the soldier's march back to the palace. The king's palace looked majestic even from afar. Towering stone pillars decked with gold glimmered under the sun, with a high wooden door greeting you at the entrance. Upon entering the king's court, I bowed my head in respect. "My men told me you have saved my favorite horse," the king said, his voice echoing in the great hall. "Yes, your majesty. Even if I had not known it was yours, I would have done the same for any creature," I replied. "Please accept my gifts as a sign of gratitude, and while you are here on my island, you may consider yourself as my guest in this palace." The king had given me a beautiful robe to wear and valuable treasures as gifts. I stayed in the palace for some time. While in the palace, I quickly gained favor with the king. He considered me as one of his trusted advisors, and I filled my days with great enjoyment in the king's court. One day, as I was strolling along the docks, I spotted a familiar ship. I knew that ship, even from afar, for I have sailed on it many times as a merchant. Yes,
It was the same ship that took me to that whale we mistook for an island. I spotted the ship's captain, and I approached him just as they were unloading the ship's cargo. "Ahoy, Captain!" I called out as I came closer. "Sinbad, is that you?" the captain exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh, thank heavens you're alive and well. I thought that the whale had swallowed you." "I was fortunate to have survived, and more fortunate to have arrived at this island," I replied. "Please forgive me. If I had known you were alive, I would not have left you," the captain apologized. "Do not worry, it is all forgiven," I said. I peered into the ship's cargo and saw that all my goods were still in the hull. "I see that you still have all my goods on the ship." The captain nodded his head. "As they rightfully belong to me, I would wish to have them back and do with as I please, and when you sail back to Baghdad, I wish to come with you," I said to the captain. The captain agreed, and I took all my goods from the ship and transported them back to the king's palace. "My king, please accept these gifts as a sign of my gratitude, for without your help, I would be nothing," I told the king as I laid out all my goods of fine silk and spices. "I accept your gifts, but you have to accept mine. Consider these as tokens for our parting," said the king, as his servants walked into the room carrying chests of treasures. "I will be on my way now, my king. Your gifts are very much appreciated." "Go on, you have my blessing to leave when you please, Sinbad the Sailor," replied the king as he bade me farewell. After saying our goodbyes, I boarded the ship with chests full of the king's treasures. After a long time living on this island, I was excited to go home to see my friends and family. It was a lengthy journey back to Baghdad, and we made many stops in different cities along the way. In every town that our ship docked in, we bought and traded our goods, selling most of the king's treasures. So valuable were the king's treasures that before we reached Baghdad, I was already a wealthy man. It was with this fortune that I could build this magnificent mansion and provide a splendid life for my family. When Sinbad the Sailor finished telling the story of his first adventure, the people were in awe. There was silence in the grand hall before it erupted in applause. "So do not think that I have simply been given this fortune, my friend," Sinbad the Sailor told the porter. "If you come back tomorrow, I have more stories to tell of my adventures." With that said, Sinbad the Sailor gave the porter 100 pieces of gold and sent him on his way. The porter thought about what Sinbad the Sailor had said and couldn't wait to go back tomorrow to hear more about his adventures.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will be your guide on a magical adventure to an enchanted forest. Once upon a time, in the beautiful enchanted woods of northern Europe, there stood a little fir tree. He was one of the smallest fir trees in the forest, but his was a happy place. Happy, at least, for all the other creatures around him. For in his forest, there was sunshine nearly every day, and of course moonlight every night. The air was clean and crisp and clear, and on a day like today, in October, all the other trees were losing their leaves and colors, but not the fir tree. And this was one of the fir tree's gifts, to retain a deep, dark, beautiful green color all year round. However, this little fir tree was a bit unhappy, because he wanted to be more than just a little fir tree. He wanted to stand taller, grow bigger, be higher than any other fir tree in the forest. Sure, he had birds that flew between his boughs. He had children who played around his shade. He had mushroom friends that sprouted all around him during mushroom season. But this was not enough for the fir tree. It was not enough that the children cried, "How pretty this fir tree is," whenever they played around him. It was not enough that they liked his shade, his beauty. All he wanted to do was grow taller and be the greatest fir tree in the forest. Well, time passed, and the little fir tree did grow a good deal taller. By December of that year, when winter saw the forest deep in snow and ice, the little fir tree had shot straight up, just as he wanted. He could see above the rooftops of homes in the distance. He could see the lights flickering on in the evenings. And he knew that during the season, the fathers in those homes would come to collect the best fir trees in the forest. "Oh," said the fir tree one day, "I am finally as high as the other trees, able to spread out my branches, and with the tops of those branches, look how far I can see. I can gaze straight out into the wide world." He felt very proud indeed. On the day that the woodcutters came to chop down the best trees, the fir tree stood, ready and waiting. He heard the crackling noises the great saws made as they felled the trees all around. The whirring, burring sound. It was not too loud for the fir tree. He actually felt excited and hoped that they would come to him. He knew that if he wanted to be one of the decorated fir trees, then the woodcutter would have to chop him down and take him away. And he simply couldn't wait for this to happen. He knew about it because it happened every year. And every year, he watched as the woodcutters came and took the best tall trees. After chopping them down, they laid the trees in horse carts, and the animals dragged them away to be decorated in warm, wonderful homes. And he knew this because at night he could see the lights of those homes as they shone. During the day, the snow covered almost everything in the forest. It was all very still and very white. However, it was in the evenings that the real magic of winter would begin. All was still and quiet, but if the trees listened, they would hear sounds of piano wafting out from one of the houses. The fir tree imagined that he could live there one day and come to know who made that beautiful music. One day, as the wind was passing by, she noticed that the fir tree was looking rather sad. So, the wind gave an extra gentle kiss to his branches and said, "What is troubling you, dear fir tree? Why do you look so down? Look up, for the sun is shining. See how it glitters on the sparkling snow. See how it lights up the snow on your branches. See how the little birds still flutter to you. Cheer up, dear tree." The fir tree heard the wind, but did not feel much like cheering up. All he could think about was that he had longed to be brought into a beautiful home, for he was getting quite bored of this forest where he had lived his whole life. "Thank you for your kindness, wind," the fir tree finally replied. But for me, the greatest splendor and the greatest magnificence one can imagine is still far from this forest. For I have peered through the windows of the human homes and saw how they planted the trees in the middle of decorated rooms and filled them with tinsel and apples and candles and even more beautiful things. The wind danced around the tree and hoped, for his sake, that the tree could have his wish. Then she swooped over to other parts of the forest and danced her winter dance. One day, the wish of the fir tree did come true. A man with an axe in hand approached him, striking him deep and cutting him down. The fir tree fell to the earth in one swift move. And even though this was the moment he had been waiting for, it suddenly felt sad to be cut down. The fir tree did not realize that to be taken out of the forest, the only home he knew, would feel very, very strange indeed. And as he was loaded onto the horse cart and carried away, he suddenly felt that he wanted to be left in the warm, good earth instead. But it was too late. The tree was carried away to the village and brought into a house. It was a great big house with lots of lights and tinsel and candles and fruits, just as he had imagined before. Inside the house, the tree was amazed by what he saw. Portraits hanging on the walls, fancy furniture and ceramic vases. A large carpet rug stood in the middle of the living room, and on the hearth, a warm fire was lit. This made the fir tree feel cozy and a bit more comfortable with his place in this home. In a few moments of this warmth, it began to feel less strange. He looked around and saw other items in the house. Large easy chairs, silken sofas, large tables full of picture books and toys. And he thought that these must belong to some very nice children. He was right, for in a few minutes, those very children entered the home. They shouted in delight when they saw the fir tree and hugged their mother and father. Then they set to work, stringing all sorts of decorations and shiny things on the tree. Sugar plums, gilded apples and walnuts, tiny wooden dolls and nutcracker soldiers, rocking horses and miniature models, tiny clocks, and a whole lot of candles. The baubles were the best items, the fir tree thought. They were shiny and reflected anything and everything. So the little children looked into the shiny ball ornaments and laughed as they saw their faces changing shapes and growing rounder in the ornament's reflection. This was very entertaining, and their behavior entertained the fir tree too. The fir tree could not wait to be lit up with lights, for this would make him the happiest he had ever been in his life. Then, at that precise moment, he heard the children asking their mother when they could see the tree lit up. "This evening," promised the mother, "we will light the Christmas tree this evening." So that was what he was called now, the fir tree thought to himself, a Christmas tree. And for the first time in his long, long life, the fir tree felt very useful indeed. "Oh," thought the tree, "how I will shine in the evening. If only the evening were here now. If the candles were lit and then I wonder what will happen. Maybe the other trees from the forest will come to look at me. I suppose you thought a fir tree does not have thoughts, much less speaks to himself. But this fir tree did have a mind of his own. And he continued thinking, perhaps the birds will beat against the window panes and then fly off to tell all the living creatures in the forest how beautiful I look now. I wonder if I shall live here all my life. Must I now take root here and stand all through the long winter, spring and summer covered with ornaments? Oh, I do hope so. And while the fir tree was having these thoughts, so impatient to be lit, and wondering how long it would be till evening came, he got a pain in his back and found it hard to stand up straight. Now this pain in his back was a bit like the headaches one gets sometimes after a long day of thinking and thinking. Soon the evening came. How splendid! The candles were lit, how they glowed. The brightness was so illuminating that even the fir tree himself trembled a little at its loveliness. But, oh dear, as he trembled and shook, his branches swayed a little too vigorously, so that the flame from the candle caught onto a drier bit of his fur. It instantly caught flames, and the entire branch burned a golden blaze. "Help! Help!" cried a maid, who called another maid, and they quickly put the fire out. Now the fir tree wanted to tremble even more, but he dared not. He feared he would likely ruin everything, and then they would cast him aside, a good-for-nothing tree. As he was having these thoughts, the door of the living room burst open. A troop of children rushed in, followed by some older people. They were even more excited than before, their smiles even brighter now. What is going to happen now? The tree thought. And even though half of the candles were now put out, the children have been given permission to scramble underneath the tree. It looked like they were pulling out the wrapped gifts from underneath him. The children were calling out names and passing the gifts around. They were excited and laughing, and the adults were drinking and laughing too. So much merriment the fir tree had never seen in his life. Truth be told, he was a bit worried that they might be a little too excited and tear him down. So the fir tree tried to hold very, very still. As you can imagine, if he had not been fixed firmly to the ground, he would certainly have tumbled right down. The children continued dancing around, tearing open the gift wrappings and presents until the pile of colorful paper was nearly as high as the pile of gifts had been. Glitter was everywhere, and toys and playthings. Now, a fat man with a white beard entered, in clothes that were all red and white. He had a red hat on, too, with a fluffy white ball at the end. The fir tree thought he was the most curious old man he had ever seen. The moment the old man appeared, all the children began to crowd around him excitedly and chant. "A story, they cried, pulling the little fat man towards the fir tree. He seated himself right under it, on a nice plush red cushion. And when all the children were settled and sitting too, he said, "Now we are settled down, children, and all of you have opened your gifts. And now the tree can listen too. But tonight, I have many children to visit and many stories to tell. So I shall tell you just one story. Is that okay?" The children cheered and were not sour at this news. Instead, they huddled closer, and even the adults went quiet at the announcement of a story. Now, what would you all like to hear? A story about Ivedy-Avedy or Humpty Dumpty? The egg that tumbled down the stairs, broke into 1,000 pieces, and still became the prince and married the princess? Ivedy-Avedy, cried some. Humpty Dumpty, cried the others. The Fir Tree himself wondered which story he would rather hear, for he had never heard either Ivedy-Avedy or Humpty Dumpty before. They both sounded like delightful and interesting stories. But the children started arguing and bawling between themselves, for some wanted one and others wanted the other. As for the Fir Tree himself, he thought now, should I now bawl with the rest? Or should I just stand here and be still forever? In the end, he decided to do what he had to do. He bawled and shook and trembled, and all the adults thought that some strange wind had blown through the house and shook the tree from its roots. The children, however, well, they did not seem to notice. And the fat man in red told them about Humpty Dumpty that tumbled down, the egg who became a prince, and at the end of the story, married the princess. And the children clapped their hands and cheered. They now wanted 2 stories, even though the fat man in the red suit had told them there was only time for one. Yes, they wanted to hear about Ivedy-Avedy too. But the little man had decided to teach them a lesson and keep to his word. Now, the Fir Tree was standing quite still, absorbed in thought. For this was a story that he had never heard from the forest wind before. And of course, the birds in the woods had never told a story like this. Humpty Dumpty, eggs that fall downstairs and still get to marry the princess. The Fir Tree thought to himself. Strange stories these children like to hear. I suppose that's the way of the world, thought the Fir Tree. As he was thinking, he realized that he also quite liked the story and wanted to believe it all, because the little old man in the red suit was such a good storyteller, and he told the story with such earnestness. It almost made the Fir Tree believe that this could happen to him too. Well, who knows, he said to himself. Perhaps I may fall downstairs too, and then, even when I am good and cracked, I shall get a princess for a wife. Wouldn't that be a crazy thing? A tree for a king, with a princess for a wife. And he wondered if tomorrow, the fat man in the red suit would come back again to tell another story. This thought in particular made him look forward to tomorrow with joy. Maybe then he would be lit with new candles. Maybe then he would be decked out again with lights, toys, pears and apples, and tinsel. But then he decided to promise himself one thing. I won't tremble tomorrow. Yes, that was a good promise. I will fully enjoy all my splendor. Tomorrow, perhaps, the old man will come to tell the story of Humpty Dumpty, and perhaps he will let the children hear the story of Ivedy-Avedy too. And with this happy thought, the Fir Tree stood still and in deep thought the entire night. Soon it was dark. The children went to bed. The fat old man left. The adults had quite enough to eat and drink, and everyone disappeared. Soon, there was no noise to be heard, except for the ticking of the old grandfather clock. In the morning, 2 housemaids came in. The fir tree looked at them expectantly, thinking that they would decorate his branches once more. Now at last, the splendor will begin again, thought the fir tree. But alas, it was not to be. Instead of beautifying the fir tree as they had done the day before, the maids dragged him out of the room. They took the fir tree up the stairs and into a loft. It seemed to be a place where many old things were stored. Perhaps things that had no more use. Things that nobody wanted to keep. The sun did not shine in the loft. The birds did not come here to sing. The daylight did not shine even a tiny flicker here. What's happening now? Thought the fir tree. What is the meaning of this? Nobody answered, and nobody came to light new candles. Instead, he was left on his own in the loft. Time passed, and he grew lonely, but there was plenty of time to think, to pause, to be quiet, and reflect on what had been his life. Then, on a day when it seemed that the whole world had forgotten about the fir tree, he realized that it felt a little warmer than before. Oh, I feel it. The winter is finally passing, thought the fir tree. At that moment, a few little mice entered the room with a squeak here and a squeak there. "It is dreadfully cold here in the loft," said one mouse. "But we can find warmth in this old fir tree." "Why, but I am not old," said the fir tree. "There are many other trees considerably older than I am." "Oh, how do you know this?" asked the mice. "Where do you come from? And what can you do?" The curious mice wanted to know everything. They quizzed the fir tree about his home in the forest, where he had come from, and how he got up here, in this forgotten loft. The fir tree then told them all he knew, for he was happy to finally have some company. "I know the woods, where the sun shines, and where the little birds sing all day long," he said. The mice listened as he told them some happy stories about the woods and how he came here, and even about Christmas Eve, when he was decked out with fruits and tinsel and candles. "Oh," said the little mice, "what a fortunate life you have had, old fir tree. I told you before, I am not old," said the fir tree. "But all old creatures have delightful stories." The mice laughed, and they called 4 more mice in to hear the tales the old tree was telling. "Well, if it must be, come round then, and let this old tree tell you all about Humpy Dumpy, who fell downstairs and yet got a princess." "Humpy Dumpy?" the mice asked. And, to their delight, the fir tree told the whole fairy tale, for he could remember every single word that the fat old man in the red suit had once told. Every night from then on, the little mice would come to hear the stories, and the fir tree soon began to think he was indeed old, because his stories were still so interesting to the mice. And then he began to look forward to their company, for he realized that unless he had someone to tell stories to, well, he might forget them all. He might forget that he once lived in a magical forest, and that he was once a very small fir tree. He might even forget that he once wished to be taller and stronger, and even more grand. If it were not for the nightly stories he was now telling, he would have forgotten the feeling of his first Christmas, when he was decked out with the warmth of candles. And so it was that the fir tree began to look forward to the little mice, whom he now considered his friends. And then, one morning, a lot of people came and entered the loft. The fir tree was pulled out and thrown quite hard and without pomp on the floor. Then, someone took him down the stairs and outside in the sunlight. At last, now a merry life will begin again, the tree thought. The fresh air felt so wonderful, as did the first sunbeam on his branches. Was there ever anything more delightful than this? He soon found himself inside a great courtyard with other fallen trees. Now, then, is this a fir tree party? Well, I shall really enjoy life, said the fir tree as he spread out his branches. But when he looked around, instead of a lovely garden, he saw that these were not flowers around him, but weeds. Weeds and nettles. His golden star of tinsel was still on top of his branches and glittered in the sun. But he did not feel so golden now. He soon realized that he was nearing the end of his days, and his beauty was now in the past. It was something he had not dared think of before, yet now he could not escape the reality. It is over, said the poor tree. If only I rejoiced when I had reason to do so. But now 'tis past, 'tis past. And so it was that the life of the fir tree met its end. His branches were chopped off one by one, and the nettles all fell into a pile with other dry things. But before he was all chopped away, the fir tree managed to smile to himself, for he knew now that all good things must come to an end. With a sigh, with a last breath, with a faint smile, he said, I can now rest. I can now sleep. I can now be content. I have had a good life, and I have told all the stories there were to tell.
Hello there. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Joe, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Sometimes, like Gulliver, we are taken to places that we least expect and, in the end, have the most excellent adventure of our life. What kind of experience will Gulliver have in the kingdom of Lilliput? Let's find out together. But before we go on that journey, let's take a few moments to make sure that you are comfortable and ready to listen. You should already be in a comfortable position, either in your bed or anywhere that you usually lie down to rest. Now, slowly close your eyes. Take a deep breath through your nose. Hold your breath for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Exhale through your mouth. Let's do it one more time. Deep breath through your nose. Hold your breath for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Exhale through your mouth. You are now ready to listen to the story. The story starts in a busy pier in London, where we see a doctor by the name of Lemuel Gulliver boarding an old ship. He was sailing together with two of his closest friends. People know him to be a kind and caring doctor with excellent bedside manners. But exploring and adventuring are two things that he loves to do in his free time. They are sailing to the South Seas, where there's lots of adventures to experience. Lemuel was feeling carefree as he was walking on the wooden gangway, creaking on his every step to enter the ship. However, this trip proved to be more of an adventure than he had bargained for, because several hours after the ship entered the open waters, a big storm descended from nowhere. The skies went black, and the once calm seas became rough. The angry ocean waves battered and tossed the old ship until it sank. Only Gulliver survived by clinging to a floating wooden barrel. He swam for his life, and after swimming against the powerful waves for a few hours, he found himself washed ashore on a sandy beach. He crawled for a few meters to the grassy part of the beach and fell asleep in exhaustion. Gulliver woke up from a long sleep to the bright sunny sky and chirping birds. But when he tried to get up, he quickly found out that strong little ropes were hammered into the ground and covered his entire body. He tried to break free, but the ropes were too strong. Suddenly, he felt something moving up his chest. Goodness, he thought to himself, is it a deadly fire ant? Thankfully, it wasn't, but to his surprise, he found tiny soldiers in full uniform, slowly inching their way across his chest. Each soldier was no higher than his index finger. One soldier walked directly to the middle of his chest and said in a slow, deliberate voice, "Who are you? Are you here to destroy us?" he asked, shouting. It took Gulliver several seconds to realize that the soldier was asking him a question, because although the soldier was screaming, all he heard was a low whisper. "My name is Dr. Lemuel Gulliver. I found myself shipwrecked on your island. I mean your people no harm. Please tell me where I am," Gulliver answered. There was a collective gasp from the crowd that had slowly formed around him. Word had gotten out that there was a giant that washed ashore. "The giant speaks," came an indistinct voice from the crowd. "You are a prisoner in the glorious land of Lilliput. You will be transported and presented to our emperor, who will decide your fate," the soldier standing on his chest answered. Before Gulliver could ask any more questions, his stomach grumbled, which sounded like thunder to the Lilliputians. He couldn't remember when he last ate. "Gulliver, you will be fed while you wait for the Lilliputians to finish building the device that will bring you to the city. Unlike Blefuscu, Lilliput treats its prisoners well," the soldier told him. With this, the soldier went down the ladder that was propped up on Gulliver's shoulder, and before Gulliver could react, planks were being braced up all over his upper body. The Lilliputians, each carrying wheelbarrows, went up on one side of his body and went down the other side. They filled each wheelbarrow to the brim with green and red apples, bananas, and loaves of bread and pastries that he'd never seen before. He instinctively opened his mouth, and the Lilliputians tipped the food onto his waiting tongue. After a dozen wheelbarrows overflowing with food, Gulliver finally felt full. The Lilliputians transferred him using 60 pulleys, working together while still tied with ropes to the stretcher-like device with wheels. 1,500 of the Emperor's best horses pulled Gulliver towards the city of Lilliput. Each horse was about 4.5 inches high. The distance from where he was and the town was only about half a mile, and if Gulliver were to walk, it would take him only about 20 minutes. But the entire trip to the city of Lilliput took at least 3 hours. When they finally entered the city gates, the rows and rows of beautiful tiny houses surrounded by small trees impressed Gulliver. The architecture and the details that adorned each house were magnificent. The horses lurched to a stop. Finally, they arrived. The soldiers loosened his ropes, and Gulliver adjusted his collar and bowed down to the emperor with respect. His perfect manners impressed the emperor, who took an immediate liking to him. "Honorable Emperor, my name is Lemuel Gulliver. I mean no harm to you and your people. My ship sank and it shipwrecked me to your shores, and I have no way to get back home. Please, if you allow it, let me stay in Lilliput for a while. I promise that I will do everything that I can to serve Lilliput while I'm here," he said. The emperor took a few minutes to think about Gulliver's request. He cleared his throat and said, "I will grant your request, Mr. Gulliver. You shall stay and live with us in Lilliput. In return, I only ask that you follow the laws that all Lilliputians follow." The emperor's response overjoyed Gulliver, and he promised to follow the rules just like all the Lilliputians. And so, from that day on, Gulliver lived among the Lilliputians. The citizens found enough wood to build him a small cottage. In return, he helped the townspeople in any way he could. He sometimes offered his assistance to the farmers by tilling the land using only his hand, or the fishermen by casting their nets far into the sea where they could catch more fish. It wasn't long before even those who were suspicious of Gulliver changed their attitudes towards him. He continued to impress the people with his strength, his kindness, and his willingness to help. Because of this, the people grew fond of him, and Gulliver earned the nickname Quinbus Flestrin, which meant Great Man Mountain, a fitting name for a giant living in Lilliput. One night, when the moon was full, Gulliver sat in the castle garden and enjoyed the cool breeze that was gently blowing in the night. He lay down on the grass, looking at the stars, and was deep in thought, when he overheard the emperor talking to his general. "If Blefuscu wasn't so stubborn and agreed with us that eggs should be broken from the small end and not on the big end, then this situation wouldn't have spiraled to the level that it is at now," Gulliver heard the emperor say to the general. "Emperor, we have received reports from our spies that Blefuscu is getting ready to invade Lilliput. If war escalates, we will be at a tactical disadvantage because our army is small compared to Blefuscu's. Furthermore, Lilliput is a peaceful country and war is not something that we are good at doing," the general told the emperor with a worried face. Finally, Gulliver couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Dear Emperor, I apologize, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation about Lilliput's problem with Blefuscu. I promise that if Blefuscu invades Lilliput, I will do everything that I can to help defend Lilliput." The emperor looked at his general, who nodded in approval. He turned to Gulliver and smiled. "Quinbus Flestrin, I will hold you to your word then. But Lilliput will prepare just in case the unavoidable happens," the emperor told him. The next day, word had quickly spread across the kingdom of Lilliput of an imminent war with Blefuscu. The soldiers were busy preparing the horses and the warships in the harbor. They recruited the townspeople to serve as additional soldiers, and they gave them weapons and training. The coming days that followed were tense for the people of Lilliput, as they didn't know when or if Blefuscu would act on their threat of invasion. The once happy and busy streets of Lilliput now took on a quiet and gloomy mood. One day, while Gulliver was sitting on the beach where he was first shipwrecked, he saw a fleet of about 50 small ships, each about the size of his arm, approaching the shores of Lilliput. The vessels came from the direction of Blefuscu. The invasion had started. Alarmed that Lilliput might not be able to handle the assault, Gulliver stood up and waded waist-deep into the sea until he was in the middle of the 50 Blefuscan warships. He heard shouting in the ships, and within seconds the Blefuscans fired their cannons at him. But the iron cannonballs bounced off his body as if they were pebbles. He wasn't hurt at all. Instead, the tiny vessels that surrounded Gulliver amused him. He was reminded of the toy boats that he used to play with in the bathtub when he was a little child. Thinking fast, he gently gathered all the ships and tied them together. He didn't want to hurt the Blefuscans, but he wanted them to stop the invasion. He took a deep breath and blew hard. His breath caught on the sails of the ships, and it sent all of them back to Blefuscu. The war was over. Thanks to Gulliver, the Lilliputians had won. When Gulliver went back to the city, a grand celebration greeted him. There was music, dancing, and excellent food. Everywhere he went, the Lilliputians were shouting his name. He was a hero. The Emperor went outside his balcony to speak to Gulliver. "You have been true to your promise to defend Lilliput against the Blefuscans. For that we are forever in your debt," the Emperor told him. "I couldn't let anything happen to Lilliput, as you've been very kind to me. It's the least I can do for treating me so well," Gulliver said to the Emperor. "For the exemplary deed that you have done, I, the Emperor of Lilliput, make you an honorary citizen of Lilliput," the king declared. The people cheered. The celebration lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and when it was over, everybody in Lilliput and the nearby kingdoms knew who Gulliver was. The Lilliputian history books wrote of his heroic deeds, and he cemented his place in Lilliput's history as a hero. Gulliver lived a beautiful life in Lilliput and slowly forgot London. That is, till one morning, while he sat on the beach, he saw a big log wash up ashore. The enormous log reminded him of how he arrived to Lilliput, and from there, he started to miss his home in London. During his weekly dinner with the king, with him sitting at the table built for him in the castle garden and the Emperor on the balcony, the Emperor noticed that Gulliver was deep in thought. "My friend, you have been a best friend to Lilliput and me. Tell me, what is it that troubles you?" the Emperor asked as he put down his fork and knife and looked at Gulliver, who was unusually quiet that night. "Emperor, to be frank, I have been thinking about my home back in London for a while now. I have filled my stay in Lilliput with wonderful adventures and marvelous people, but I have so missed the company of my people," Gulliver said, looking sad. The Emperor was quiet for a moment, and then he spoke. "Lemuel Gulliver, I will have my people build you a boat big enough to sail you home to your London. I am saddened by your decision to leave us, but I understand." It thrilled Gulliver when he heard what the Emperor had said. He thanked the Emperor for his generosity, and he raised his glass in a toast. The very next day, the Lilliputians began work on his boat. They used the log that washed up ashore to create it. Thousands of Lilliputians joined in an effort to create a boat for Gulliver. They worked day and night, tirelessly, until they completed a beautiful small sailboat, big enough to fit one enormous person like Gulliver. After they fashioned the boat, the Lilliputians filled it with food, water, and other provisions that they thought he might need for his long journey. They also gave him horses, goats, and sheep as gifts despite his protest. When the day of his departure came, the entire kingdom of Lilliput gathered on the beach to bid him goodbye. The sails caught the wind, and Gulliver was off. He waved to the Lilliputians until he could no longer see the island. Gulliver sailed for many days, and he used up most of his food and water. He was getting worried that his attempt to reach London in this tiny boat was a terrible idea. But just as he was giving up, he saw a ship passing by. He waved his hand up and down frantically to attract the attention of the sailors on board. The sailors were astonished to see a man in a small boat in this part of the ocean. The captain of the ship ordered his men to rescue Gulliver. The sailors quickly put out a ladder on the side of the ship and motioned for Gulliver to come and climb up the ladder. Gulliver quickly took the tiny animals from the boat, put them inside his breast pocket, and quickly climbed up the ship. When he was safely on board, they offered him a meal of soup and bread, which he heartily ate. The sailors were curious about where he had come from and why he was on that small boat. Gulliver told them stories of his adventures in Lilliput. After he finished telling his tale, the sailors laughed at him.
Oh, matey, you've got to be joking. There's no such thing as tiny people. Perhaps you've been out at sea for a long time and it's affected your brain, one sailor told him. Gulliver didn't answer. Instead, he reached to his pocket and pulled out the tiny animals that the Lilliputians gave him as gifts. When the sailors saw the small animals, their mouths dropped in amazement. Gulliver had been telling the truth. Gulliver reached London a few days after his rescue. After a while, he resumed his work as a doctor. But instead of a house in the city, he bought a farm just outside London. There, he raised cows, horses, and goats and took excellent care of the tiny animals that the Lilliputians gave him. Gulliver never forgot Lilliput, and because of his many fond memories of that place, he swore that one day he would find his way back to Lilliput to visit the Emperor and his Lilliputian friends. Until then, he will continue to go on new adventures and live his life to the fullest. And that is the end of the story of Gulliver's adventure in Lilliput. I hope that you have enjoyed listening to the story as much as I have enjoyed telling it to you. Good night, and see you again next time.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Laura, and I will guide you to a night of peaceful sleep as I tell you the story of the Beauty and the Beast. Long, long ago, in the lush countryside of France, there was a small village, shaded by groves of trees and laced with the clearest rivers in the world. The cobblestone streets that meandered through the sleepy town centre smelled of fresh-baked bread and wild flowers, and they were alive with the sound of happy villagers going about their daily lives. On the outskirts of the village, there lived a young woman named Belle. Her home was one of the smallest in all of France, but she didn't mind, because she shared the house with the most wonderful person on the planet, her father. While Belle was but 20 years old, her father was much older, a man who had experienced all the joys, losses, and adventures that life had to offer. He spent most of his days tinkering with inventions and telling the townspeople of all the wonderful things he would create. And this love of creation, this wonder of life, was passed down onto his daughter. She spent many of her days lounging in the tall grass of the local meadows, soaking in the sunshine and breathing in the smell of violets, daffodils, and lavender that stretched for miles, all the way to the mountains. And it was in those mountains that there was a castle that had long been forgotten, a castle whose resident had once loved creation and loved the wonders of life just as much as Belle. For in that castle, there lived a beast. The beast lived in isolation and fear, locking himself behind his stone walls, surrounding himself with overgrown gardens and forests of bramble to protect himself from the townspeople. Had Belle known about the poor beast living in solitude, she probably would have journeyed to him by herself, offering comfort and companionship. But tales of the beast were a mere whisper in the town, a legend told around crackling campfires and children's parties. Belle knew what it meant to be an outsider. Her best friends were the books she gathered in her own private library and curled up to read all hours of the day. The townspeople didn't seem to understand her, much like they would never understand the beast. One day, Belle's father set out to visit a neighbouring town and show his invention to the world. As he set off, disappearing into a forest silhouetted by grey storm clouds, Belle couldn't help but feel as though something was about to change in her life forever. Her father wandered the woods for hours as rain poured from the darkening sky. A shiver came over him, the kind of shiver that only autumn rain can bring to a person. He wondered how he would ever escape the forest, and then he came upon a peculiar sight. It was the beast's castle, engulfed in overgrown plants and coated in ivy and moss. Though it looked abandoned, Belle's father could see the warmth of candles radiating from beyond the stained glass windows. He stepped inside, shrugging off the dampness of his travels. An inviting fireplace in the main parlour beckoned to him, inviting him to rest his weary bones for just a moment. As the fire crackled before him, and the rain trickled down, 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 just outside the windows, he felt his eyes grow heavier and heavier and heavier still. Soon he lay on the plush rug and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. But this didn't last long for Belle's father. The beast swept into the room and was taken aback by the sight of a villager in his home. A single villager put his entire way of life at risk. He awakened Belle's father, who was astounded by the sight of the towering beast. Seeing no other option to protect himself, the beast took Belle's father upstairs, locking him away in a jail cell. The beast was unsure of what to do next. For the first time in years, there was another person to talk to. Someone he could connect with. Someone to sharpen his mind and keep him company. But he knew it couldn't last. He was a monster, and the man was sure to betray him at some point, just like all the others had before him. He decided he would keep Belle's father in the castle for the rest of his days. But the beast was unaware of the love Belle had for her father. He was unaware of the lengths she would go to find him and bring him home, where he belonged. That very night, when her father didn't return, Belle set off into the dark of night. She wrapped a warm shroud around her shoulders as she journeyed through the woods in the rain, lighting her pathway with a crackling lantern, which cast the forest in an orange glow. When she stumbled upon the castle, its beauty rendered her breathless. There was something so magical about places that once were places that nature had seemingly taken over. As her eyes traced every brick and balcony, she saw a silhouette in a window in the high, high tower. As she looked closer, she realised it was her father. Without thinking, Belle made her way into the castle. Its warmth immediately comforted her, but as she walked further and further up the stairs, it became obvious her father wasn't here of his own volition. She found him in the cell, and though he warned her of the beast, Belle was unafraid. She didn't believe any living thing could be that terrible, whether they were human or beast. When the beast arrived in the jail, Belle couldn't believe her eyes. He was covered in hair, nearly twice the size of a normal man, but he had eyes that were so human. It felt as though she could see his entire life in them. For a moment, she was mesmerized by those blue eyes. And the beast, he couldn't believe what he was seeing either. Belle lived up to her name. She was a woman of beauty, with eyes that shined with kindness and strength. Belle begged the beast to take her in place of her father, and though her father repeatedly persisted that he didn't want Belle to do so, the beast finally agreed. Belle's father was sent off, back to the tiny cabin on the outskirts of town, nestled between the mountains and the meadows. As he faded into the distance, Belle knew now she was truly alone. Though she was prepared to spend the rest of her life in the jail cell, the beast led her to her own bedroom instead. "I thought I was a prisoner here," Belle said, confusion clouding her words. The beast looked uneasy for a moment, unsure of how to answer, before he replied, "You're no prisoner here." He closed the door behind him, leaving Belle alone. Belle paced, trying to decide what to do about her situation. She saw all that humanity and kindness in the beast's eyes. He had just showed her an ounce of goodness, and she wanted to see more. She lit a fireplace in the room and sat beside it in a plush chair for what seemed like hours. She had a single book that she had happened to have in her apron, and though she had read it before, she read it once more, sitting by that crackling fire. After a few hours, she found herself drifting off to sleep, and though she was in a strange place, with a strange beast, she was somehow unafraid, somehow calm. When morning came, Belle could hear the sound of birds just outside the stained glass window. The window painted the room in a mosaic of blues, reds, and oranges, which shimmered and danced across the hardwood floors. She watched the display for a long time before she realized the castle was entirely silent, aside from the birds. How did the beast live in such solitude? How did he handle waking up in a quiet house, day after day after day? Soon she swept down the grand staircase, looking for the beast. She discovered him in the kitchen, surrounded by a clutter of pots and pans, and the smell of a brilliant breakfast. The beast scurried around the kitchen, struggling to undo bottles of fragrant spices. As the beast tried to crack an egg, Belle stepped into the kitchen and took the egg in her hands, cracking it easily into the bowl. The beast smiled at her, a bit embarrassed. The beast tried to cook on his own, telling Belle he would cook for her, but Belle insisted. "Since I'm staying here, I'd love to help." The two worked together to create a mouth-watering breakfast and settled down to eat it in a marvelous garden. As they ate their meals in relative silence, the beast couldn't take his eyes off Belle. He hadn't eaten a meal with someone in years, and having Belle here almost made him feel human again. He thanked her quietly, still getting used to hearing his own voice. Over the next few days, the two hardly discussed Belle's imprisonment, because truly, she didn't feel like a prisoner. She ate her meals with the beast, and most nights she read in the drawing room with him, by the fire, until night fell. One night, the beast looked to the book in her hands. He told her she deserved to read new books, books that weren't worn, books full of new stories and adventures. When she responded that the book was all she had, the beast took her by the hand with a smile on his face, a smile that warmed Belle's heart. He opened large French doors, revealing a library that was 2 stories high. The deep mahogany shelves shone, and thousands of books that stretched to the ceiling were a rainbow of colours. Belle gazed around the room in awe, tears welling in her eyes at the beautiful sight. "What is all this?" Belle asked breathlessly. The beast gestured to the room with a grin. "It's all yours, Belle. All these books are for you." Belle couldn't believe what she was hearing. Without another word, she leapt up, wrapping her arms around the beast as she pulled him into an embrace. It was an embrace of pure joy, of excitement, but as they held each other, it seemed like so much more. The two spent the afternoon lounging on couches in the library. Belle read aloud to the beast, who closed his eyes and allowed the words to transport him to another time, another place. But as the book came to an end, Belle noticed something in the corner of the room. It was a rose, protected by a glass case. The rose's petals drooped towards the floor, and as Belle put a hand against the glass, a petal fell gently, landing on the table and disappearing in an instant. When Belle turned to ask the beast what it was, she knew immediately that the rose was a source of great pain for him. He told her of the curse that had been placed upon him. Long ago, he was a prince living in the castle. An old woman approached him, looking for shelter, but in his selfishness, he turned her away. The old woman revealed that she was a witch, cursing the beast into his current form. He would be trapped as a beast forever, unless he was loved and learned to love in return before the final petal fell. Belle was surprised to hear this, but she put her hand on the beast's back, comforting him. How sad it was that he had spent all these years with no love in his life. For the next few weeks, Belle and the beast adjusted to their lives together. They cooked breakfast every morning and ate their meals in the garden. They talked about novels and their ideas for a better world. Once winter swept across the land, the beast took Belle on a walk through the snow-filled woods. White flakes clung to the evergreen pines. Icicles dripped off the edges of cliffsides and logs, glistening in the morning sun. The beast walked mostly in silence, because there was something he desperately wanted to say. His feelings for Belle had grown into something he had never experienced before. By her side, he felt whole. He felt like the best version of himself. He didn't ever want to lose that feeling, and she deserved to know. But in his silence, Belle had an idea. She leaned down and rolled a snowball, tossing it at the beast with a bright smile. The two giggled as they pranced through the forest, ducking behind trees and rocks, lobbing soft snowballs at each other. Finally, they both slipped on a patch of ice, landing in each other's arms. Belle felt warm and safe immediately, and as she looked into the beast's eyes, she knew he did as well. They walked back home, Grinning ear to ear, the beast gazed at Belle, taking in the sight of her eyes glistening in the sun. She radiated joy and peace, something the beast wanted her to feel forever. He told her he had a surprise for her that night, urging her to put on the dress in the upstairs wardrobe. Belle journeyed upstairs and opened the wardrobe to find the most beautiful dress she had seen in her life. It was gold, like the colours of the flowers in the meadows around the castle. She walked downstairs in the dress, her heart beating sweetly as she imagined what the surprise could possibly be. When she stepped into the ballroom, she found the beast in a suit, his hand extended as an invitation. The beast swept Belle up in his arms, spinning her around the room as the two danced and swayed to music. They stared into each other's eyes as they danced, sparks flying between them. As the music began to reach an end, Belle clung to the beast even tighter, not wanting the moment to end. She realized that regardless of how he looked, regardless of the curse, she was falling for him. She leaned forward, kissing the beast gently. Gold light surrounded them as they were lifted up into the air. Before Belle's very eyes, the beast began to transform into his previous form. In that moment of true love, the curse was broken. The beast and Belle spent the rest of their lives together. Slowly, they worked together to clean up the castle, and it became a public community space for the townsfolk, who soon came to love the beast. Belle's father lived with Belle and the beast in the castle, spending the rest of his days with his beloved daughter and her unconventional but incredible husband. They lived lives of peace, joy, and real true love, a fairy tale unlike any other.
Good evening, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Chris, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will tell you the story of the Fisher Lad, a Japanese folktale about a kind fisherman who journeys to a magic kingdom and discovers the love of his life. Our tale begins in a sleepy fishing village, set at the mouth of a winding, crystal-clear river. The village was known for its relaxing environment and friendly people. Thousands of vibrant birds constantly flew over the rows of colourful homes, raining feathers on the townsfolk every day. The village was full of peace and happiness. The fragrant smell of flowers blew over the townsfolk in the soft ocean breeze from sunrise until sunset. In this village lived Urashima, a young man. Urashima was beloved by all the townspeople for not only his talent for fishing, but his kind heart and benevolence as well. His parents were incredibly proud of their son, and they were all very close. Urashima lived with his parents in a gorgeous little house right on the river. One day, Urashima took his normal walk down to the river, passing underneath the blossoming cherry and gardenia trees along his way. About halfway to his boat, he discovered a group of young children picking on a small turtle. They flipped the turtle on its back and would spin it. The sight of this made Urashima feel terrible. He loved all living things, and to see something suffering was just too much for him. He took the turtle in his arms and scolded the children for picking on the innocent creature. Embarrassed to have been scolded by such an important figure in the community, the kids ran back home. After work that day, Urashima walked down to the shore with the turtle in his hands. He had cleaned the little fellow up, fed it some of his catch for the day, and was ready to place him back where he belonged. Urashima looked up to the cloudless, starry night sky. The gentle ocean waves lapped at his toes. The stars, the whole universe as Urashima knew it, was reflected on the calm sea. He stood like that for a long moment, breathing in the salty air, listening to the rustle of the leaves behind him and the swell of the ocean before him. He dug his toes further into the cool sand and set the turtle on the ground. The turtle tiptoed towards the waves, but it hesitated for a moment. The turtle looked up to him with kind eyes, as if to say, "Thank you." With a few more steps, the little turtle walked into the waves. The water rippled around him, making the starry reflection dance. Urashima returned home to his family that night, feeling satisfied with his good deed and happy for the turtle's bright new future. That next morning, Urashima walked out into the bright sunshine. Something told him today was going to be marvelous, maybe even the greatest day of his life. As he neared the water, he had to rub his eyes to see if he was dreaming. The turtle, the little turtle that he had rescued, had returned. Only this time, the turtle had grown to the size of a boat. The turtle blinked at Urashima, almost as if it was beckoning him over. He ran his hand over the turtle's smooth green shell. He didn't quite know why, but Urashima was compelled to climb onto the turtle's back. The turtle seemed to nod at him. The turtle kicked off the shore, and together they were floating across the waves. Urashima felt the warm sunbeam on his face. The gentle whirl of the turtle underneath him nearly lulled him to sleep. It occurred to him that he had never felt such tranquility before in his life. Moments later, the turtle nudged Urashima with its face. The turtle nodded to him with a deep intensity in its eyes, as if to say, "It's going to be okay." The turtle began to sink underwater. For only an instant, Urashima felt concern, but then he remembered the look the turtle had given him. He held his breath as he sunk under the waves, and yet he could breathe underwater. It was almost as if they were in a bubble together. Urashima looked at the strange, marvelous world around him in awe. Sunlight streamed through the deep blue in shimmering beams. It seemed like every shade of blue imaginable was here, all shining in their utmost brilliance. Schools of fish danced around Urashima as he sunk further down, down, down. The world here was silent and peaceful, a bubble of tranquility Urashima had always dreamt of experiencing. In the distance, he saw a dazzling light. On the ocean floor, a castle seemed to be glowing, begging him to explore. As they inched closer and closer, Urashima could hardly contain his excitement. It looked like the Dragon Kingdom, a mythical castle he had only heard whispers of as a child. The entire castle was a cool, translucent blue. almost as if it was a crystal someone had polished to perfection. The turtle stopped at the door, urging Urashima to go onward. Urashima hesitated at the giant carved door. Beautiful watercolor paintings trailed up and down the frame, inviting him in, giving him a picture of what was on the other side. He pushed open the door. The room he entered was otherworldly, lined in sparkling gold and crystals. Sweet melodic music seemed to be playing from the very building itself. In the center of the room, a gorgeous woman danced. She wore a gown that seemed to shimmer with every movement she made. She moved with absolute grace, like the music was made for her. Urashima watched her with pure admiration. When she stopped dancing, her ocean blue eyes landed on him. In that instant, he felt a spark he had never felt before, a warmth, a pure joy and peace he never imagined existed. The two didn't speak for a long moment until she uttered, "So you're the man who cares for all creatures?" Her voice was like honey to Urashima. He nodded in a daze. "I'm Otohime." He would never forget that name. Otohime began to show Urashima around the castle. The two settled into the summer garden. Otohime explained that there were 4 gardens in her castle, each one reflecting one of the seasons in Urashima's world. It was the most beautiful garden he had ever seen. Hundreds of trees extended up rolling hills. Clear streams wound around the tree trunks, sparkling in the light. Red, wooden bridges arched over the streams. Urashima felt his whole body become instantly relaxed. Otohime and Urashima strolled through the garden, sipping tea for hours. All around them, red and orange leaves rained from the sky, catching in the gentle breeze and sailing into the bubbling creek below. Everything out of Otohime's lips made Urashima laugh and light up. She told Urashima that she was so happy to have him here. The kingdom had gotten so lonely, and the last person she had seen was a cruel man. She had longed for someone kind, someone who shared her love of nature and the world. She could tell, looking at Urashima, that they felt the same way. Over the next several days, Urashima and Otohime spent all their time strolling through the gardens. Most mornings, they would lay on a blanket in the soft grass and watch the flowers bloom around them. Urashima couldn't believe how beautiful Otohime looked all the time. Lying in the garden, soft sunlight illuminated her vibrant blue eyes and pale skin. Her voice was continually the sweetest sound he had ever heard. As they laid on the blanket, flowers would fall into her dark hair. Urashima could barely pull his eyes off her. One day, the two ventured into the spring garden. Urashima couldn't believe his eyes. The entire garden was a soft, beautiful pink. Cherry blossom trees seemed to stretch for miles. Their blossoms coated the walkway, the bridges, the stream. Otohime took Urashima by the hand. Music began to play around them as they danced. danced. They seemed to move effortlessly with the melody as they whirled around the garden. Cherry blossoms rained from the sky and floated up into the air with their graceful steps. It was as if time stopped. They were in their own world. Urashima looked to Otohime, his eyes ablaze with admiration. But as his gaze drifted to the cherry blossoms, he felt a sinking feeling deep within him. He had grown to love Otohime, but his family and all his friends were in the world above him. Otohime noticed the change in his expression. She brushed her hand on his face, comforting him. She knew what he wanted and what he had to do. Otohime walked him to the door of the castle, where the turtle awaited him. She handed him a small wooden box. She warned him not to open it, but told him it was incredibly important for him to take it on his journey. Urashima bid her farewell, but promised he would be back to marry her once he visited his family. As he rose to the surface, the feeling of the sun, real sun, instantly warmed any sadness inside him. He could see his village in the distance. His heart pitter-pattered. Something was wrong. The entire village looked old and decrepit. When he stepped onto the sandy shore, he realized that it was. He had only been gone for a week. How could this possibly have happened? Concerned, he rushed to his former house, but no one was home. The entire village was silent. Beautiful plants had crept up through the wooden floors. Vines crawled up every wall. In a way, the whole village was stunning. Nature had reclaimed what was hers. Urashima realized the truth. Hundreds of years had passed since he went to the Dragon Kingdom. The world he had known and loved was gone. He knew he had to open the box. He didn't know why, but he knew he had to. Urashima took a deep breath and opened the wooden lid. A cloud of sparkling dust filled the air, engulfing him. A single feather flew from the box and landed on his back, attaching itself to his skin. When he looked into the river below, he didn't recognize the reflection staring back at him. He was an old man. Otohime stepped out from the water below him. Urashima's surprise, Otohime was aging before his eyes. He took Otohime by the hand. Even as she aged, he couldn't take his eyes off her. She placed her hands on his cheeks and looked deep into his eyes. "It's going to be okay, kind one," she said. Any anxiety he was feeling melted away, for he knew, truly, by her side, everything was going to be okay. Ever so slowly, stark white feathers began to cover his body. He felt a light growing inside of him, running between him and Otohime. Tranquility coursed through his whole body. He felt every muscle relax and every ounce of tension drip out of his fingers into the soil below. He had a deep feeling that his life was supposed to lead up to this moment. When he opened his eyes, a turtle was staring back at him. He knew it was Otohime by the gorgeous blue eyes. He had become a crane, a snow-white crane. The two had transformed into nature gods, and when they looked at each other, they knew this had always been their fate. The two walked to the shore together, dipping their feet into the waves. They stared out at the ocean as the sun crept over the horizon. The ocean glowed a brilliant orange and pink as a new day dawned on the world. This new day was the start of their true life together. They were going to live side by side forever as gods. When they looked into each other's eyes, they knew this was all they had ever wanted.
Hello. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. Tonight, I will be your guide on this journey to a peaceful sleep. Tonight's story is what took place in the palace of the Snow Queen and what happened afterward. Are you ready? Let's begin. Once upon a time, a Snow Queen lived in a mysterious land of ice. Her palace was also built of ice, and she ruled with a cold and cruel heart. The Snow Queen's palace contained hundreds of halls that stretched as far as the eye could see. The snow around her palace was high, blocking out the sun. It glistened beneath the aurora borealis. All day long, and all night too, the wild wind blew. Snow fell, twirling in the air on its way to the ground. However, this was not a place of happiness. No wildlife could survive in the region. There were no Arctic foxes or polar bears, no fluffy rabbits, or even birds. Still, it was beautiful. The northern lights glimmered a rainbow of colours onto the smooth snow. Their colours were radiant. Rich violet, bright pink, teal, and sapphire blue. The aurora borealis above looked like glass wind chimes, the way the colours bumped up against and ran into one another. Yet it felt like music without sound. One of the halls in the palace was larger than the rest. There was a great portal at its entrance, one that led to unknown places. In the centre of the hall was a frozen lake. Its surface was splintered, as though someone had smashed it with a hammer. Shards of the ice lay in intricate patterns on top of the lake, each exact same height and width. The lake was a mosaic, designed by the Snow Queen. She called the lake the Mirror of Understanding, and claimed that it was the only one like it in the world. In the centre of the frozen lake, there was a throne, also made of ice. This was where the Snow Queen sat, the ruler of this dominion. The Snow Queen wore a crown made of blue snowflakes. Her hair was so blonde, almost white. Her royal robes were made of an enchanted fabric. Her eyes were an icy blue, her gaze as sharp and piercing as an icicle. The Snow Queen's long, thin fingers weaved through the air as she cast spells and gave orders to her captive, Little Kay. Little Kay was only a shadow of his former self. He could not remember the happy child he had been before. He sat on the ice near the Snow Queen's throne, not noticing how cold it was. He wore no jacket or gloves. His skin was various shades of blue and purple. The Snow Queen had used her cold, cold magic on him, freezing his heart. The Snow Queen watched as little Kay picked up pieces of ice from the lake's surface. He began to set them on the ground in different shapes. Suddenly, the geometric shapes filled his vision. They turned into words before his eyes. The Snow Queen saw that little Kay was onto something. "If you can arrange the shards into the symbol for eternity," she said, "I will grant you your freedom. I will even give you a pair of ice skates." Oh. Little Kay always wanted a pair of ice skates, and this was the perfect place to have them. He imagined himself gliding across the surface of the lake. But the truth was, he'd never skated before. Little Kay accepted the Snow Queen's offer. As he tried to come up with a symbol for eternity, the Snow Queen told him that she was going somewhere where the weather was warmer. "I am going to see pristine beaches and salt water," she told little Kay. "Palm trees and sunshine. All those lizards and vacationers smeared with sunscreen. I intend to bring them all a bit of winter." The Snow Queen rose into the air and flew up and away, her long hair trailing behind her like a sheet of fine silk. She enjoyed flying, the cool breeze against her skin, the weightlessness. As little Kay continued to arrange and rearrange the pieces of ice, he began to feel a sense of calm. He looked up at the northern lights. Stars appeared around them. Night fell. The sparkling stars appeared like fragments of ice, suspended in the sky. All was silent, except for the occasional sound of water splashing beneath the lake. Little Kay had held a piece of ice up to the light. It began to melt. It dripped down, each drop sliding into tiny crevices between the ice below. It didn't matter if little Kay could spell eternity or a symbol for eternity, because he knew what eternity was in his heart, and he understood that eternity was not just inside him, but inside everything. He took a deep breath and felt as if his lungs could contain the entire universe. He was small and grand, all at once. The great portal near the hall's entrance buzzed to life. It swirled iridescent and pearly white. Suddenly, little Gerda burst through the portal. She was little Kay's neighbour, and they loved each other like brother and sister. It was a miracle that little Gerda made it through. The portal, guarded by the wind, blew away anyone who approached. But when the gale force tried to blow little Gerda away, she recited a powerful verse. The verse was ancient and hallowed, and upon hearing it, the winds fled away. It seemed that the children had some power of their own, even if they didn't yet understand it. Little Gerda entered the hall and hurried over to little Kay. She wrapped him in a hug, happy to have finally found him after searching for so long. Little Kay appeared ill and bruised, his complexion covered in a fine layer of frost. He didn't move, even as his dearest friend, little Gerda, hugged him. He stood like a statue of ice, completely frozen. Little Gerda shook him by the shoulders, and still, he did not move. She began to cry. Her tears were so hot, they fell onto little Kay as she held him. They burned through his clothes, and reached his skin. Then, the tears penetrated his heart, and, bit by bit, it began to thaw. Little Gerda's tears were also powerful. They could heal both her and Little Kay. She started to sing a melody, soft and warm. Her voice, like hot cocoa, so sweet, and seemed to cover Little Kay from the cold. He closed his eyes as he listened to her. The words she sang were, "The rose in the valley is blooming so sweet, and the angels descend, they're the children to greet." Hearing her song, Little Kay also began to cry. The tears welled up in his eyes, and he opened them. Then he recognized her, his beloved friend. His reunion with Little Gerda was like magic. Even the bricks of ice that stood for walls came to life. The walls started to dance. The icicles clattered against each other, jumping for joy until they fell back into place. Little Kay hugged Little Gerda for a long moment, enjoying the warmth of her loving embrace. The symbol for eternity now came to Little Kay. But he didn't need to move the shards of ice, for they had moved themselves. They had danced and then rearranged themselves in the shape of eternity. Little Kay laughed out loud. He laughed once more when he saw how his breath looked like clouds of smoke in the air. Now he would be free from the Snow Queen's control, and he would also get the pair of ice skates she had promised him. Little Gerda noticed her friend was still shivering, even though he smiled. She wrapped him in her coat and rubbed his arms until he began to warm up, the blue colour draining from his face. She warmed his hands between hers, not caring if the Snow Queen was going to return. He had earned his freedom. Little Gerda kissed his palms, and he giggled. He was truly happy. After Little Kay was warm, he took Little Gerda's hand, and they wandered out of the hall. As they walked, they discussed all the things he had missed. He breathed in the fresh air, glad to be out of the Snow Queen's wretched palace. He asked about their grandmother. She liked to tell them stories and read to them from interesting, exotic books. How Little Kay missed her. They talked about their hometown and the roses that grew around their homes. "Has anything changed?" Little Kay asked Little Gerda. "It's all exactly like you left it," she assured him. They continued to walk for a long, long time, and wherever they stepped, flowers began to bloom. New grass started to grow. The clouds in the sky parted, and the bright morning sun shone on them. At first, the light was a shock to Little Kay, who had been in the dim snow palace for so long. But after his eyes adjusted, he started to enjoy the warmth of the sun on his face. It made him feel wide awake. After several more hours, they reached a bush. There were plump, ripe berries growing there, ruby red, juicy and sweet. Little Kay plucked some of the berries and ate them. As he did, he felt his strength returning. Little Gerda ate some of the berries as well. They walked in silence, enjoying their snack. In the quiet, they could hear the sounds of the wild. Birds chirped in the distance, their calls as pretty as Little Gerda's song. They rested for a few minutes. A reindeer approached them, putting his nose right into Little Gerda's palm. She hesitated, but the reindeer seemed friendly. His antlers looked like tree branches. He had long legs and brown and white fur. The children took turns petting the reindeer's soft coat. The reindeer sat down on the ground in front of them and soon began to snore. Little Kay and Little Gerda sat down as well, continuing to pet the reindeer as it napped. After a short time, it awoke. Little Gerda and Little Kay climbed onto the reindeer's back. It began to carry them across the wilderness, running strong and fast. The world seemed to fly right by. Presently, they arrived at the dwelling of the Finland woman. She was very hospitable. Her hair was pulled back into a silver bun. Little Kay had the feeling that he'd met her before, but some of his memories were still rather vague. The reindeer sat outside as the children entered the Finland woman's cottage. It was so nice and warm inside. A crackling fire burned. The whole cottage smelled like freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. Plants sat on the windowsill, and ceramic figurines lined the fireplace mantel. The Finland woman invited them to take a seat. The children relaxed on the plush sofa, letting their tired bodies fall into the cushions. The Finland woman sat several teacups on the coffee table. She retrieved a kettle of boiling water from the kitchen, placed a tea bag in each cup, then tilted the kettle, pouring hot water into each one. The tea bags floated to the top of the water. The whirls of steam danced. Little Kay added honey to his tea and stirred it. It spun like a whirlpool. As he raised the cup of tea, its heat radiated through to his hands. He took a sip, and it thawed out the last remaining chills from the Snow Queen's palace. The children drank their tea while the Finland woman told them about the rest of their journey. The old woman could foresee the future. The hardest part of your journey is behind you, she reassured the two children. Afterward, they returned outside. There, the reindeer greeted them, digging his hooves into the ground. The Finland woman bid them farewell and watched as they rode away. Next, the reindeer took them to see the Lapland woman. She also lived in a cottage, but hers was in a lush forest, surrounded by greenery and life. Little Kay breathed in the warm air. It gave him energy and focus. The Lapland woman was less friendly than the Finland woman, but just as helpful. Her brown hair appeared unbrushed, and her face was smudged with dirt, but she wore fine clothes and carried herself with pride. The Lapland woman hurried the children inside. Once more, the reindeer rested on the front lawn, munching on some leaves and grass. She gave them clothes to wear while she took theirs. They sat quietly as she examined each article of clothing. She put on a pair of glasses, turned on the orange desk lamp, and started to stitch. Her hands moved methodically, sliding down the fabric, raising and lowering the needle. Soon, every rip was repaired, every stain scrubbed out. The children were so grateful. Their clothes looked as good as new, now with a faint lavender scent. Little Kay wondered how the Lapland woman was able to wash and dry their clothes so quickly. It still had that toasty feeling, like it was fresh out of the dryer. However, the Lapland woman wasn't much for conversation. She liked living alone. Sometimes she spent entire weeks not uttering a single word. The quiet brought her peace, allowed her to hear the sound of her own heartbeat, her breath, and her soul. Soon, Little Kay and Little Gerda said goodbye to the Lapland woman. They thanked her for fixing and cleaning their clothes. As they started to mount the reindeer, Little Gerda recognized a voice coming from over the hedge. She looked and saw a girl riding a beautiful steed. She was a robber maiden. Little Gerda could tell by the red hat she wore and the pistol strapped to her waist. The girl turned around and recognized little Gerda right away. They were old friends. They were overjoyed to see one another. Little Gerda last saw the robber girl when she left home to be an outlaw and find adventure. She commended little Gerda and little Kay for travelling, but jokingly asked if little Kay was worth saving. Little Gerda grinned at little Kay. Of course he was worth saving. He was her best friend. They told the robber maiden about all their experiences before she went on her way. The robber maiden took their hands in hers and promised she would visit them one day. Little Gerda knew that the robber maiden always kept her word. She waved at them as she rode away on her horse. When the reindeer left to return to its family, the children had to complete the rest of their journey on foot. They should have been exhausted from the long trek, but they weren't tired at all. They felt happy, energized, and strong. Spring arrived all at once. Flowers sprouted, bees buzzed. Little Kay looked around, taking in the scenery. He heard the sound of church bells. He peered ahead and saw church towers ahead, the same ones from their village. That meant they were nearly home. The church bells rang again, and the sound enveloped little Kay and little Gerda. Their chime echoed, and its music filled their hearts. Both children stood entranced, charmed by the bells. They were like Tibetan singing bowls, their vibrations penetrating the land. Little Kay knew that this was all a miracle. Him, standing here with little Gerda, the soft grass beneath his feet, the church bells ringing out a song of peace. When the bells went quiet, little Kay and little Gerda ran, hand in hand. They ran until they reached their grandmother's home, and little Gerda was right. Everything was just as they had left it. On the wall, a clock ticked, counting each passing second. They looked at one another and realized that they were now grown up. They sat down in the child-sized rocking chairs, which their grandmother kept for them. Little Kay felt safe sitting across from his grandmother. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt such peace. He basked in this feeling now, the sweet awareness that everything was going to be all right. Their grandmother had hung roses on the wall to dry. When they were completely done, she'd take them down and trim the petals into a bowl. The dried flowers would sit on the table and give the house a lovely fragrance. Little Kay could hardly remember the chill of the Snow Queen's palace, for it was so warm and comfortable here. The whole journey up to this moment felt like a dream. Little Kay and little Gerda were happy to be home. Their grandmother sat and pulled a stack of books onto her lap. Little Kay and little Gerda were no longer children, but they would always be her grandchildren. A ray of sunlight fell over grandmother, bathing her in an angelic glow. She opened her Bible and began to read. Her silvery voice rose and fell like music as the words danced in the air. Unless you become as little as children, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Gerda and Kay, who were no longer little children, smiled at one another because they understood. Even though their bodies were all grown up, their hearts would stay forever young. When it was time, the next summer season came, bringing new life, and it was magical.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, we're going to explore the story of Goddess Gemu, a goddess born onto the earth who became a protector of her people. The story of Goddess Gemu takes place deep within the forests of China, in the Yunnan province, many centuries ago. In a humble house with a bamboo grove lived a local carpenter and his wife who struggled to have children. They didn't have much, but they were people full of kindness and love. They longed desperately to have a child of their own. Jun, the father, dreamt of the day he would have a child to build a crib for. He would show the child his trade, and they could spend their days together out in nature, chopping bamboo and resting by the edge of the river. Nan, the mother, spent her days foraging in the local woods and cooking large, fragrant meals. She dreamt of showing her child the ways of the world. They would walk through the beautiful forests, singing songs to one another and eating delicious meals in the sunshine. But as the years passed, their hope of having a child diminished. Often, Nan would walk through the bamboo groves with her husband, fighting heavy tears at the thought of another year without a child. Seeing his wife's distress, Jun slipped out of bed one night during a full moon. He sat on the ground outside and looked up to the sky with tears in his eyes. The stars and moon seemed to be looking down at him, waiting for him to speak. "Please, gods, I beg of you, give me a child to love and cherish. My wife and I do not have much, but we will love the child until our dying breath," Jun called out to the night sky. He sat under the stars for a long moment, waiting for a response, waiting to hear something, anything that would tell him his words had been heard. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Feeling disheartened, Jun returned to bed. As he watched his beautiful wife sleeping, he felt a tug at his heartstrings. She was such an incredible wife. She wanted nothing more than to be a mother. Oh, how he hoped the gods had heard his cry. As the days passed, Nan began to feel rather ill. Within a few weeks, she realized the truth. She was pregnant. They were finally going to have a child of their own. Upon hearing the news, Jun told Nan that he had begged the gods for a child. Clearly, the gods had heard his words and given him this beautiful gift. Every night, Jun and Nan took time to sit out under the starry sky. They would speak to the gods, telling them how immensely they appreciated the gift the gods had given them. As the months passed, Jun got to work crafting a beautiful bamboo crib for his child. It was his finest creation, and a perfect way to welcome his beloved child into the world. As the time came for the child to be born, Jun couldn't help but notice how radiant his wife looked. All hours of the day, she seemed to glow with a beautiful energy he had never seen before. Her hair glistened in the sun, and she radiated a kind of kindness and grace that was unmatched. Jun felt more in love with his wife than ever. When the time came, Nan delivered their baby in the very bamboo grove that the family had made their living in. The birth was smooth and easy. As Jun took his child in his arms, grateful tears coursed over his face. "It's a girl," he told his wife. They lay in each other's arms with their new baby girl on their chest, basking in the utter magic of the moment. They decided to name their beautiful daughter Gemu. The first week of Gemu's life was the best week June and Nan have ever had. They spent all hours of the day by their child's side, walking with her through nature and rocking her to sleep. Every night, they would lie on a blanket under the stars and thank the gods for giving them such a perfect daughter. Only, they didn't realize how perfect Gemu truly was. A week after her birth, June and Nan awakened to the most ethereal singing they have ever heard in their lives. It nearly put them in a trance. It was so breathtaking. When they followed the beautiful sound, they found a young girl, about 6 or 7, standing in the yard, singing up to the sky. As she sang, she began to dance, twirling her arms and her body in large, graceful arcs. It was such an astounding sight that Nan and June could hardly keep the tears from forming in their eyes. It was then that they realized the child was Gemu. Overnight, she had grown from an infant to a small child. She spoke in lyrical, intelligent sentences. When she smiled, the entire forest seemed to glow with her joy. June and Nan were surprised at first, but they came to realize the gods had not just given them a daughter. They had given them a goddess, a child of immense wisdom, grace, and kindness, a daughter with the gifts of the gods. Every day, Gemu would join her mother tilling the soil and picking their crops. She moved swiftly and elegantly, helping her mother finish all of her daily tasks in nearly half the time. In the evening, she would help her father chop bamboo and craft wonderful trinkets and furniture. After walking in the forest all day, she and her father would dip their feet in the cool water of the river. Gemu loved how she felt in nature. She often found herself closing her eyes and listening to the gentle, rhythmic clink of the bamboo stalks dancing against one another. She loved the hollow noises they make, like a heavy rain falling on a roof. She would turn her attention to the noise of the river racing across the land. She heard it course over every rock and bank around every turn. She heard the water rustle the water lilies and cattails. She even loved the sound the frogs made, especially after it rained. Whenever it rained, she would walk along the river with her eyes closed, taking in the otherworldly soundscape that the rain created. Gemu loved all creatures as if they were an extension of herself. Wounded animals would come to the door, looking for Gemu's help. Without any hesitation, Gemu would kneel down to their level, take the creatures in her arms, and they would be healed. But it wasn't just the animals who loved Gemu. The townspeople had heard whispers of the magical girl born to the bamboo carpenter, and they often visited their home with snacks and warm meals to try and appease her. Gemu didn't see herself as any different than the rest of the children. Although, as time passed, Gemu grew larger and larger. Only 3 months after her birth, Gemu looked as though she was an adult and spoke as if she was one as well. She had immense knowledge beyond her years. She knew of the world and of the world's people. Her wisdom rivaled that of village elders across China. As word spread of Gemu's gifts, people from villages all over tried to visit her. Gemu enjoyed being with people, but she longed for the solitude of the woods and for private time with her parents that she loved so dearly. She tried to spend as much time as she could in the bamboo groves with her parents, secluded from the townspeople. Once the region heard of how beautiful Gemu was in both her voice and appearance, dozens of men travelled to visit her. Gemu was kind to all these men. She'd sometimes sit and sing to them. She'd even dance with them on occasion. But when they proposed, she denied marriage to each and every one. She could marry anyone in the kingdom that she desired, but her only desire was to keep the forest and her family safe. Gemu's parents began to turn any visitors away, seeing clearly how their proposals affected their daughter. For a while, all was well again. As winter spread its wintry grasp across the land, Gemu found herself busier than ever. She helped the forest animals create warm dens for the winter. She provided animal after animal with a warm meal and a safe place to rest. Every day at sunrise, she would skip out into the forest, singing a new song of her own creation. Her voice would echo throughout the woods, letting all the animals know that she was there to help. She lived for this. With each animal she helped, she felt a warmth spark within her. Something told her that caring for and protecting others was her destiny. It was what the gods had always intended for her to do. As Gemu went about her daily routine, her parents would watch her, starry-eyed. They couldn't believe how blessed they were to have a daughter as incredible as she was. Every day with Gemu was somehow sweeter than the last. Unfortunately, for all of them, someone had their eyes on Gemu. Someone who would be much harder to drive away than a local village boy. Above them, high within the sky kingdom, a spirit from heaven had heard Gemu's beautiful song. Gazing down on the earth, he was utterly taken by her grace, kindness, and spirit. He wanted nothing more than to marry a goddess as wonderful as Gemu, but he was unable to visit the earth. If he could get Gemu to the heavens, perhaps she could become the wife he had always dreamt of. He watched Gemu for several weeks, marveling at the kindness she showed to everyone around her. As the depths of winter came to a head, the heaven spirit could wait no longer. One day, Gemu travelled to the fields to help her mother forage roots beneath the snow. As they worked, a strong wind began to blow. Nan wondered aloud if there was a storm on the way, but Gemu had a feeling deep within her bones that this was something else entirely. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a gust of wind unlike any other swept through the field. Trees toppled over, snow flew up into the sky like a blizzard, and Gemu was swept up into the sky, soaring closer and closer to the heavens with every second that passed. Gemu watched the land she loved so dearly disappear further and further below her. Realizing where she was heading, Gemu let out an earth-shattering yell. The thunderous yell was so loud that the heaven spirit became frightened. He dropped his hands, putting an end to the large gust of wind. At once, Gemu began spiraling back towards the earth, with grace that only a goddess could muster. Gemu landed at the peak of Lion Mountain, the tallest mountain overlooking her hometown. Gemu dusted herself off and rose to explore the peak. She had never been this far up the mountain before, and she couldn't quite believe her eyes. There were stunning caves that glowed in a warm light. In the middle of the plateau, there was a hot, steaming spring. Monkeys bathed in the water, their fluffy grey fur coated in snow. They beckoned for Gemu to join them, but Gemu knew she had to return home. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, and after being whisked into the heavens, surely her parents would wonder where she was. But as Gemu searched for a way off the mountain peak, she realized there wasn't one. She paced back and forth along the ledge, but there was just no way to reach the valley below. She sat with her legs dangling off the ledge. She looked down at the flickering lights of her town as everyone slept peacefully. In the far distance, she could see the home she grew up in. She knew her parents were searching for her, and it hurt her deeply that she couldn't let them know where she was. She gazed up to the starry sky, just as she had when she was a child. She begged the gods to hear her cry and help her down the mountain. Gemu got a response she had never expected. Deep within her soul, she heard the response. "This is where you're meant to be." Not only was it a voice, it was the truth. She felt the conviction of those words radiating through her body and soul. She wasn't sure why, but she trusted dearly in that feeling. She knew that this was where she was meant to remain. Gemu got to work, making the tiny mountain plateau her home. One of the glowing caves would become her new house. The caves were illuminated by vibrant crystals that seemed to be powered by magic. Gemu could feel the warmth radiating off the crystals. Even as snow fell outside, Gemu was toasty and comfortable in the safety of her cave. She used wool from the mountain sheep to create a soft bed for herself. Very quickly, using the skills she had learned from her father, she was able to create a home for herself in the cave atop Lion Mountain. During the day, she would walk the length of the plateau, looking down at the village below. She watched as children played in the streets and parents went about their daily work. She wasn't sure what she was meant to look for, but she knew she had to watch over her people. At night, she would crawl into the hot springs. The monkeys would chatter away with her, combing her hair and skipping rocks across the bubbling surface of the water. She would gaze up at the stars from the steamy water for hours on end. The water always melted away any exhaustion she had from the day. As winter began to reach its close, the strongest storm of the entire season washed over the land. Gemu sat in her cozy cave, welcoming the monkeys, sheep, and birds to join her and get away from the storm. They looked out from the mouth of the cave and watched as the snow came down in thick, heavy flakes. The world outside seemed to be instantly coated in a blanket of white snow and ice. The wind howled through the valley, singing its low, grumbling song for all to hear. The storm continued throughout the night. Gemu tried to walk out to view the village below, but the wind was much too strong. She sat at the mouth of the cave, waiting desperately for the storm to pass. By the time morning came, the storm had faded into the past, and the sun shone brightly over the land. Gemu walked out to see if the storm had done any damage to the village below. A rumbling began at her feet. At first, she paid little mind to it, but as the sound grew and grew and grew, the noise became unmistakable. It was an avalanche. On the edge of the cliff, Gemu could see the snow barreling down towards the village, but she felt no desperation, no fear. She knew this is why she had landed on the mountain. She knew this is what she had always been expected to do. it was her destiny to give back to her town. Without even thinking, as if on instinct, Gemu extended her hand. Below, she could see the villagers scrambling to escape the village. They ran with their belongings towards the far end of the valley. But there was no need. Gemu's hand hovered in the air, glowing a brilliant blue. Slowly, ever so slowly, the snow began to creep back up the mountain. The villagers looked up in awe as the snow moved against gravity, coming closer and closer to Gemu with every second that passed. In an instant, the snow cemented to the side of the mountain, unmoving. Small puffs of snow caught in the breeze rained over the village below, like a rainstorm made of 1,000,000 diamonds. Gemu lowered her hand as a smile came over her face. Below, she could hear the villagers cheering. She watched dreamily as the townspeople hugged one another and danced through the streets. Gemu, Goddess Gemu! Praise to Goddess Gemu! Praise be to Goddess Gemu! The sound of their chants travelled up the valley wall and danced in Gemu's ears. The townspeople knew who their protector was. Gemu knew her parents were cheering in the crowd, and she could only hope they were proud of what she had done. From then on, the people of the village had no fear. They knew they had Goddess Gemu watching over them, protecting them with her life. Gemu was pleased with her life on the mountaintop, where she was fulfilling her purpose. But she had one request. She called to the gods above, begging them to give her parents another child. Within a few months, in the far distance, she could see a new child running around her former home. She could practically hear the laughter and joy in her parents' voices as they played with their new gift from the heavens. Every year, on the anniversary of the avalanche, the village would throw a festival for Goddess Gemu. They would wear their finest threads and awaken first thing in the morning with the rise of the sun. They would cook lavish meals throughout the day. In between cooking, they would take preserved flowers and sprinkle them over the streets, symbolizing Gemu's grace that helped lead them to spring. They would cook cup after cup of fragrant jasmine tea and sip it with their loved ones. As the day wore on, they would dance in the streets, chanting up to Goddess Gemu. As night began to fall, the townspeople would bring baskets of food to the base of the mountain as an offering to Goddess Gemu. One by one, they would craft paper lanterns and send them up to her. Each person attached a different treat to their balloon and would announce one thing they were able to do because of Goddess Gemu's grace. Soon, the sky was filled with glowing paper lanterns. One by one, they would get blown closer to Gemu on the mountaintop. She would collect the lanterns with gratitude. It was her one true day to connect with those she was protecting day after day. As the moon rose high in the sky, the festivities would continue. People danced through the town square and ate delicious foods until the sun rose. Gemu would sit on the ledge of the mountain, eating the wonderful treats everyone provided for her. She dug into dumplings and sweet, warm teas that she missed so dearly. But her favorite treat of all was a small bamboo trinket carved by her father. Every year, he attached a new design for her to place in her cave. Once the sun rose and people returned to their homes safe and sound, Gemu would go to her cave to retire after the long night. With a full stomach and a grateful heart, Gemu would thank the gods for giving her such a kind village to look after. she would curl up in her warm, wool bed and hug her new trinket in her arms, tightly against her heart. She hoped her father would know how dearly she loved it, almost as dearly as she loved all those that she was looking after.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will be your guide as we listen to the fabled story of the Ugly Duckling. Now, you might have heard this story before, but it is always a beautiful story to tell. It reminds us to see beauty where others do not, to accept those who may seem different than us. One beautiful summer day in the country, when the wheat fields were golden, the oats very deep green, and the hay standing in nice big stacks in the meadows, is when our story begins. In this part of the countryside, there were forests and woods, meadows and fields, and right in the middle of one forest was a beautiful lake, one of the most beautiful lakes in all the country. And here, there was an old farmhouse where many different animals lived. The farmhouse had deep canals, a few barnyards, and a little path that led to the thick forested woods. So, one sunny summer day on the lake, a mother duck sat quietly on her nest, waiting for her eggs to hatch, and watching for the first tiny crack to appear. Most of the other ducks were busy swimming in the canals, or diving off the river banks and splashing about in the cool water. But this good mother duck, she didn't care much for chatter today. She wanted to look after her young brood when they arrived. And so, she was very focused on when they would finally be here. All day long, she sat on her nest, guarding it with love and care. When the midday sun rose high, she was still sitting on her nest. And when it got cooler, towards the late afternoon, there she was, still. It seemed a very long time to be sitting all by herself. But the good mother duck knew that soon enough she would have quite a lot of company and quite a lot of noise. So she enjoyed the silence a little bit longer. Then, finally, one shell cracked, followed by another and another. Peep, peep, cried the first chick, as it sprang from its hard and crackly cradle. And the mother duck answered, quack, quack. Welcome to the world, my darling. Peep, peep, cried the second little chick, and the third, and the fourth. But when they heard their mother saying, quack, quack, they thought they would like to try it too. So, the four little ducks peeped and quacked, and peeped and quacked. By now, they were waddling a few steps from their shells, trying to feel how the ground beneath their webbed feet was. A bit damp and muddy, a bit cold and sticky. But oh, so comfy here, beside their good mother duck. She showed them how to waddle between the tall green leaves, told them about all the colors and what each one was, the blue water on the lake, the green grass, the brown feathers on their backs, the yellow sunshine. "What a great world it is, Mother," said the little ducks. "There is far more room here than there was in our eggshells." "Yes, it is such a great and beautiful world," said their mother. "But you have not even yet seen the entire garden, or the farmyards, or the forests, or the rest of the lake. I am going to show you and teach you all about it." The little ducks were so excited. They all wanted to start walking, swimming, and discovering more. However, the good mother duck told them that they would all have to wait a little longer. The last egg had not yet hatched. This egg was bigger than the rest, and so Mother Duck thought perhaps it needed more time to hatch. She told her children that they would all wait for their sister, or maybe it was a brother, to arrive before going out into the great, big world. But the day started to end, the sun started to set, and still the last big egg had not yet hatched. The others were starting to get more impatient now. "We want to go and play, Mother," they cried. But Mother told them to stay nearby. Perhaps the last egg would hatch in the night. "Oh, perhaps I should sit a little while longer on this last egg," thought the mother duck. "Anyhow, I have sat so long on the eggs already, so an extra day or two more won't matter." And that is exactly what she did. After sitting on the last egg for the whole night, the next day finally arrived, and when the sun was all the way up in the sky, and all the other little ducks were busy peeping and waddling, the last egg finally cracked. At last, the great egg broke. And what do you suppose happened then? Out popped a great big bird, much bigger than the other chicks. It popped out and did not even say peep, peep, but quack, quack. "Oh my," thought the mother duck. "My last baby duck is so advanced already. He did not even cry peep, peep." As she examined him a bit more with that tenderly, motherly love, she noticed that he was indeed far bigger than the rest, and also not quite as cute and fluffy. "Ooh, what color is he?" asked the other little ducks. The mother looked at the last chick closer. "Oh, well, your brother is gray. That is a new color, isn't it?" "Oh, he is gray," said the other chicks, and they laughed at the sight of this new, strange color. The next day, the weather was so nice, and the sun was so warm, that the mother duck decided to take her family for a swim. She led them all down the banks and into the cool, refreshing water. "Quack, quack," she cried, showing them how to jump in and splash about with their feathers. All at once, the little ducklings followed their mother, making great big splashes. Their legs paddled quite naturally, until they were all a whole family of ducks swimming and floating around. The last gray duck was also in the water, paddling around, but he was the last in line, for he was quite a lot bigger than the rest and a little slower. "Oh," said the mother, "he is a bit slow, yes, but he is holding himself quite nicely in the water. I am sure he will be a good swimmer in no time." And she led her family of ducks around another bend and further on down the lake. "Come, children," she called out. "Now I will introduce you all to my friends, the other animals on the farm. They will be delighted to meet you all." And all the little ducks, plus the one big gray one, followed her on the water. When they reached the farmyard, there was a lot of noise going on. The little duckling wondered what all this commotion was. "It is the way of the world, dears," said the mother duck. She saw that 3 cats were all fighting over one fish, jumping at each other and scratching with their claws to pick at it. "Be careful around those cats," she called. "Always stay close to your mother." The ducklings did as they were told, following their mother as she went around to visit her friends, the other ducks. As they passed, the other ducks stared and said, "Look, here are the new ducks. My, how cute they all are. Oh, except for that last one. Why is he so big and ugly?" "Leave him alone," said the mother, upon hearing their whispers and knowing exactly what they were saying. "He is not doing you any harm. Your last duck is quite big and ugly. I don't want my babies to be frightened by him," said one of the other parent ducks, and she waddled far, far away. "Yes, your others are very pretty children," said another duck. She was old and wore a cloth to bundle one of her legs that didn't waddle so well. "Too bad about that last big one." "Oh, nonsense," replied the mother. "He is not as pretty or as brown as the others, it is true, but he is very smart and as good a swimmer as all the others. He will grow up to be a perfectly fine duck. It's just that he had stayed too long in the egg, so ended up being a bit bigger than the others. Just wait and see. He will grow up strong and able to take care of himself." "Well, he still looks very strange," said the old duck. All this chattering and commenting from the other ducks made the last bigger duckling quite uneasy. Now, he looked at himself and realized that he was quite a lot bigger than the others. But hadn't his mother said he was just as good a swimmer? And what did it matter that his color was not exactly like the other brown ducks? Next, they came to a turkey cock, who spread out his feathers as he looked at the brood. "Well, what a big gray duck that is," said the turkey cock, who thought quite highly of himself. "What happened to him?" At this comment, the other turkeys started to gather around and examine that big gray duck. They too started laughing, and laughing, and laughing, and laughing. "Oh yes, he is way too ugly to be a good duck," they all said. The poor ugly duckling grew sadder and sadder, because soon the horses were laughing at him. The cows told him to stay away from their green grass, and the cats said he looked as ugly as a wet fish. Every day, the teasing seemed to get worse and worse. The poor duckling was laughed at and pushed away by everyone. His brothers and sisters also started to be unkind to him. They would say horrible things like, "Go away, you ugly thing. Don't play with us. It is better if the cats would get you." One night, when the mother duck thought that all her little ducks were sleeping, she looked at them in the moonlight, and she said to herself, "That poor big and ugly one. I wish he had never been born." But the ugly duckling was only pretending to be sleeping. He had heard every word. When the mother fell asleep with all the other ducks, he quietly waddled away, far, far away into the dark of night. When the duckling heard his mother say she wished he had never been born, that was the last straw. He could not bear to be around his family any longer. He felt he had no friends. All the other animals in the farm hated him. It would be better if he just ran away. But wherever he went, there was more trouble. In a new farmyard he found, other ducks pecked him, the chickens beat him, and the girl who fed the animals called him ugly too. He did not know that human children could be so mean and say such things. He wanted to cry. "They are afraid because I am so ugly," said the duck to himself, trying to comfort himself. He did want to find a friend to talk to and play with, but it seemed that all the other animals he met were always upset to see him. He flew and flew until he came to a large moor. There were no farm animals, only wild ducks. They looked at him when he arrived, all with a strange look on their faces. "What sort of a duck are you?" they all said, circling him. He did not know what to answer them. "You are quite ugly," said the wild ducks. "Don't even think about marrying one of our pretty brood." Poor duck, as if he had ever had thoughts of marriage. He was just a young duck who wanted to swim and fly and live in peace. That was all he wished for. Bang, bang. A loud shot suddenly sounded in the air, and two wild ducks, who had attempted to fly, now fell swiftly into the bulrushes. Bang, bang. The sound echoed again, ringing out far and wide in the distance. Soon, wild ducks and wild geese were flying in every direction, attempting to escape the hunter's gun. Then, the sound of hunting dogs barking in the distance was heard, and the ducks continued scurrying about, following the direction of the geese. "Oh," sighed the duckling, "now I am thankful I am so ugly. Not even the hunters want me." As the guns continued sounding, and the wild dogs running around, the ugly duckling simply lay as still as he could in the bushes finally, late in the day, the commotion was all over. A soft rain began to fall, and everything else went quiet. The hunter went home, the dogs went home, and all the other ducks and geese flew away. The ugly duckling was finally at peace, by himself on the moor. He lay still a little longer, feeling the rain splash his body. As he lay there, he wished he could be carried away into the gray clouds those raindrops fell from. When the storm finally passed, night came and the ugly duckling fell asleep. The next day, he set out for a walk to look for something to eat. Presently, he spied a cottage with an open door. He waddled inside and found other animals living there, a cat and a hen. "What is that noise about?" said an old woman, who entered and saw the ugly duck right away. "Oh, what a prize!" she exclaimed. "If this creature is what I think it is, soon I shall have some duck's eggs." But after 3 weeks, there were no eggs. This ugly duck did not know how to lay any. "Why can't you lay eggs?" asked the old woman. "What are you good for, anyway?" "If you can't lay eggs, then I have no use for you, and you can't even purr or play with me like the cat. What a good-for-nothing creature you are." This left the ugly duckling feeling very low-spirited and sad. Even though the days were sunny and not a single drop of rain fell, he did not feel like doing much or playing with the other animals at all. And this is how he passed his days. The cat and the hen did not want to have anything to do with him. They tolerated him because the old woman wanted to wait and see if he could lay eggs. Sometimes, the duck tried to invite them to swim out on the water, but they never seemed interested at all. They only wanted to chat between themselves, and since the duck did not consider himself a very good chatterer, he usually had nothing to say. Finally, he grew very bored of sitting sadly in the corner all day, every day. Little by little, his fear of being laughed out when he was outside started to fade. He knew nothing else. Anyways, he never knew other animals who were kind to him. It was the stuff of his dreams to find other creatures who would be happy to see him and have him for company. "I believe I must go out into the world again," said the duckling at last. "Yes, do," said the cat and the hen. So it was that the duckling left the old woman's cottage without laying a single egg. When autumn came, everything changed color. The leaves on the forest trees were suddenly a bright orange, then a golden color. Then they all fell away in the wind. They fell to the ground and covered the forest like a shimmering carpet. The ugly duckling thought this new forest carpet was the prettiest color he had ever seen. One evening, just as the sun was setting, the duckling looked up to the sky. Its colors radiated against the evening light. Overhead, a flock of the most beautiful birds soared by. He gasped and held his breath as he watched them fly away, up, up, up so high. He had never seen such beautiful birds before. They had slender necks, soft plumage, and moved so gracefully. Their glorious wings lifted them a little higher, and then they flew in a straight line, curved right around, and came towards him. He continued looking at them in amazement, their white feathers dazzling. It was almost as if they were dancing in the light. The birds then flew a little lower and skidded to the surface of the water before landing ever so gently and swimming off. It was truly a gorgeous scene. The little ugly duckling suddenly felt his heart lift a little, and a pleasant feeling flooded his whole body. He dove into the water and began splashing around, happy to see such a beautiful sight. As he was splashing about them, he noticed the birds come back towards him. They mounted higher and higher in the air, and as he watched them, the ugly little duckling started to feel a strange sensation. He stretched out his neck just as they did, and when they flapped their white wings, he did too. This was really a strange excitement he felt. He did not quite know what to think, for he had never experienced this feeling or these thoughts before. Could it be true happiness? He definitely was not envious of these beautiful creatures, as he sometimes felt when he saw other animals. As he was thinking this to himself, he suddenly felt that his own wings were strong. He started to flap them against his sides. As he did this movement, it lifted him in the air. He started to rise higher and higher. He started to fly. What a wonderful feeling this was. He flew and flew and flew and flew. He flew until he found himself in a large, lovely garden. There were blossoming apple trees, fragrant flowers, berry bushes, and a trimmed lawn. Nearby, there was a pond, and that pond were the same white birds he had seen before. They were swimming gracefully and looked so majestic. "I will fly to these royal birds," said the ugly duckling, "just to be closer to their beauty." As he swam closer to them, he waited to hear if they would start laughing at him. Yes, they were laughing indeed, but not at him. What was this? They were calling him to come and join them. The ugly duckling could not believe what he was hearing. Were they really creating sounds of happiness and joy? He swam a little closer to them, and as he did so, he looked at his reflection in the water. What did he just see then? It was his own image. It really was. And in the water's reflection, he saw the truth. He was no longer a dark gray bird, ugly and disgraceful. No, he had changed into a fully grown, beautiful swan. "A new swan," called the other birds to him. "Where are you from, and what is your name?" He was confused at first, but then it all made sense. For he was born in a duck's nest in the farmyard, but in reality, he was a swan's egg. And that is why he was larger than all the rest. Just then, he saw a mother swan swimming, and behind her, her babies. Why, they all looked like he did a few months ago. They also had that scraggly gray color and looked like wet fish. Now he finally understood. Soon, some children came into the garden and started to throw bread and cake into the water. "See," cried the youngest child, "there is a new swan. Isn't he beautiful?" The children smiled in delight and called out to their mother, "There is another swan in the pond, Mother, a new and beautiful white swan, the most beautiful one of all." The other swans in the pond circled the bird, who was no longer an ugly duckling, and no longer an outcast. He was among his own kind, the most beautiful birds on this side of the country yard. His heart was content. He rustled his feathers and bent his slender neck to bow in reply to the others. He was finally home, and this is what happiness felt like.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I am Laura, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will tell you a story about a secret place in Italy and a legend that became part of its charm. This tale takes place on a blistering, hot day in the middle of July, in the small Italian village called Tellaro. This tiny village sits perched on rocks that overlook the coast. It is one of the most beautiful villages in all of Italy. Every evening in Tellaro, nature displays its grandeur by staging a magnificent sunset. As the shades of crimson sink into the horizon and the moon climbs higher, one feels as if they too are lifted away to a world of magic. But on this particular day in Tellaro, the weather was not very promising. The sky, normally a vast, clear blue and turquoise, suddenly turned grey and dark. The clouds overhead grew heavy and threatened to burst, pouring rain over the little village and all the little villages nearby. The wind, too, blew stronger and stronger, its gusts and gales whipping up the sea waves and letting them crash like thunder on the rocky marina. A group of children was sitting in the village square. They came to play together, but because of the gloomy weather, it seemed like their afternoon would be ruined. They would be utterly bored, the children worried. Today, they wanted to go to the beach and dive off the rocks into the glistening ocean. This is what they liked to do best in summer. Enjoy the long school holiday, swim about in the waves, chase sea creatures, and collect seashells. They also loved having sandcastle contests, seeing who could build the best masterpiece in the sand. But not today. Today they would all have to find some other activity to pass the time. The children huddled together in the square, chatting amongst themselves. But as hard as they tried to think of something, no one came up with things to do for fun. At that exact moment, old Samuel was passing by the little square. He was returning from a hike in the nearby hills. Samuel was an old fellow who liked to wander in nature, collecting herbs and leaves to brew tea, and vegetables to create delicious dishes at home. All the children knew old Samuel. He always had a tale of some adventure to tell. Rumour had it, he was once a sailor who went around the world in a ship, saw many things, and experienced amazing lands, before returning to tiny Tellaro to live out his final years. When he saw the children in the square, old Samuel noticed how bored they all seemed. "Oh, there is nothing to do in this weather," he heard Matteo, one of the oldest, say. Matteo was sitting on a bench next to the square fountain. He reached over and splashed the water with his hand. 2 other 7-year-old boys were lying on the ground next to a low wall. Samuel looked to see what they were doing and noticed that they were tormenting a lizard without a tail. The lizard, still alive and squirming, squiggled in protest, trying to get away. But this seemed to entertain the boys even more, who then started to construct barriers around the lizard with sticks and stones. Old Samuel did not like to see other living creatures suffer. He walked slowly over to the children and tried to get their attention. "Hey, have you ever heard what happened once upon a time in Tellaro when the weather was as bad as it is now? It was a day just like this one, yes, almost exactly this grey and boring." Now, some children looked up at him curiously, but some of the older ones just continued playing, ignoring the old man. "If you want to hear this story," Samuel continued, "a true and old story of pirates, come meet me in the old library in half an hour. But first, tell your parents." Samuel returned to his house and shortly after emerged with a bunch of large keys. The old man lived down in the marina, near the water's edge, at the top of a 3-story yellow building. In the village, houses were built very close together, almost clustered like stacks of blocks. The homes were painted in various pastel colours: pinks, oranges, light blues, and yellow hues. Old Samuel climbed the alley behind the house and soon found himself in the historical library. He opened the portal, entered, and sat quietly, waiting for the children to arrive. But time passed, and nobody came. He was in no hurry though. After all, he didn't have anywhere important to go. And since there was no school today, he figured the kids did not have anywhere more important to be either. Old Samuel decided to wait just a few minutes longer. Soon, the wooden door to the old library creaked open. In walked one child, leading her mother by the hand. Then came another, and yet another, until the library was full of children and their parents. There must have been about 24 children present. The children sat on the ground and waited for Samuel to start talking. A few drops of rain fell, breaking on the red slabs of the churchyard. I remember that on a day like this, my grandfather told me the story I want to tell you now, said old Samuel. All the children and adults took their seats, and when all was quiet, the old storyteller began. You should know that many, many years ago, Tellaro was the stronghold of a place called Barbazzano. Have you ever heard about it? Barbazzano was the ancient village perched on the hills higher up. Today, we only see the ruins in the middle of the woods. Due to a great plague which happened a long time ago, Barbazzano was completely abandoned. Nobody wanted to live there anymore. The city inhabitants moved here, closer to the coast and the ocean, and started to raise their families in Tellaro. But before this occurrence, our village existed to defend Barbazzano from pirate raids. You know, pirate raids were very frequent at the time. Pirates? Cried little Giorgio, excitedly. Yes, sea pirates, Samuel replied, a twinkle in his eye. Many of the pirates were notorious. Do you know what notorious means? That means famous for doing something a little naughty. So we had a lot of notorious pirates here. But the Tellarini, that is, the people from Tellaro, Samuel continued, built a small church on top of the rocks of the marina, dedicating it to Saint George, that legendary knight who slew the dragon. The bell tower of this church rang every day. Most of the time, its gong rang out to announce the hour, or to call people to Sunday Mass, weddings, or funerals. But the church bell tower also had another function. It was a watchtower, so that the residents of Tellaro could always be warned when pirates were approaching. So, a lookout guard was always on watch, day and night. After sunset and until sunrise, the marina was bolted. No one could enter or leave the village by sea. One day in July, the villagers noticed that a great storm was coming. The sky was dark. The wind crept into the alleys, whistling menacingly. A dense mist hid the sky and the dark sea. The ocean rose and fell, gigantic waves crashing on the rocks surrounding Tellaro. Everyone thought it a good idea to shut themselves up in their houses, hoping the next morning clear skies would return. Nobody ventured out to the marina in such bad weather. No one bothered to go shopping, since the little vegetable and fruit markets had also closed due to the storm. No children played on the streets, or bothered to go swimming, of course. That night, the villagers did not even post a sentry to guard the bell tower. You see, they never thought that pirates would ever attempt to sail in these conditions. When darkness fell, everyone fell sound asleep. But outside, the howl of the wind and the heavy rain beat down on the roofs of the houses. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the bells of St. George started to ring. Gong, 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 gong. Some people woke up at the first sound of the bells, and then they were puzzled. Which brave man had stayed awake in this storm to sound the midnight hour? Gong, gong, gong. The bells did not stop. Gong, gong, gong. They kept on ringing until everyone was awake. The fathers and uncles and brothers of Tellaro all got up and lit torches. They rushed together to the marina to see why the bells were ringing. Just then, as the crowds with their lit torches had gathered, 2 pirate ships appeared in the midst of black waves. Everyone could see the terrible ships now, rising and falling as the wind bore them up and then down. The 2 black ships grew larger and larger in size as they approached the coast. Everyone held their torches up to see the ships. They stood firm, even though it was raining and the thunder continued crashing, lightning bolts flashing overhead. Now, the pirate leader saw that the villagers were not taken by surprise. They were not all sleeping in their homes, as he had expected. What a surprise! All the villagers were standing at the marina, torches in hand, ready to fight off this pirate ship. Yes, they were all ready for him. They were all gathered and ready to resist, armed with pitchforks and fired up with torches. Immediately, the pirate captain gave the order to his men. "Retreat," he called out. "Our plan to ambush the village has failed. Retreat." The ships then reversed course and started to sail the other way, away from the village. Everyone cheered at the narrow escape, but still they looked in disbelief at the 2 galleys disappearing again in the waves. The people all hugged each other, happy that they had not been overcome by the pirates in their sleep. But they had stood prepared and were able to chase the ships away. And yet, there remained a mystery. Who had raised the alarm? Gong, gong, gong. They heard the bells again, the alarm that had awakened them all and saved them. Well, who was still ringing the bells? Everyone pointed to the church bell tower, then hurried up the cobblestone streets leading towards it. They then tried to enter the church, but found that the door had been closed. So, who could have been in the bell tower? Who was still ringing the bells? The priest finally arrived with the keys to the church in his hand, and a couple of men scurried up to the top. But to their surprise, guess who they found in the bell tower? Nobody. It was completely empty. There was not a single person up there. Was it a miracle? Was it a ghost? Could all of the villagers, dozens of them, have imagined that the church bells were ringing? How was this possible? And where was the rope to ring the bell? Well now, here was another mystery, for it too was gone. But then one of the villagers called everyone's attention to one of the bell tower windows. The rope was there. It was hanging. The long cord almost looked pushed out of the window. Perhaps it was the wind that had done this. Perhaps the gales of the storm. Everyone who could fit rushed towards the window and pressed themselves to see the hanging rope. But in the darkness, they could not locate its end. The rope seemed to be dangling all the way down to the water, as if it had been dropped down towards the ocean bed. Meanwhile, down below, a boy approached the base of the bell tower with a torch. From down there, he could see what was hanging at the end of the rope. Imagine everyone's amazement and surprise when they discovered what was attached to the end of the rope. A giant octopus. Its 8 arms were clinging to the rope, its suctions grasping the rope ever so tightly. In the darkness, the villagers could see the octopus's silky skin, its long, slithering arms, and its big, bulging eyes. "Oh, a giant octopus," shouted little Giorgio, who had, all this time, been listening intently, absorbed in the story. "But there are no giant octopuses in the Mediterranean," objected Beatrice, who read a lot of books about the sea and knew many facts. "Our octopuses are very small, but very intelligent. They can even unscrew things with their tentacles." "Well, yes," admitted old Samuel. "Nobody knows how big the octopus really was, for they did not really measure him. But, giant or not, the fact remains, somehow, that mysterious sea creature was still able to pull the rope, ring the bells, and sound the alarm." All the children sat still, as if in a trance, listening to the happy ending of this story. That night, old Samuel continued. Thanks to the help of the octopus, the pirates were driven back into the sea. Tellaro and all the village people were saved. All the children wondered if this was true. Some of the parents, after old Samuel had finished speaking, came forward to ask, "Is it true? Did this really happen here, in our village?" they asked. "We wonder because we have heard a similar story told, but in different ways. Which one is the real story? And which one is the legend?" Old Samuel smiled knowingly. The younger generation always wanted to see with their own eyes, feel with their bare hands, and hear only the things that they believed were real. And so, he answered them. This story has been handed down to us over the centuries. He patted some of the young ones' shoulders as he spoke. But as you know, sometimes reality and legend intertwine. How could the octopus have gotten hold of the rope? Would it have been cast into the ocean, just like that? Perhaps a wave had thrown the octopus out of the water. And maybe, just by chance, he had clung to the rope. Some of the people were nodding now. This seemed a more plausible explanation. But, continued old Samuel, what some call chance, others believe to be providence. The smallest of the children clapped their hands. A mother came forward to give her opinion. It was a miracle, she said. Miracle or coincidence, replied old Samuel. To this day, the people of this coastland still debate what saved Tellaro village that day. In any case, it is such a beautiful story. We still like to tell it. That's why there is an octopus on the wall of the church of San Giorgio. One of the boys, little Matteo, spoke up. Yes, exactly, Samuel confirmed. And octopus engravings on the doors and walls in many of the village homes. The children nodded their heads. They were quite familiar with the octopus's motif everywhere. It is for this reason, the old storyteller continued, because of what occurred that night. We are so grateful to the octopus for saving our land. And so, every year in August, we dedicate a 3-day festival to the sea creature. Little Jacopo smiled, but then became puzzled. But if it is a party for him, why do we always eat octopuses during that festival? This time, the old storyteller could only shake his head in reply. This was puzzling, indeed. Many of the other adults stifled giggles. Some of the little girls licked their lips, remembering the delicious octopus salads often served at this party. It was seafood, tossed with potatoes and fragrant herbs. By now, some of the grey clouds had already moved away. Somebody pointed to the window and called everyone to look outside. "Look," said the child, "a rainbow." And, although the children and adults of Tellaro had often seen this beautiful phenomenon in the sky, still everyone crowded the window to get a good look. There was the grand arch, its colours splashing out over the sky, painting a protective bow over them. The grey skies over Tellaro had parted to give way to fluorescent colours. The reds, greens, and purples of the rainbow filled everyone with a sense of calm. "It is always beautiful," one of the mothers whispered. For a good 10 minutes, everyone stood silently, thankful for the sign in the sky. And with the memory of old Samuel's story in their mind, thankful also for safety from life's bigger storms. Then, after the rainbow had faded to just a sliver of pastel light, the children started moving about. Old Samuel looked at the clock and realized it was getting late. The sun would soon set, and the families would retreat to their homes to prepare dinner. Old Samuel waved goodbye to the little ones, who went skipping down the small alleyways towards their homes. When everyone had left, he climbed the steps a little higher until he reached a better lookout point, where he could watch the sun sink into the ocean. Although the people of Tellaro had heard his story before, perhaps nobody felt more thankful for that night than old Samuel himself. He was from a family of fishermen, from a long generation of simple people who lived on these shores. Had the pirates attacked Tellaro that night, surely he would not be here today to keep on telling this story. A few seagulls flapped their wings and began circling in the distance. The old man watched as their shapes created moving silhouettes. The sun's last rays backlit the birds, and their soaring above made shadows of movement on the ocean waves. The water was murky now, but the old man knew that deep beneath the surface, mysterious creatures still thrived. He tried to imagine them all: the fish of the sea, the shellfish, the octopuses. They did not sleep like human folk when the sun went down, he knew. Come nightfall, their underwater world was just as alive with movement and magic. In his younger days, he enjoyed diving in the ocean, jumping off those same rocks that surrounded the shore. He loved exploring the nearby caves and swimming, even in the depths of darkness. But now that he was getting old, Samuel struggled even to walk. Still, he kept moving every day. He made it a routine to climb the steps to the bell tower every evening, to watch the sun as it set gloriously on the horizon, and then to walk back slowly down to his home. As he completed his routine tonight, he uttered a silent blessing for all the people, the sea creatures, and living things in Tellaro. Yes, they were blessed to live in one of the most beautiful corners of the earth, and they were all blessed to have the freedom of time to enjoy it. Before he reached his home, old Samuel heard that musical sound again. Gong, 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 gong. The bell tower was ringing. Gong, 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 gong. Old Samuel stopped walking and listened until the bell's ringing faded. Gong, gong, gong. Good night, he answered in reply. Good night to all good things. I will greet you again tomorrow. The old storyteller was very tired now. He entered his home and turned on some heat. He opened his curtains so that he could see the stars as they shone outside, and so that he could see the moonlight as it sparkled over the ocean's face. I hope you have enjoyed the telling of this legend, and I hope one day you get to travel to Tellaro, this tiny, beautiful village. You will find it in the northwest of Italy. It's one of the towns on the Ligurian coast, a place they call the Gulf of Poets. To this day, Tellaro remains a small, quiet town with a charm that is far better felt than voiced. That is why it's been awarded one of the 100 most beautiful towns in Italy. And when you find this magical place, stay a while. Do not leave until you have seen the sunset. For, people say, the sunset in Tellaro is one of the most magical in the world.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. Tonight, we're going to travel to Yosemite Valley and hear a wonderful tale of a family of animals searching for two little cubs. Long, long ago, high up in the Sierra Mountains, a mother led her two cubs down the Merced River. It was springtime, and Yosemite Valley was in full bloom. Daisies and poppies sprouted out of the rolling green meadows. Butterflies floated from flower to flower, making their way through the fresh spring air. The cubs looked around in awe. The world they had been brought into was so beautiful, and they could feel that there was a magic in this place. As their mother led them alongside the river, they gazed up with starry eyes at the high peaks around them. Even as small as they were, here they felt safe. Their mother led them deeper and deeper into the valley. The bears splashed in the shallow water along the way. The cool glacier water felt relaxing on their tiny brown paws. Further into the stream, they could see fish swimming against the colorful rocks, shining in the morning sun. There seemed to be life all around them. After walking in the stream and gazing at the beautiful landscape, their mother finally led them into a grove of trees. Overhead, they could see the squirrels chitter-chattering and lounging on the branches. Birds called, singing their peaceful song to anyone who would listen. "I'm going to go collect us some berries, my dears," Mother Bear said, rubbing her soft muzzle against her two children. "Stay here and be safe until I return, okay?" The little bears agreed with their mother. They watched until she disappeared further into the forest. With their mother gone, the two bears walked down to the crystal clear river once more. They hadn't had their fill of fun yet, and now was their chance. The little bears stood on either side of the river, splashing and playing to their heart's content. Other animals from all around the forest watched them from the trees, from the bushes, from the sky. The little bears' laughter and the joy seemed to carry through the fresh valley air for miles. After quite some time playing in the water, the bears grew sleepy. With their coats wet from the cool water, the little bears returned to the flat rock where their mother had left them. They curled up on the rock, welcoming the warmth from the granite. They felt their coats begin to dry from the cozy heat of the rock and those beautiful springtime rays from the sun. As their coats dried, they found themselves curling up against one another. Their chests rose and fell in sync with one another as they tuned into the world around them. The birds chirping overhead were like a soothing lullaby. The sweet grass swayed around the rock in the soft wind, brushing against the granite with every single gust. Just over the hill, they could hear the soft bubble of the Merced River as it carried on without them. It was as if nature was truly lulling them to sleep. In that moment, the bears felt so peaceful, so comfortable. They had the warmth of each other, the warmth of the sun, and the cozy soundscape of the beautiful land. As moments passed, the bears found themselves falling into a deep, comfortable sleep. They felt weightless almost as the peace of the midday snooze embraced them. But as the bears slept, something odd happened to the rock underneath them. The rock began to grow, slowly, ever so slowly at first. It rose higher and higher and higher into the sky. It passed the pine trees. It passed by the sequoias. Soon it had crept so high into the sky, there were clouds brewing just beneath it. The little bears, deep in their slumber, dreamt of themselves climbing the highest tree in the valley. They could practically smell the sticky sweet scent of pine on their paws. When their mother returned to where she had left her cubs, she thought for a moment she might be dreaming. She had searched through the forest to find sweet berries and nutritious seeds for her children, but she couldn't find them anywhere. She called out to her cubs, desperate to find them. She sang their names like the birds sang their songs. It traveled through the trees, through the rivers, over the valley floor. The forest animals that had watched her beautiful cubs play in the river sat down beside her. They began to search every bush they could find, every tree, every crack in the granite and cave in the walls. But they couldn't find her children anywhere. The mountain bluebird ruffled her deep blue feathers. I'm going to fly as high as I can and see if I can see them in the valley, she said. She walked over beside Mother Bear and nuzzled against her fur. We'll find your cubs, Mother Bear. With that, the mountain bird flew up into the highest tree she could find. She felt the wind dancing through her feathers as her wings opened to take flight. With a gust of wind, she was soaring through the air. The mountain bluebird was weightless and free, gliding through the air untethered from the land below. Even high above the treetops, she couldn't find the two little cubs. She gazed over the land, seeing swathes of green grass and orange poppies, patches of cool granite, slivers of icy blue rivers and streams. However, she didn't see the brown of the little cub's fur. She even dove under the highest waterfall looking for the cubs. The mist peppered over her feathers, but rolled off like oil, cascading down onto the land below. The mountain bluebird decided to fly even higher. With the wind underneath her wings, she floated up, up, up through the grey clouds and into the bright blue sky. Once she was as high as her little wings could carry her, she saw them. The two little cubs still fast asleep on the mountain. The mountain bluebird felt a wave of calm wash over her body. She dove back through the clouds all the way down to the trees below. "I found your cubs," Mountain Bluebird sang. "They're asleep on the peak of the highest mountain." Mother Bear felt relieved, but she knew getting to the top of the mountain wouldn't be a simple task. She gazed up the cliff, her eyes traveling over every inch of granite until they reached the top, which was clouded by the grey haze of rain just on the horizon. "How will we get my little cubs down?" the mother bear asked. Around her, the animals all looked up at the high peak. The squirrels knew they couldn't climb that high. The bunnies knew they couldn't jump all the way up there. The mountain bluebird knew she couldn't carry the cubs all the way down. But the deer stepped forward, its tall antlers shining in the sun. "With my hooves, surely I can climb the mountain and bring your little cubs home," he said. All the animals gathered at the base of the cliff as the deer prepared himself to climb. He made his way from rock to rock in long, graceful arcs. But as the mountain grew steeper and steeper, the deer began to slide. He burrowed his heels into the rock, but it was no use. He slid down, 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 slowly, until he landed back in the soft valley grass below. The deer offered to try again, but Mother Bear didn't want to trouble him. There had to be some other way to bring her precious cubs home. Feeling a bit tired with no plan in mind, Mother Bear began to sing a song. Hoping to raise their spirits, the other animals chimed in, singing in beautiful harmony with one another. Tutokanula, Tutokanula, Tutokanula. The animals sang. Their melody carried through the forest as the warmth of their spirit grew within them. The sweet feeling of positivity embraced the group as they sang together. "I can help," a tiny voice piped up. The animals looked around, searching for the source of the voice, but they couldn't quite find it. "I can help," the voice rang out again. Mother Bear looked down to a poppy by her paw, where a green inchworm sat on a vibrant orange petal. "How will you help, little one?" Mother Bear asked. She nestled down into the sweet grass until she was eye level with the flower and the inchworm. The flower rippled in the breeze, But the inchworm stuck on. "I can climb up and help your cubs. Surely I'll be able to make it." The other animals looked at the inchworm in disbelief. How could such a small creature make it all the way up into the clouds, all the way to the peak of the mountain? The inchworm made his way over to the base of the mountain, inching along ever so slowly. The animals all lounged in the grass, watching as he began his climb up the speckled granite wall. The inchworm slinked from side to side. He glided easily over delicate patches of moss, between the curled roots of juniper trees and the craggy edges of the stone that had long been underground. Below, the animals watched in awe. The inchworm had reached far higher than any of them had been able to. As the inchworm reached the clouds, he felt the icy breeze of the mountain air wash over his body. He could smell the fragrant juniper berries and the cedar needles on the mountain peak. Soon, the inchworm reached the top of the mountain. The valley floor below him seemed so small, yet so marvelous at the same time. He took in the sight for a long moment. It was almost too pure for the world. It filled his body with a kind of serenity he had never experienced before. Behind him, the little cubs finally awakened from their slumber. "Where are we?" one of the cubs asked as he gazed at the stirring rain clouds below his paws. "Don't worry," the inchworm chimed. "I'll guide you to home safe and sound." The inchworm began the peaceful journey down the mountain with the little cubs close behind him. He helped the little bears find footing all the way down the slopes. The sun began to set around them on their descent. The cliff face glistened in the orange glow of the sunset and painted the land below in the most incredible colors anyone had ever seen. Just as the moon began to rise in the sky, the cubs landed comfortably on the ground. They dug their little paws into the earth as if they couldn't believe it was real. Mother Bear embraced her cubs, pressing her black nose into their soft fur. They were finally reunited, and it was the sweetest feeling they could ever imagine. That night, Mother Bear curled up against the base of the mountain with her cubs. The inchworm happily crawled on her fur, settling down for the night with its new friends. As the stars began to dot the clear Yosemite sky, everyone felt completely at peace. Mother Bear watched her cubs' chests rise and fall, until the rhythm slowly coaxed her to sleep herself. And from that day on, everyone called the great granite rock Tutokanula, after the helpful little inchworm. If you visit it today, you can stand in the awe, beauty, and wonder of this masterpiece of nature. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Joe, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, I will be your guide to a beautiful part of Japan and tell you a local folktale about a benevolent man and his quest to rescue a little sparrow. Deep within the bamboo forests of Japan, there was a riverside village of unrivaled beauty. From afar, you couldn't see the village through the thick forest. But as you inched closer and closer, the magical village would come into full view. The lazy river that wound through the lush green village was dotted with red arched bridges. From on top of the bridges, you could see vibrant orange koi fish and speckled rocks beneath the crystal clear water. Nearly the entire village was covered in towering Japanese maples, magnolia trees, and cherry blossom trees that had an everlasting pink bloom. The pink flowers constantly rained down over the cobblestone streets, painting the entire town a beautiful pink. At the very edge of the village, a simple dirt path wove through a tall grove of bamboo. If you were to walk down the path, you would eventually reach a simple home. In that traditional, cozy home, an elderly man and woman had made their lives. The man was a benevolent, wonderful person. He worked as a carpenter, whittling bamboo trinkets and toys for the local children. Every morning, he would rise with the sun and walk further along the river, deeper into the forest to collect his bamboo. He would remain by the river all day, whittling next to the water, breathing in the sweet aroma of the clean air. His wife, however, wasn't a kind woman. When they were young adults, the two were utterly in love. As they aged, his wife became a bitter woman, jealous and resentful of her husband's relationships with others. They lived a modest life, which the woman wasn't pleased with. She didn't like washing their clothes in the river or living out in the forest with the animals. While the man found happiness in the flowers, trees, and townspeople, the woman longed to escape to a city. She longed for riches and fine things. One day, the man journeyed into the forest. He lived for the solitude that could be found deep within the forest. Tucked between the towering bamboo and babbling brook, he felt as though he could truly be himself. On this day in particular, he settled upon his usual tree stump and closed his eyes. On days where the breeze was winding through the tall stalks, he loved to listen to them gently brush against one another. The leaves would rustle softly with every gust as the hollow stalks made their signature. Clink, clink. On this day, the old man felt connected to the forest around him. He knew that as long as he had these woods, his life would be happy. As he listened to the sounds of his beloved bamboo, another tiny noise piped up from the underbrush. The man immediately felt concerned. The noise sounded like a little bird crying out for help. The man followed the cry across the river and down a steep bank. The land seemed to glow on this side of the river. Every step the man took seemed to be electrified, as if the land was full of magic. The noises of the bamboo completely faded into the background, leaving only the distant roar of the river. There was something special here. Eventually, the man found himself standing over the crying animal. As he knelt down, a baby sparrow gazed up at him. A gentle ball of brown fluff, the bird blinked at him with wide, glossy eyes. It chirped at him as it tried to stand, waving an injured wing. The man felt a wave of compassion wash over him. It spread from the center of his body all the way down to the ends of his fingertips as he watched the little bird look up at him. He took the tiny sparrow in his hands. It nestled against his fingers, curling up happily against his warm skin. Then, the steady thud, thud, thud of the bird's little heart pulsed against his skin. For a moment, the man couldn't believe something so fragile could exist. He was humbled, amazed by the little creature's life, amazed that he and the bird shared such a beautiful forest. Overhead, velvety grey clouds cast shadows over them. A gentle spring rain began to fall in slow, heavy drops from the sky.
I'm going to keep you safe, little one. Don't worry.
With a kind smile, the man placed the sparrow in his front pocket. The bird curled up against the fabric, welcoming the warmth of the wool. The man hurried back to his house, determined to make a home for the rescued animal. By the time he arrived, the sparrow was fast asleep in his front pocket. It looked as though it hadn't slept in days. Ever so carefully, the man began to craft a home for the sparrow. Outside in the sunshine, he whittled a small bowl for food and water. He cut a bit of fabric from his shirt and placed it in a makeshift nest for his new friend. Over the course of the next few days, the man spent mornings looking for food for the sparrow. The sparrow would tweet and hop around every morning, excited to greet the man who had rescued him from an uncertain fate. Together, they ate lunch down by the river. The man would set the sparrow's box in the grass beside him and feed the sparrow seeds in between his own bites of rice. Some days he would write poetry and read it to the young bird. With the sound of the river rushing right beside them and the sound of the old man's lyrical voice, the bird would drift to sleep by the end of his poems. Though the bird couldn't talk to him, he felt as though it could understand. It was soothing to have someone listen to his every word. It was soothing to have a creature to care for and love. It was heartwarming to have an animal to look at him with admiration and respect. At home, he was not granted that same joy. His wife would berate him for being gone all day. When she learned he was caring for a sparrow, she grew angry. "That bird can't help us. It's a waste of time and money," she said. But the man loved the sparrow. Every night he would place the sparrow on his nightstand and watch its little chest rise and fall until it fell asleep. Once he knew it was sleeping comfortably, he would close his eyes and drift off to have sweet dreams. One day, the man awoke to a rainstorm. The sound of the rain pouring over his roof made him want to curl back up in bed. He rose and gazed out of the window for a long moment. Everything seemed so much greener during storms like these. The ground was wet and reflective. The tall bamboo stalks bent closer to the earth under the weight of the fresh raindrops. The man could smell the earthy aroma that the spring rain always stirred up. All the plants were fragrant, as if they were reminding the world that they were alive, and that the world was beautiful. The little sparrow chirped up at the man, flapping its wings happily. He could see the joy glistening in the sparrow's eyes. He knew he couldn't bring the sparrow out into rain this heavy. He brushed the precious creature's head as his wife watched him, jealous and annoyed. With that, he headed out into the rainstorm to do his work. The sparrow cried after the man, squawking loudly. The woman grew annoyed with the bird's chirping. Her husband had never cared for anything like that sparrow before. It brought him joy that she never seemed to be able to. She began to stew. The longer the bird chirped, the more frustrated the woman became. She paced back and forth, until she couldn't take it anymore. In the heat of anger and jealousy, the woman hurt the bird. She tossed it out of the window and watched as it scampered away. As evil as she was, the woman felt satisfaction wash over her. Later, the man arrived home. He held a sweet, bright red strawberry in his hands. It was considered a luxury, but the man thought it would make a wonderful treat for the sparrow after being separated all day. When the man discovered what his wife had done, his heart pained. He went outside to find his friend. Pacing through the rain, he called out to the sparrow. He felt a heaviness in his heart, an overwhelming desire to once more hold the injured sparrow. The deeper into the bamboo forest he got, the more hopeless his quest seemed. But then he heard a gentle chirping above him. To his surprise, a flock of sparrows were flitting above his head. They dove around his head playfully, as if they were beckoning him to follow them. Could the sparrows really be helping him? Did they know who he was? He followed the birds down a dirt path on the edge of the river. Finally, they reached the thickest grove of bamboo the man had ever seen. He wove through the bamboo, following the graceful movements of the birds above him. He found himself in a circular clearing within the bamboo. There was something magical about it. The air seemed to sparkle, and the circle itself seemed to have been placed there by the gods. Ever so slowly, birds began to creep out of tiny holes in the bamboo. Collectively, they all sang to him. Their song was one of the most beautiful the man had ever heard. He felt tears begin to form in his eyes. In the center of the clearing, his little sparrow looked up at him with those familiar eyes. He felt overcome with emotion. Dropping to his knees, he took his friend in his hands. The sparrow lifted its wing as if to show him that it was healed. The man understood. The sparrow had returned to its family where it rightfully belonged. Just as the man was about to part ways, the sparrows all around him began to sing together, louder, even more beautifully than before. they began to dance. Every movement they made was pure and gentle as they sailed and fell through the air, glancing at the man for his approval. Overcome with joy, the man placed the strawberry in front of the little sparrow for all the creatures to share. They gathered around the strawberry, chirping with joy and appreciation. Before the man could leave, they brought forth 2 bamboo baskets. One basket was large, while the other was tiny. Wanting for nothing, the man took the smaller basket with a smile. As he turned to leave the grove, he glanced over his shoulder to get one last glimpse of his friend. The little sparrow was cuddling with its family, safe and happy. It chirped a final time at the benevolent man, the man who had cared so deeply for it, and then he was gone. When the man returned home, he opened the basket. To his surprise, the basket was overflowing with gold and riches. It shined in the dim light, casting a brilliant reflection across their modest home. "Where did you get the basket?" the woman snapped. When the man told her he had a choice between the small and the large basket, the woman rushed out into the forest, desperate to find more riches. The woman never returned. Some say the large basket was there to tempt greedy people. Some say the birds knew of the harm she caused the little sparrow. The man gave his riches to the poor people in the community. He continued to live his comfortable life in the forest. Every morning, he would walk through his beloved bamboo grove. He would close his eyes and listen to the ethereal song of the sparrows as he whittled in the forest.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide on a beautiful, peaceful journey to a good night's sleep. Tonight's story is about a little girl who goes on an incredible journey. Tonight's story, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, begins in a lush garden far, far away. Alice, a bright girl only 7 years of age, strolled through a garden party. The garden was picturesque, dotted with rows and rows of bright red roses. All around her, adults clinked teacups as they spoke in hushed tones over the hot, fragrant steam. Though the garden was lovely, Alice didn't find the company particularly engaging. In fact, Alice was rather bored. Everything around her was prim and proper. Adults in fancy clothes, snacks arranged in perfect little shapes, people afraid to laugh too much, to smile too brightly. Alice decided she had to escape this. She wanted fun, adventure, magic. She didn't want to be proper and dull. She found herself sneaking out of the garden, past the sweet aroma of the roses and lilies, past the bubbling stream and extravagant fountains. In just moments, she was at the edge of a forest. Sunlight filtered through the lofty pines. The dense woody aroma of birch and cedar trees hung in the air and danced in her nose, welcoming her to step further and further into the woods. Just then, Alice noticed a flash of white scuttle across the forest floor. Unsettled leaves jumped up into the breeze, floating around the low ferns and blackberry bushes. Curious, Alice tiptoed towards the creature. Before her, a white rabbit tapped its foot impatiently as he stared at a stopwatch. He wore a tiny, rabbit-sized waistcoat and a frustrated expression. His nose wrinkled and twitched as he glanced at the time on the stopwatch. Oh dear, I shall be too late," he cried. Without another word, he bounded further into the forest. Alice followed after him. She waded through the sea of flowers and plants until suddenly she was falling. Down, down, down she fell. Glowing crystals and creeping vines flashed all around her as she tumbled through the air. Mushrooms growing on the rabbit hole's walls pulsed with a bioluminescent glow. On the way down, she couldn't help but think, this is much deeper than any rabbit hole I've ever seen. With nothing but a gentle thump, Alice landed in a bed of flowers. She rose to her feet, amazed that she had landed so softly. Completely amazed that she had landed in a room with vibrant walls and checkerboard floors. Alice couldn't help but feel she had found someplace much more exciting than the party she had abandoned. The white rabbit scurried down a long hallway. Alice dusted off her dress and rushed after him, only to discover he had slipped through a small door with a window. On the other side of the door, a gorgeous garden sparkled and swayed in the sunlight. It was otherworldly, practically glowing with life. Bright petals danced in the cool breeze. Mystic-looking flowers Alice had never seen in her life reached further and further towards the sunlight. Alice saw the white rabbit disappear further and further into the garden. She wanted to follow him. She wanted to explore the other world. But the door was locked, and she was certain she wouldn't be able to fit through. At the end of the hallway, a key on the table glistened under the bright light. On one side, there was a bottle with a tag attached to it. On the other sat a slice of cake. Alice turned over the tag, which read, "Drink me." The blue liquid inside the bottle bubbled with a mysterious energy. She then flipped over the tag on the cake, which read, "Eat me." With a shrug, Alice drank the liquid. For once, she wanted to see what following orders would do. The liquid was silky smooth on her tongue. A warm feeling rushed over her body, a feeling that almost made her want to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to grow. Alice looked around in amazement as the realization washed over her. She was shrinking, and she was shrinking fast. She grew smaller, smaller, and smaller still. The world around her, the table, the doorways, everything was massive, like something out of a strange dream. That door, that was once too tiny for her, was precisely her height now. She raced over to it, looking into the garden through the window. The white rabbit was long gone, but the garden itself looked even more gorgeous than it had before. It was practically a picture of tranquility. How she longed to lay on that soft grass, to stare up at the clouds and breathe in the fresh, floral air. She tried the handle to the door. Only then did she realize what she had done. The key, the only way into the beautiful garden, was sitting above her head on the table. Would she even be able to carry it? Certainly there was no way she could reach up there. She glanced at the cake in her hand. Eat me, she thought. Well, maybe that's exactly what will get me out of this mess. Alice took a deep breath and allowed her body to relax. She took a huge bite out of the center of the lush, fluffy cake. The sweet taste of chocolate flooded her mouth and engulfed her senses. In an instant, her body began to grow. She shot past the tiny door, past the table. She felt a sense of pride and excitement. She had finally figured this out. Only she hadn't figured it out. She shot past the normal-sized door, past the chandelier, until her head was pressed against the ceiling. She could feel the tears welling in her eyes. How had she failed this horribly? How was she ever going to return home? Even worse, how was she going to see the gorgeous garden? At the thought, tears spilled from Alice's eyes. She just couldn't stop them. The large tears poured out of her eyes like a faucet, filling the floor below her. Before she knew it, the water was at her knees. Alice wiped off her face, feeling much better after her cry. She waded through the sea she had created from her own tears, until she felt her knees bump against the table. She reached through the tears, hoping to find something that would help her. Her fingers brushed against an object. Again, Alice found herself shrinking. Down, down, down she shrunk, until she became her original size. For a brief moment, everything was fine. Until she realized how deep the water underneath her was. She waded in the warm water, desperate for a place to stop. In the distance, a mouse floated over the waves. His little pink ears twitched as he rocked back and forth over the waves. Alice called out to him, trying to catch his attention, but he began to swim in the other direction. Soon, there were dozens of animals all around her. Chipmunks and squirrels shook their tails under the weight of the water. Dogs paddled, trying to find a place to rest. Everyone found themselves floating through the waves, faster and faster as the tears spilled out of the doorway. Alice found herself whizzing by things she had never seen in her life. Mountains made of glowing rock, trees dripping in sparkling ice, plants coated in golden dew and ethereal flowers. It was hard not to marvel at the world around her, even as she found herself barreling downstream in a river she had somehow managed to create. Ahead of her, the animals began to swim to shore. Alice followed them and finally pulled herself onto the soft grass. She laid on her back for a long moment, staring at the beautiful clouds as they passed her by. The sky was an odd blue, unlike anything she had ever seen before. She sat up to see the white rabbit yet again bounding through the forest behind her. Alice, dripping wet, pulled herself to her feet and rushed after him. Oh dear, I shall be too late," his cry echoed through the forest. Alice rushed past trees that seemed to dance and sing as she chased after him. What a magical place, she thought. Where on earth could he possibly be going? She found her answer when she stumbled out of the edge of the forest into a stunning courtyard. A massive European castle loomed on the horizon. Every brick seemed to sparkle in the sunlight. Every window seemed to have more beautiful stained glass than the last. She stood, mouth agape, amazed by the stunning building before her. In front of her, 3 playing cards, even taller than her, stood with buckets of paint. They drew their brushes over white roses, dyeing them a scarlet red. Alice watched for a long moment as they turned the roses from white to red, white to red, white to red. Suddenly, the 3 cards dropped to the ground on their stomachs. They appeared to be cowering. Alice reached out to comfort them, but quickly a shadow fell over her. Before her, a card stood proudly. The Queen of Hearts stood at attention, a scowl and bad energy emanating from her very being. "Who are they lying on the ground there?" the Queen of Hearts asked distastefully, motioning to the cards kneeling at her feet. "Why, I don't know," Alice replied. A deck of cards hovered around the Queen. All of them seemed scared, ready to jump at the drop of a pin. The Queen glared at Alice. She called over her shoulder, "Off with her head!" Panic washed over Alice as cards began to surround her. Were they going to kill her? But what had she done? Why was the Queen so mad? "Darling, she is but a child." Behind the Queen, a voice piped up. The King approached, a kind expression on his face. "You don't want to harm her." The Queen rolled her eyes. "You must come join us in a croquet match then." Alice stepped forward uncertainly. One of the servants handed her a flamingo. At her feet, hedgehogs curled into balls. "What is this?" Alice asked, motioning to the flamingo. Merely hearing her voice seemed to irritate the Queen, who replied, "It's croquet." The game began. Alice struggled with the flamingo croquet mallet. Each and every time she tried to hit the hedgehog ball, the flamingo would look up at her with expressive eyes. Alice tried to join in, but the game seemed entirely fruitless. The Queen continued to hit hedgehogs through the croquet hoops as they shook in fear, afraid of her wrath. Alice had to say something. This game was impossible and cruel. How could someone think such a thing could be fun? Just as she opened her mouth, the white rabbit bounded over to them. "Oh, tea, my Queen?" the white rabbit asked. The Queen waved her hand, sending him off. He had to hurry so he could get here, Alice realized, trying yet again to swing her flamingo mallet, but missing terribly. The white rabbit hopped over yet again and motioned to his pocket watch. "The trial, my Queen, the trial for your tarts." The cruel Queen dropped her flamingo mallet, and the flamingo quickly scampered off to freedom. All the cards and the Queen herself began to file into the castle. Curious about the trial, Alice hurried after them. The stone walls of the castle became more and more impressive with every step she took. Finally, she entered a large room organized like a courthouse. On the stand, the Knave of Hearts shook in fear. Queen glared at him from her comfortable throne. Alice nestled into a seat in the courtroom amazed at the congregation of people and animals around her. The white rabbit hopped onto the stand. In a lyrical voice, he read the charges. The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer's day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them quite away. The trial began in full swing. The cook stepped forward, intending to give his evidence, but instead he rambled on about the ingredients within the tart. Concern and fear rushed over Alice as the Queen called out, "Sentence first, verdict afterwards." In that very instant, Alice felt herself begin to grow. The animals in her row looked to her in confusion. The court, bickering, marvelled at Alice as she grew taller and larger, until she was practically touching the vaulted ceiling. Beside her, a mouse piped up, "It's not fair for you to grow and take the air from the rest of us." The cards agreed, telling her she was distracting from the sentencing. At the sight of the Knave of Hearts quivering, Alice couldn't help herself. "You're just a deck of cards," she yelled. The day had been long, far too long. The adventure was magical and draining, all at once. "Off with her head," the Queen hollered. In a mere instant, the deck of cards was shooting towards her, covering her. Alice closed her eyes, ready for the attack. But suddenly, Alice felt a gentle, warm hand on her face. She opened her eyes to see her sister Margaret standing above her, surrounded in a gorgeous halo of orange and pink sunlight. "You've slept through the party," Margaret chimed, "and you've got leaves all over your face." Alice sat herself up, bewildered. She laid at the edge of the forest. Around her, crickets chirped as the sun began to drift down over the horizon. Alice rose to her feet. Had it all been a dream? She glanced back into the forest, expecting to see the familiar face of the white rabbit, but she was met with nothing but the sounds of the forest, preparing for sleep. Alice nodded and followed her sister back to reality. In her heart, she felt the warmth of a thrilling journey and comfort in the realization that we carry adventure with us everywhere we go.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Anthony, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, I will tell you the exotic tale of a Japanese princess born in a bamboo forest and her journey of returning back home. Once upon a time, in a cozy village in the mountains of Japan, a man and his wife lived in peace and harmony. The man was a bamboo cutter, spending the majority of his time cutting down bamboo deep in the forest and bringing it back to the village for craftsmen to use. The man and his wife had been married for years, but were never able to have children. Every day, they put their love and energy into caring for the village instead. The woman would cook marvelous meals and bring them down to the townspeople. She would dine with the sick, the elderly, and the poor, making sure they were well fed and happy. Out in the forest, the man would collect food and give it to the animals. Birds flocked around him. Monkeys and deer scurried to greet him. But every night, the man and the woman would sit outside their home in their garden and gaze up at the starry night sky. Holding one another, they would whisper to the moon and the stars, begging the gods to allow them to have a child. They cared deeply about having a child of their own, but it seemed as though their prayers were unanswered. One day, the man journeyed out into the forest as usual. But this day felt different. The man had more energy in his step. The forest somehow seemed brighter than usual. The birds and the animals chattered loudly as they began to follow him down his normal route. The man stretched his hand and allowed it to brush against each stalk of bamboo he passed. The clink, 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 clink as he went along soothed him completely. He could almost feel the pulse of nature underneath his steps, as if he was united with the earth. The man continued along the forest, closing his eyes and taking in long, deep breaths. Today would be a day of rest, he decided. He turned off from his usual route and settled deep within the bamboo grove in a small clearing. There he would take a nap and listen to the soundtrack of the forest around him. There he would allow himself to turn off his mind and simply relax. But when the man arrived in the grove of soft grass and cool shade, there was a tall stalk of bamboo in the very center of the clearing. The man wondered for a moment if he was dreaming. He had come to this part of the forest many times before and had never encountered such a beautiful bamboo plant. As he neared the bamboo, he began to see a steady glow from within the stalk. The closer he got, the brighter the bamboo seemed to shine. He felt an energy radiating from the bamboo. For a moment, he wondered if he should cut the stalk down. Was there a forest god in the plant? After some hesitation, the man gently began to knock down the bamboo stalk. It seemed as though it was resisting, but he continued on. The wind around him began to pick up. Wildflowers were whisked up into the air and floated all around him, perfuming the air with their sweet aroma. In one final hit, the bamboo tumbled to the ground. Ethereal light poured from the broken stalk into the forest. The light was overwhelmingly beautiful, like moonlight splashing across the land. The man wiped his eyes as the light began to disappear. He glanced down into the bamboo. To his surprise, a tiny baby was curled up in the base of the stalk. She gazed up at him with beautiful amber eyes. In fact, the child was one of the most beautiful he had ever seen. Her whole being seemed to glow from within. She stretched and reached her tiny hand up at him, with a smile on her sweet face. She curled her hand around the man's finger. The man felt love overwhelm him. It flooded through his system, a type of warmth, a desire to keep her safe, a paternal surge of emotion that he had never experienced before. He scooped the girl up into his arms. "Kaguya," he chimed, gazing down at his new child with awe and joy. "We shall call you Kaguya." The man hurried back home, with Kaguya cradled against his chest. All the forest animals watched him from afar in awe. There was something special about the child, and they certainly knew it. As the man scurried into his house, his wife greeted him with a wide smile. When she saw the child in his arms, she couldn't contain her shock or joy. "I found her in a stalk of bamboo," he explained. "She's our daughter now." Tears spilled from his wife's eyes. She lifted up Kaguya and placed her on her chest, overcome with joy. "Did the gods hear us?" she asked, running her fingers over her new daughter's face. "I believe they did," he replied. "That day, a family was made whole." Kaguya was given a wonderful childhood. From a very young age, she would journey with her father deep into the forest. She would forage for mushrooms and plants as her father worked. The two would sing songs of the forest, laughing and dancing with one another. Kaguya spent nearly all of her days playing in the woods with her parents. She lived to be in the fresh air. She lived to splash in streams, to run in meadows, to dance through bamboo groves and cherry blossoms. Almost instantly, the man and woman knew something was different about their daughter. Her skin and eyes seemed to glow constantly, just as they had when she was a young child. She was intelligent beyond words, flying by every milestone with grace and ease. Everything she did was serene. She seemed to almost float in her movements, as if gravity couldn't quite contain her. As the years passed, the girl's love for the forest grew. However, she grew lonely. By the time she was a teenager, she desperately wanted to go into the village to meet people her age. She wanted to interact with others, to laugh and play and fall in love like she had read about in her books. For years, her parents encouraged her to stay within the woods and their home. They feared her beauty would put her in danger. But one day, Kaguya disobeyed. She walked down the winding path to the center of the village. Walking over the red bridge, she paused to look down at the koi fish in the clear water. She had only read about koi in books. Now, their movements in the water and their bright orange colour captivated her. She gazed at them for a long time, her eyes welling with pure awe. People around the village began to stare. Who was this beautiful girl? Everyone began to head towards her, beckoning to her, trying to catch her attention. Kaguya grew uncomfortable, with so many eyes on her. Embarrassed and afraid, she hurried back to the safety of her home. Perhaps she thought my parents were right. Within days, word of her beauty had spread across the kingdom. Soon, men from across the land were showing up on Kaguya's doorstep, asking for her hand in marriage. Kaguya sent the men on missions to bring her back impossible things, hoping that would make them disappear. She longed to simply return to her bamboo forest, away from the greed of men. She settled into the grove, taking deep breaths of fresh air. To her surprise, a voice piped up behind her. "I'd like to learn about you." Kaguya turned to see the Emperor Mikado standing by the edge of the grove. Sitting in the bamboo, the two talked for hours. In between the peaceful lulls in conversation, they would listen to the sounds of the bamboo around them. The wind rustling the leaves, the stalks clinking against each other, the birds flying from plant to plant. Once the sun began to set, Kaguya rose to her feet. The Emperor took her by the hand, asking her to marry him. However, Kaguya rejected his proposal, telling him she could never go to live with him in his palace. As the weeks went on, Kaguya wrote to the Emperor nearly every night. Though she couldn't agree to marry him, she felt a kinship with him. As summer washed over the land, Kaguya found herself looking at the stars with her parents. Every time she saw the moon, she became overwhelmed with emotion. Tears would spill from her eyes as her mother and father held her, asking her what was wrong. But Kaguya couldn't put her feelings into words. She felt lost, like there was something inside her she was unaware of. One night, she finally realized the truth, staring at the glow of the moon, basking in its life. She remembered that the moon was her homeland. There had been trouble on the moon, and her parents had sent her down here to Earth, where she would be safe. Staring up at that glowing moon in an endless starfield, she knew the truth. She would have to go home. She settled down under the stars to write letters to her parents and the Emperor, apologizing for her return home. Later that night, the house was engulfed in a brilliant white light. Heavenly beings waited at the door for Kaguya. "I have to go home, where I'm needed," Kaguya told her parents, holding them closely. She placed the letters in her father's hands, hands that she had held 1,000,000 times, hands that had rescued her from the forest, hands that were now wiping her tears. Kaguya stepped outside with the heavenly beings, giving her earthly parents a sad smile. The soft, otherworldly light followed Kaguya as she floated higher and higher into the starry sky. Her parents watched with tears in their eyes, waving goodbye until they could no longer see her. When the emperor learned of her fate, he ordered his guards to burn the grass on the highest mountaintop, hoping the farewell message would reach his beloved. As he read her letter, he couldn't help but feel as though Kaguya was right beside him. He practically heard her laugh. He could almost see her brilliant smile. Wiping a tear from his eye, he gazed up at the bright moon overhead. He imagined Kaguya smiling down at him. As a shooting star zipped across the expansive black sky, he felt a warmth in his heart. Across Japan, in the tiny village, Kaguya's earthly parents stared up at the same sky. Holding each other, the two looked up at the night sky to make a wish, begging the gods for one thing only. Please, gods, make sure our daughter is happy and free. Make sure she is still dancing in the forests and playing in the streams. As the shooting star spiraled through the sky, fizzing out just over the highest mountain, they felt content and grateful. They had loved, and they have loved deeply.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, I'm going to tell you the ancient Lenape tale of a girl who traveled to a beautiful underwater kingdom. Long ago, in the Lenape nation, a young woman named Prettyface lived by a river with her tribe. She was a stunning girl, beloved by all the men in her community. Over the years, several men had proposed to her, but Prettyface wasn't interested in any of them. She longed for someone different, for someone who would take her to a new land with new experiences. She loved her land in the river valley. She loved the way the earth came alive with flowers in the spring, the way the land sang with the harmony of cicadas, crickets, and birds in the summer, the way the changing leaves seemed to make the air sweeter during autumn, the way the snow turned her community into a sparkling wonderland during winter. Yes, she loved so much about her tribe, but there had to be more out there. She wanted a man who was going to take her someplace beautiful, someplace she couldn't even dream of herself. One day, she wandered through the forest in the rain. She watched the flowers curl in for protection as the heavy, sleepy raindrops fell from the dark sky. Prettyface loved rainy days in her village. While some might think the rain was a burden, Prettyface saw it for what it was, a way for their crops and the earth to get the nutrients they needed, a chance for everyone to slow down, relax, and embrace the beauty of the world around them. Prettyface sat under a tree, far away from her village, just listening to the rainfall around her. The maple leaves above her head caught any falling drops, keeping her warm. She loved the hollow sound of the rain dancing on the leaves over her head. She found her eyes closing ever so slowly as she pulled her warm clothing closer against her body. In that moment, she felt perfectly at peace. The rain seemed to turn the entire forest into a tranquil oasis, and she couldn't imagine a better place to be. Underneath the pitter-patter of rain, she was beginning to pick up another sound, dull, heavy footsteps that seemed to radiate from the path by the forest. Pretty Face opened her eyes and was surprised to come face to face with the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. "Are you lost, miss?" the man asked in a deep, calming voice. Pretty Face explained that she was close to her village and asked the man, "What are you doing here?" The man responded with a kind, radiant smile and told the woman he was in the village looking for a wife. Pretty Face rose to her feet. It hadn't been long, but she knew this could be her chance to explore, to leave her town and be with the man she belonged with. She invited the man to sit down with her. Over the next several hours, the two spoke in hushed whispers in the forest, exchanging their hopes for the future and their thoughts on the world around them. Soon, Pretty Face knew she wanted to be the man's wife. Around him, she felt the sweet warmth, the alluring buzz of love blossoming. The two had made up their minds. Soon, they would be husband and wife, and there was nothing that was going to change their minds. Both of them went to the village to tell Pretty Face's family. Her mother wasn't sure about her daughter's decision. They knew the families in their own village, but they knew nothing of the stranger's family. Despite her parents' concern, Pretty Face was still overjoyed. She followed her fiancé out of the village, looking forward to seeing what his beautiful town had to offer. The two walked through the forest they had met in only hours before. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the air was full of a freshness that only a storm can bring. The man led Pretty Face to the edge of the river. Confused, she asked him where he was taking her. But her fiancé simply smiled and took her by the hand. With a gentle step, the man began to sink into the water. Pretty Face followed after him. The cool river wrapped around her body as she began to sink deeper and deeper into the waves. But once her full body was submerged, Pretty Face realized she could breathe. She opened her eyes to marvel at the beautiful world around her. A tiny underwater village rested at the bottom of the riverbank. Pretty Face couldn't keep her eyes off this stunning, magical world. Schools of trout swam by her in the crystal clear water, unbothered as they floated with the soft current. The sunlight seemed to sparkle and dance in beautiful rays of light underneath the surface. Its beauty was truly beyond comparison. Every breath she took underwater felt like the first breath of her life. There was a type of freedom and grace that she felt underneath the waves, a feeling like she had always belonged here, like she was finally home. Her husband led her to the river bottom where a small village of thatched huts rested in the soft clay. He led her to the last hut in the village, a simple, cozy place that would be her new home. "I'm going off to hunt," her husband said. With that, he swam into the distance, leaving her alone in her new, strange home. Pretty Face tried to relax in her hut, but she didn't feel quite right. She gazed out the window, hoping to see another member of the village, but there was no one to be seen. She lay down on the mat and closed her eyes. It had been a long day, after all. Perhaps she just needed a moment to relax, a moment to let go. She lay back and tried to imagine herself back on the surface. She tried to imagine the warmth of the sun on her face. She tried to imagine the sweet aroma of the spring breeze. With thoughts of home, a warmth began to travel through her body, a comfort she never knew she longed for so deeply. Perhaps she could visit home, if only for a moment. The man was hunting, after all. Pretty Face rose from the comfortable mat, but as she looked outside the hut, she found herself looking at something she never imagined. The man had become a large snake. It dawned on her for the first time. The man wasn't a man at all. He was the great serpent of the river. She had been tricked. Pretty Face realized she had to make her way out of the hut. She had to find her way back to the surface. But who could help her? It dawned on her that she needed help, and she could only get it from the snake's enemy, Thunder. "Grandfather Thunder," Pretty Face whispered, gazing up at the surface of the water. "Please, help guide me. Please, help me return to my peaceful life where there is sun and trees and family." Even though she was afraid, an overwhelming feeling of peace filled her body at once. She heard the deep, comforting rumble of Grandfather Thunder's voice, saying, "Granddaughter, follow the path beneath your feet. Trust in yourself and in me, and we will help each other greatly." Pretty Face did as Grandfather said. She stepped out of the hut and began to walk down the river. Rays of light from the sun seemed to guide her. Suspended in the river before her, a sparkling patch of water led her further and further down the riverbanks. Before long, the hut was fading into the distance. Perhaps she had escaped that life. Perhaps she was nearly home. "Granddaughter, do not be afraid. Remember, trust in yourself and in me," Grandfather Thunder said in a calming voice. Pretty Face took a long breath. She felt as though a warm light was entering her body with every breath she took, as she prepared herself for whatever would come next. She felt her muscles relax as she began trusting in herself. The great serpent of the river glided across the river bottom. For a moment, everything was entirely still. The plants on the clay bottom seemed to stop swaying in the current. All the fish seemed to disappear. But Pretty Face did not fear. She knew she had her ancestors and the gods on her side. "Now, granddaughter, swim to the surface. When you breathe clean air for the first time, I will do as I must," Grandfather Thunder whispered in her ears. Pretty Face took a leap of faith off the riverbed. Before she knew it, she was floating up, up, up. She felt completely weightless and free. She knew the great serpent of the river was behind her, but she felt Grandfather Thunder's calmness reflected inside her. She was only inches away. She could see the rain dancing across the surface of the river and the dark clouds swirling high in the sky. As she surfaced above water, she took her first breath of the fresh air. A crack of thunder rumbled through the air as lightning struck right behind her. She knew in that instant that she was safe. The rain began to fall even harder, but Pretty Face loved the feeling of the warm raindrops on her skin. Behind her, the great serpent was no longer. Grandfather Thunder had taken care of him. "You've done well, granddaughter," Grandfather Thunder chimed. "Spend a moment with your family, and then you will come to your rightful home." Pretty Face walked back home through the forest. She soaked in the brilliant smell of the falling rain one last time. She ran her fingers across the damp leaves and grass, savoring the incredible feeling of nature on her skin. She returned to her village, completely enamored with the smell of her mother's warm cooking, completely captivated with the colors and sounds of the home she felt she had been gone from for so long. In her mother's embrace, Pretty Face told her tale. There was no place she felt safer than her mother's arms. She told her village that Grandfather Thunder was calling her, and she had to return to her new home. With Grandfather Thunder's power, Pretty Face was brought up to live with the Thunder people. In her new home, in a beautiful land in the sky, she was welcomed with open arms and open hearts. To this day, when the thunder rumbles, some people say it is Pretty Face, reminding young people to be cautious of who they give their hearts to. I hope you enjoyed this sleep story and that it has guided you to a night of restful, restorative sleep. Please, feel free to join me again tomorrow for another story. Until then, sweet dreams.